Chapter 1342. It seems like you want to stay alive. The brown-robed elder's face sank as he secretly condensed desolate element. You can't make us stay alive. If she was alone, Lanyu would naturally be afraid of her opponent. A true quasi-legendary supremacy was different from them. Their moves were all great success supreme martial arts or attacks that could rival great success supreme martial arts. She only had Void Break Blade and Tyrant Blade Slash, which were great success supreme martial arts. She still had a long way to go before her illusionary moon blade reached great success. She might be able to fight for a short period of time, but in a prolonged battle, she would definitely lose. However, she wasn't alone. Beside her was Yi Chun. Yi Chen's illusory sword style was definitely one of the most powerful moves among the great success supreme martial arts. In that case, I'd like to see what moves you two have. The brown-robed elder roared as he rotated his palms. Layers of white waves rushed towards Yi Chun and Lanyu. As the white waves appeared, white water vapor appeared in the surroundings. It turned out that the temperature of the 11th level of the Divine Fire acupoint was extremely high. The palm force of the brown-robed elder leaned towards water, which stimulated the high temperature and produced a large amount of steam. Instantly, the steam emitted a green light and drowned the surroundings. The three felt as though they were in a sea of fog. They could hear the rolling waves. It was the palm force of the brown-robed elder. Tyrant Blade Slash. Tyrant Blade Style. Lanyu's Tyrant Blade Slash was extremely similar to Yi Chen's Tyrant Blade Style. However, one was a saber while the other was a sword. When the saber and sword slashed at the white waves, the domineering saber aura and sword aura combined temporarily. Rumble! The white waves rolled back and sent the brown-robed elder flying. Preposterous! The brown-robed elder was furious. He could tell that he wouldn't be able to win if they fought head-on. The two of them could fight against a quasi-legendary supremacy if they joined forces. Foggy soaring art. The figure of the brown-robed elder turned blurry and eventually turned into a dense fog. He shuttled through the sea of fog at an extremely fast speed. Disappeared. Lanyu frowned. Yi Chen's eyes flashed as he suddenly waved his sword to the right. It was just one sword, but it seemed as though thousands of swords had gathered together. Space-time sword art, Death Cleave. That was close. At the critical moment, the brown-robed old man merged with the fog, and the sword chi directly passed through the fog, unable to hurt him at all. The terrifying thing about the fog soaring technique was that it could turn one's body into fog. Unless it was directly hit, it would be very difficult to break. Just now, Yi Chen's attack range was wide, but unfortunately it was not high enough. Reverse blade wheel. Lanyu's body spun, and circles of saber light spread out in a spiral shape. The returning saber wheel was known for its powerful after effects. Each point was the most lethal point. With Yi Chun by her side, Lanyu could use the returning saber wheel without any restrictions, forcing the brown-robed old man out. 1 breath, 3 breaths, 5 breaths. It was unknown how many layers of the huge spiral blade light had circled in all directions. Not to mention the brown-robed old man. Even Yi Chun was a little bit worried. He was sure that once he was hit by the spiral blade light, his body would definitely be cut into a skeleton, unless his defense could be enhanced to the point of resisting the attack of a quasi-legendary supreme master. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The spiral blade light became more and more concentrated, and a strong blade wind erupted, blowing away a lot of the surrounding fog. In the thin fog, a human figure slowly appeared, and it was the brown-robed old man. Damn, what kind of blade art is this? The brown-robed old man didn't think much of the returning saber wheel at first, but later on, He realized that the strength of the returning saber wheel was increasing very quickly, and it was no less than a great accomplishment supreme martial art. If it was one-on-one, he naturally wouldn't let Lan Yu continuously increase the power of the returning saber wheel. But now, he was fighting one against two. Do you think I'm afraid of them? Whirlpool transforming dragon palm. A whirlpool gradually formed with the brown-robed old man as the center, and when the spiral blade light touched the whirlpool, it was immediately sucked in. Soon, the whirlpool became a huge monster, and it was enough to affect the use of the returning saber wheel. When Lan Yu stopped using the returning saber wheel, the brown-robed old man was completely wrapped by the black energy ball, and the black energy ball was expanding rapidly, and it had already expanded to a larger area than the attack of the returning saber wheel. A terrifying gravitational force acted on Lan Yu and Yi Chun, and it was trying to suck them into the black energy ball. Even if they used the back of their heads to think, they knew that once they were sucked in, it would really be disastrous. Let's work together. Lan Yu and Yi Chun once again used the Tyrant blade chop and the Tyrant sword style, and the overbearing blade aura and sword aura suddenly combined and bombarded the black energy ball. Unfortunately, the black energy ball had already formed, and just like the previous returning saber wheel, its power had accumulated to an extremely terrifying level, and even if it didn't reach the level of legendary Supreme Master, it was not far from it. Retreat. Since they couldn't break the black energy ball, the two could only retreat. They didn't believe that this black energy ball could expand without limit. However, the black energy ball's gravitational force was too strong, and the two's flying speed was very slow. Sometimes they would fly a bit, and then be pulled back a bit. It was extremely strenuous. Go to hell. Just as the two thought, the black energy ball indeed couldn't expand without limit. If it could, who could be its opponent? However, it was enough to deal with two experts who had just stepped into the quasi-legendary Supreme Master realm. Rumble, the surface of the black energy ball undulated, and soon the entire black energy ball turned into a black dragon, pouncing towards Yi Chun and Lan Yu. The black dragon's body was incomparably heavy, but when it moved, its speed was astonishing. The 11th layer of the divine fire acupoint seemed to be unable to bear its might, and it slightly trembled. Lan Yu, come here. Yi Chun grabbed Lan Yu's hand, bringing her into his protective range. Next, Yi Chun's heart force, sword energy, and soul force all erupted as he displayed the 5-element sword art, Extreme Prosperity Decline. Although Extreme Prosperity Decline hadn't reached major completion, it was still Yi Chun's strongest defensive sword art. At this moment, any offensive sword art was useless. Only a defensive sword art could protect him slightly. The black dragon crazily tore at the multicolored light ball. Inside the multicolored light ball, Yi Chun's hands could no longer be seen. The speed at which he swung the heavenly sword became faster and faster, surpassing one limit after another. Under the pressure of life and death, Yi Chun's heart force reached a higher level, and the defensive power of Extreme Prosperity Decline reached a new peak. Rumble! However, the black dragon's power was too great. The multicolored light ball was still shattered. The black dragon bit onto Yi Chun's body and swooped down together with Lan Yu. A deep mark was plowed on the ground. It was unknown how far away the black dragon's power was before it gradually dissipated. In a huge pit, Yi Chun and Lan Yu were hugging each other. Their clothes were torn, and they were half naked. On Yi Chun's chest, there was a big hole. This was the injury caused by the black dragon. So powerful. Hugging Lan Yu, Yi Chun slowly stood up. The big hole in his chest was quickly healed under the nourishment of the inextinguishable power. He actually didn't die. The brown-robed elder was very surprised. His whirlpool dragon palm had accumulated a lot of power. It was enough to injure a quasi-legendary supremacy. A peak super supremacy would most likely die from it. Of course, if he encountered a quasi-legendary supremacy, the other party wouldn't let him accumulate power and would have already broken this move. This was the difference in strength. How could he know that Yi Chen's immortal sword body could resist a peak super supremacy's attack? Plus, he had used the 5 elements sword art to offset a part of the Black Dragon's power. The true destructive power of the Black Dragon didn't exceed his limit. Chapter 1343. Thank you. Lan Yu's face was a bit red. At this critical moment, she wanted to take out her courtyard with layers upon layers of arrays. With the courtyard's defensive power, not to mention the brown-robed old man, who was only a quasi-legendary supreme expert, even a legendary supreme expert wouldn't be able to do anything to the two of them. However, who would have thought that Yi Chen would actually grab her hand and pull her into his protective range, causing her to be momentarily dazed? It was precisely this moment that she lost the opportunity to take out her courtyard. Fortunately, Yi Chen's defense was strong enough. I can't take such risks in the future, Lan Yu thought. Can you still fight? Yi Chen asked Lan Yu. Of course. Lan Yu's body flashed, and a set of clothes appeared. Let's take turns to attack. Don't give him the chance to use this move. Yi Chen was naturally afraid of this palm technique. This palm technique could absorb other people's energy and turn it into an attack. If he didn't absorb the power of returning blade wheel, tyrant blade chop, and tyrant sword style, the palm just now would have lost at least 70% of its power. Yes. Lan Yu nodded. She didn't expect the opponent to have such an abnormal palm technique. Go. The two of them attacked the brown-robed old man from the left and right. Good timing. The brown-robed old man could see that Yi Chen's defense was stronger, so he took the lead and attacked Lan Yu. His palm struck out, and the power was boundless. Splendor of youth. Lan Yu also had a defensive blade technique. In fact, with her speed, she could completely avoid it, but she wanted to create an opportunity for Yi Chen. Rumble! Lan Yu, who was wrapped in petals, was like a reef, enduring the impact of the monstrous palm energy. Suddenly, the petals bloomed, and a peerless blade, light, slashed at the brown-robed old man. It was the void-breaking blade. The brown-robed old man frowned and smashed the blade energy with one palm. Illusion sword style. At this moment, Yi Chen used his strongest sword technique, illusion sword style. A bubble of sword light spread and enveloped the brown-robed old man. In an instant, the brown-robed old man felt that he was surrounded by sword light, as if he had come to a world of sword light. Layer after layer of sword light was slashed, and the brown-robed old man's arms went numb. There were too many sword light, and they were endless. Not good, it's an illusion. By the time the brown-robed old man came to his senses, Yi Chen's sword had already pierced into the brown-robed old man's chest. Pucci, how could the brown-robed old man's supreme armor block the piercing of the heaven sword? It was directly pierced through. Scram! The brown-robed old man was horrified and sent Yi Chen flying with a palm strike. Who would have thought that just as Yi Chen was blown away, Lan Yu would rush over and use the incomplete Mirage Moon Blade? If it was before, the Mirage Moon Blade might not be effective. After all, the illusion of the Mirage Moon Blade was much weaker than the illusory sword style. However, at this time, the brown-robed old man was injured by the sky sword, and his origin was damaged. Suddenly, another Mirage Moon Blade came, and he was heavily injured again. The blue blade, Qi cut off the brown-robed old man's left arm. I'm going to die from anger. The brown-robed elder went crazy. He, a dignified quasi-legendary supreme being, was actually injured by the hands of two juniors. What shocked him the most was that both of their weapons were sage artifacts. Sage artifacts contained special powers. It was fine if they didn't hit him, but once they did, it would be extremely difficult for him to recover. Don't give him a chance to breathe. Yi Chen rubbed his body and attacked again. This time, it was the sword burial art. Next, it was Lan Yu's Tyrant blade chop. The two of them took turns to attack the brown-robed old man, not giving him a chance to recover. If you were beaten back, I would attack. If I was beaten back, you would attack. Although it was just a few moves, the two of them cooperated seamlessly. For a moment, the heavily injured brown-robed old man was completely suppressed. He didn't even have the slightest chance to turn the tables. If this continues, I will be beaten to death. Thinking of this, the brown-robed old man disregarded the fact that he was wide open and wanted to use the Vortex Dragon Palm. As long as he used the Vortex Dragon Palm, the two of them wouldn't be able to injure him. However, Yi Chen didn't give the brown-robed old man any chance and attacked with the sword burial art. Although the power of the sword burial art couldn't compare to the Tyrant sword style, and the illusion sword style, the power of space and time could slow down the brown-robed old man's speed and reaction. On the battlefield, there were countless changes. If one was slow, the others wouldn't be. Lan Yu's void-shattering blade hit the brown-robed old man and sent him flying. The supreme armor on his body was tattered and had almost no defensive effect. Aqualight armor. The brown-robed old man was a quasi-legendary supreme being after all. Although he was enraged by the repeated injuries, he didn't lose his mind. He immediately used a supreme defensive martial art, Aqualight armor. The defense of the Aqualight armor wasn't any weaker than the supreme armor. It was roughly equivalent to the defense of a rank 4 supreme armor. Of course, the supreme armor didn't need much power to maintain, but the Aqualight armor was equivalent to using a supreme martial art continuously. The consumption rate was thousands of times higher. Wait for me. With the protection of the Aqualight armor, the brown-robed old man's speed soared. Where do you think you're going? Lan Yu, who had comprehended the essence of the word line, chased after him. She slashed a few times on the brown-robed old man's body. However, she was quickly repelled by the brown-robed old man's palm. It wasn't that the brown-robed old man couldn't beat the two of them. It was just that his injuries were too severe. The more they fought, the weaker he became. Yi Chen's speed wasn't as fast as Lan Yu. Seeing that Lan Yu was repelled, he gave up the chase. He escaped. Lan Yu was a little discouraged. Yi Chen sighed. Even if a quasi-legendary supreme is injured, he isn't someone to be trifled with. It seems like we have to reevaluate the strength of quasi-legendary supreme beings. And if it wasn't for your illusion sword style injuring him, it would be very difficult for us to beat him. Lan Yu nodded. After repelling the brown-robed old man, the two continued to explore the 11th layer of the Divine Fire Cave. Flame Iron, 9 turbid gold, turbid skystone. Those who could come to the 11th layer of the Divine Fire Cave were all experts among experts, and experts were destined to be few in number. With fewer people coming, there would naturally be more treasures left behind. It all depended on one's luck. In just half a month, Yi Chen had obtained 3 kinds of supreme metals. Each of them was extremely precious and could be used to forge level 3 supreme weapons. Among them, the most precious was the 9 turbid gold. This kind of metal could be used to forge level 4 supreme weapons. Turbid skystone was not inferior to the 9 turbid gold, but it was a pity that it was too little. It was only the size of a courtyard. Adding the azure star iron that he had obtained before entering the wilderness god continent, Yi Chen had a total of 4 kinds of supreme metals. Among them, the azure star iron was the largest. It was a metal planet with a diameter of several thousand miles. The flame iron was the second largest, which was only a dozen miles in size. The 9 turbid gold and the turbid skystone added together were only half a mile in size. Yi Chen planned to learn the supreme swordsmithing technique when he had the time. Yi Chen, look, there seems to be a spatial fluctuation over there. On this day, Lan Yu and Yi Chen both discovered an obscure spatial fluctuation. Let's go and take a look, Yi Chen said. In a short while, the two arrived at the source of the spatial fluctuation. The source was in the magma lake. For some unknown reason, the magma lake was boiling violently. The spatial fluctuation was coming from the lake, and it was getting more and more obvious. Zichen, do you want to die? A cold voice came out. Chapter 1344. Hu Wujin, you're so despicable. We discovered the entrance to the 12th layer of the Divine Fire Cave together. Since you're so heartless, don't blame us for being unjust. As the voice resounded, the spatial fluctuations grew stronger and stronger. The two sides seemed to be fighting. Yi Chen and Lan Yu looked at each other. The 12th layer of the Divine Fire Cave. Lan Yu couldn't help but ask, "You're right. There's a 12th layer." Yi Chen opened his netherworld sacred eye and looked down through the magma lake. Vaguely, Yi Chen saw 3 figures fighting. It seemed to be 2 against 1. They were standing on a teleportation platform. The shock waves of their battle shook the teleportation platform and transmitted spatial energy. This was also the reason why the magma lake was boiling. Fighting 1 against 2, the figure in the middle was naturally not their match. He was struck by the 2 and died. Let's go. Yi Chen saw the 2 figures flying up. They were probably trying to see if anyone was attracted by the spatial fluctuations. Rumble! Although Yi Chen was quick to react, the 11th layer of the Divine Fire Cave was a flat plain. Before he could fly far, the magma lake exploded and 2 figures broke through the magma. Looking around, the 2 quickly discovered Yi Chen and Lan Yu. Where do you think you're going? The sea of fire is boundless. One of the 2 was a sinister-looking middle-aged man in red robes. He shouted and clasped his hands together, pushing a palm in the direction where Yi Chen and Lan Yu were running. Boom! Like a landslide or a tsunami, the violent fire wave had yet to approach, but Yi Chen and Lan Yu already found it hard to breathe. This sinister-looking middle-aged man seemed to be stronger than the brown-robed old man. His palm energy was boundlessly tyrannical. Just as the fire wave was about to reach them, Yi Chen and Lan Yu turned around and slashed at the fire wave. Tyrant blade slash and Tyrant sword form were supreme martial arts at great completion. With the 2 combined, no matter how strong the fire wave was, it would still be split apart. Borrowing the rebounding force, Yi Chen and Lan Yu's speed continued to rise. Black Fiend, don't let them escape. The sinister-looking, middle-aged man said to the black-robed man. The black-robed man nodded. No one has ever found the 12th layer. There must be divine stones inside. With them, our supreme weapons can be upgraded to saint weapons. The one called Zichen was the great elder of the rank 6 purple blood tribe. His strength was at the peak super sovereign level. The 3 of them discovered the entrance to the 12th floor at the Divine Fire Cave's 11th floor at the same time. Zichen thought that he was fast, so he wasn't afraid of the other 2. Little did he know that the temperature of the 12th floor was more than 100 times higher than the 11th floor. Dark cyan flames flew everywhere, restricting Zichen's speed. Next, the sinister-looking middle-aged man and the black-robed middle-aged man took advantage of their quasi-legendary sovereigns to launch a sneak attack on Zichen. Zichen naturally wasn't willing to die just like that. He desperately returned to the teleportation platform. The four of them chased after her in a frenzy, one in front and one behind. Lan Yu had comprehended the essence of the word line, so her speed was the fastest among the four. Yi Chun was proficient in the space-time profound, so his speed was not much slower. On the other hand, the two middle-aged men were falling further and further behind. Hu Wujin, forget it. These two are the same as Zichen. They are both faster than us. Black Fiend stopped chasing. Count them lucky. Hu Wujin knew that he couldn't catch up to them. At their level, speed was very important. Unfortunately, it was too hard to increase one's speed. The best way was to grasp the space-time profound. The more profound the space-time profound, the faster one's speed would be. If one reached perfection in space-time profound, no one would be able to catch up unless the other party's space-time profound was also at perfection. Fortunately, we ran fast. One of them is the Hall Master of the Divine Fire Tribe, Hu Wujin, and the other is the third elder of the 7th rank tribe, the Earth Fiend tribe. Seeing that Hu Wujin and Black Fiend didn't catch up, Lan Yu smiled and said to Yi Chun, "Although we found the entrance to the 12th layer, we can't enter it in a short time. Let's go back first." His immortal sword body could only defend against the attacks of peak super supremes. If he encountered a quasi-legendary supremes, it would be hard to defend against it, not to mention two quasi-legendary supremes at the same time. All right, we'll come again in the future. I don't believe that they can get all the benefits in the 12th layer. They might be unlucky and get nothing. Lan Yu giggled. After leaving the Divine Fire Cave, the two returned to the Eternal Tribe. Inside a barren mountain near the Eternal Tribe, Yi Chun held a divine fire stone in his hand and tried to draw out the flame of the stone with his sword energy. Boom! For the first time, Yi Chun directly detonated the divine fire stone due to his inexperience. The dark green flame burned a big hole in the barren mountain. At the crucial moment, Yi Chun hurriedly used his sword energy to protect his body. Otherwise, even with the immortal sword body, he would be greatly injured and waste a lot of his sword energy and inextinguishable energy. Too violent. Yi Chun shook his head and continued to test. Once, twice. After the 10th time, Yi Chun finally found a balance point. From the 11th divine fire stone, he drew out a flame that was as thick as a pinky finger. The flame flickered as if it would explode at any time. Split. The finger-sized flame separated into two even thinner flames, which then turned into 2, 4, and then 8. When the flame was as thin as a string, Yi Chun opened his mouth and sucked in a bit of flame into his body. Pitter-patter. His body shook violently. Yi Chun felt as if there were countless bombs buried in his body. As soon as the flame entered his body, it immediately swept out, causing Yi Chun's entire body to burn. It really works. Yi Chun could feel that something in his body was being burned away. It should be some invisible impurities. Regardless of whether one was a super supreme, legendary supreme, or even a demigod, they would all have impurities within their bodies. Only by becoming a true god would one have no impurities, and their bodies would be pure and untainted. 1 wisp, 2 wisps, 3 wisps, using the divine firestone's flame to refine the spirit body was a very boring thing. If the flame was too big, not only would it not refine the spirit body, but it would also burn the spirit body's yuan qi. If the flame was too small, it would be too slow, and it was too difficult to control. As time passed and experience increased, Yi Chun found that the best method was to split a divine fire stone into 10,000 wisps of flame. Before he knew it, a month had passed. Boom! Powerful life fluctuations burst out, and Yi Chun's entire body floated in the air. He didn't rely on Sword Yuan or any other power, but his own body. One had to know that there were many restrictions on the Wild's God continent. It was impossible to float with just one's own life magnetic field. Yi Chun could float because his spirit body had broken through from the peak of the 8th rank to the 9th rank. The life magnetic field of a 9th rank spirit body was so strong that it could offset the gravity of the wild's god continent. After his spirit body reached the 9th rank, Yi Chun felt that his immortal sword body was also improving. It was 10 times stronger, and the two formed a close connection. Finally, a 9th rank spirit body. Yi Chun let out a breath. Chapter 1345. Now, my immortal sword body should be able to resist the attack of a quasi-legend supreme. The upgrade of the immortal sword body to the 9th grade had increased the grade of the immortal sword body, approaching the 9th transformation golden body. At this stage, the defense was no longer just pure strength, but a more rational structure, which required a powerful life magnetic field to support. Apart from the immortal sword body, there was another great benefit. Yi Chun could feel his lifespan increasing, but by how much, Yi Chun didn't know. Such a surging, immortal power. Closing his eyes, Yi Chun seemed to be able to see a black ocean inside his heart space. The ocean was surging violently, and before the first wave subsided, another wave would rise. The great increase in defense made Yi Chun want to go to the 12th layer of the Divine Fire Cave. The damaged origin of the Heaven Sword was equivalent to an Earth Saint tool with 4 divine stones. If it recovered, it would probably be equivalent to an Earth Saint tool with 6 or 7 divine stones. Yi Chun didn't know if the divine stones could restore the origin of the Heaven Sword, but he had to give it a try. After all, in the wildness god continent, his strength wasn't even first-rate, only second-rate. First-rate was legendary supreme. If he wanted to make a difference, he had to improve his strength in all aspects, including the divine tool. I'll go with you. Originally, Yi Chun didn't want to bring Lan Yu. Although her battle strength was similar to his, her defense was too weak. Unexpectedly, Lan Yu smiled mysteriously and said that he didn't need to worry about her. She had a way to save her life. Left with no choice, Yi Chun nodded and agreed. She could go by herself without him. There was no difference. Arriving at the Godfire Cave again, the two were about to hand in their Godfire Supreme tags when the leader of the Blaze Hall, Hu Wubian, seemed to have recognized them. He yelled, "You two, come with me to the Godfire tribe. If you dare to disobey, don't blame me for killing you." Yi Chen's face darkened as he gave Lan Yu a look. Whoosh, whoosh. The two's speed increased as they flew toward the entrance of the Divine Fire Cave. Courting death, Hu Wubian was furious. These two people actually didn't care about the Divine Fire Tribe's orders. Hu Wubian was a quasi-legendary paragon. In terms of strength, he wasn't any weaker than Hu Wujin. His weapon was a heaven-piercing halberd that was wreathed in green flames. As the flames curled up, Hu Wubian's halberd swept towards Yi Chun and Lan Yu. Although this halberd strike seemed extremely domineering, Yi Chun and Lan Yu felt as though the world had been flattened by this halberd, and their path forward had been cut off. Break. At the critical moment, Yi Chun used the illusory sword style. Bubbles of sword light spread out, causing Hu Wubian to fall into a trance for a moment. Taking advantage of this moment, Yi Chun and Lan Yu entered the entrance of the Divine Fire Cave. Hu Wubian's face turned gloomy when he woke up. This was too embarrassing. He was a quasi-legendary paragon, yet he actually suffered a loss in the hands of Yi Chun. Although he was only confused for a moment, it could still be considered as being confused. If Yi Chun didn't choose to enter the Divine Fire Cave and attacked him instead, he would have suffered even more. This Hu Wujin, why didn't he tell us about his opponent's strength? Such a level of sword art can already threaten quasi-legendary paragons. Hu Wubian turned his head and glanced at his subordinates, feeling resentful. As a quasi-legendary paragon, he still wanted some face. Not being able to make Yi Chun and Lan Yu stay in front of his subordinates had caused his prestige to be damaged. You guys guard here. I'll go in for a while. Hu Wubian ordered. Yes. The two vice hall masters of the fiery blaze hall hurriedly accepted the order. The hall master was more concerned about his face. As his subordinates, they absolutely couldn't reveal any abnormalities. Otherwise, they would have to bear the consequences. After entering the divine fire cave, the two of them rushed to the second level. After the two of them left for a while, Huo Wubian appeared. Without any hesitation, he directly went to the second level. He was very clear that the other party was definitely aiming for the 12th level. Only a few people knew about the 12th level of the divine fire cave, and outsiders were definitely not allowed to know about it. After half a day, Yi Chun and Lan Yu arrived at the entrance of the 12th level. There was a teleportation platform there. Let's go up. The two of them arrived at the teleportation platform and activated its teleportation power. Buzz. With a flash of light, the two of them disappeared from the 11th level. When they reappeared, they were in a dark green world. The flames here were lumps of terrifying dark green flames that were flying everywhere without any pattern. The temperature was at least 100 times higher than the 11th level. So hot. Lan Yu had already activated her desolate origin barrier. Even so, the extremely high temperature still transmitted in and consumed her desolate origin barrier. But the temperature of the divine firestone's flames is slightly higher. Yicha nodded. Lan Yu said, the flames of the divine firestone are dark blue flames, which are definitely hotter than the flames here. I wonder if there's a 13th level in the divine fire cave. If there is, it might be dark blue flames that are comparable to the flames of the divine firestone. Every level of the divine fire cave was an independent space that was extremely vast. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had stayed in the 12th level for 10 days. Although we didn't find any divine stones, this trip wasn't in vain, with so many of them. Lan Yu smiled. In these 10 days, the two of them had obtained 200 pieces of divine firestone each. One must know that after the spirit body reached the 9th rank, it could still continue to improve. Early stage, mid-stage, late stage, peak stage, and finally, the perfected spirit body. Therefore, with so many divine firestones, Yichen could definitely improve his spirit body to the mid-stage of the 9th rank. As for late stage, he would need even more divine firestones. What the two of them didn't know was that Hu Wubian had been searching for them in the 12th level for 10 days. Hu Wujin and Heisha haven't come out yet. They've only sent me a message through their voice transmission token. I'm also sending them a message now. After searching for 10 days without finding Yi Chen and Lan Yu, Hu Wubian could only take out his voice transmission token and send a message. A short moment later, another person's voice came from the token. Hu Wubian, Heisha, and I have already split up. I don't believe that we can't find them with just the three of us. All right. Hu Wubian kept the voice transmission token and continued his search. Very quickly, 20 days had passed. Yi Chun and Lan, you had been in the 12th level for a month. What's that? On this day, Yi Chun and Lan Yu saw an intense radiance in front of them. The radiance flickered a few times before it immediately dimmed. Yi Chun and Lan, you weren't the only ones who saw it. Hu Wubian, Hu Wujin, and Heisha had also seen it. It's a divine stone. This is the radiance of a divine stone. Heisha's eyes emitted a frightening light. At their level, it was too difficult to increase their strength. As long as they could obtain a divine stone, they could upgrade their supreme weapon to a saint artifact, greatly increasing their strength. It's the radiance of a divine stone. Wu Bian's breathing was ragged. There was no one who didn't want a divine stone, and he was no exception. Both supreme weapons and supreme armors could be merged with divine stones to become saint artifacts. Chapter 1346. Yi Chen, that should be the radiance of the divine stone. While flying, Lan Yu said to Yi Chen. Yi Chen said, "It would be best if that's the case, but the radiance just now was too dazzling. If there are other people on the 12th level, they will definitely be able to see it. We have to be careful." Although his defense had increased greatly, Yi Chen still didn't dare to underestimate a legendary supremacy. The place where the divine stone radiance disappeared was very far away. Yi Chen and Lan Yu had flown for more than half a day, but they still hadn't reached their destination. At this moment, a black and white palm print approached from afar, slapping toward Yi Chen and Lan Yu at an astonishing speed. Facing this palm print, Yi Chen felt as if heaven and earth had become a huge millstone, and he was unable to move. The sword energy around his body showed faint signs of being squeezed out. What a powerful supreme martial art! Yi Chen was shocked. He unsheathed his heavenly sword and swung out a vigorous and domineering sword energy. Lan Yu was a step slower than Yi Chen, and her supreme saber technique, Tyrant Saber Slash, followed closely. Boom! The black and white palm print smashed the sword energy and saber energy one after another, but it was also worn down quite a bit. Its power was less than 10%, and it was easily shattered by Yi Chen and Lan Yu. The next moment, a black shadow appeared in front of the two of them. It was the third elder of the Earth Fiend tribe, Black Fiend. It's the third elder of the Earth Fiend tribe, Black Fiend. His supreme martial art is the Yin-Yang Millstone, and it's very powerful. Lan Yu sent a voice transmission to Yi Chen. Yi Chen replied, "I'll block him in a while. You attack with all your might from the side. Don't worry about hurting me." "All right." Lan Yu had a slight understanding of Yi Chen's defense. "Kill." Without any words, Black Fiend charged over and struck out with both palms. Streams of black and white palm prints spread out. "Block." Yi Chen took a deep breath and displayed his defensive sword technique. Suddenly, the five-colored sword light filled the air and quickly spread out like a huge five-colored light ball. The black and white palm prints fell on the five-colored light ball like rain, making a loud noise. After only a moment, the five-colored light ball exploded, and the remaining palm prints fiercely hit Yi Chen's body. Dang, 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 dang. The sound of iron being struck rang out. Although these palm prints were extremely powerful, Yi Chen's body was not weak at all. Not only did he not explode, but he even bounced off some of the palm prints. How is this possible? The Black Fiend was taken aback. His yin-yang grindstone could grind anything, and it was easy for it to break through defenses. Yet the other party was able to block it with just his physical defense. 36 void-shattering blades. Lan Yu seized the opportunity and launched 36 void-shattering blades at the Black Fiend. Each blade was fatal, sealing off the Black Fiend's escape route. Of course, Yi Chen was inevitably included. Caught off guard, the Black Fiend only had time to wave his hand to set up a layer of black barrier. The black barrier collapsed under the dozens of void-shattering blades, and the remaining void-shattering blades surged forward, wrapping around the Black Fiend and twisting crazily. Break! The Black Fiend was a quasi-legend supremacy. After all, his desolate essence was incomparably pure. When he erupted, he forced out the fierce blade force, and there were some bloodstains on his body. Illusory sword style. A dreamy sword light bubble spread out and instantly enveloped the Black Fiend. Not good. The Black Fiend was shocked. He knew that he was hallucinating. Fall. With a wave of the heaven sword, the Black Fiend's head fell to the ground. Yi Chen's figure suddenly appeared a few hundred meters behind the Black Fiend. Tyrant blade slash. Lan Yu leaped up and held the blue moon saber with both hands. She slashed at the headless Black Fiend's body, and the dark blue saber gleam was cold and sharp. In the middle, the saber gleam paused for a moment, but the obstruction was quickly eliminated. The saber gleam slashed down from above, and the Black Fiend's body was naturally split into two. Death cleave. Revolving saber wheel. Yi Chen and Lan Yu took the front and back, sandwiching the Black Fiend in the middle. Each of them released their most intensive attacks. At this moment, they couldn't give the other party a chance to take a breather. Otherwise, everything they had done before would be for naught. I, the Black Fiend, am a quasi-legend supremacy, and yet I am reduced to such a state. The Black Fiend was stunned and couldn't think straight. No, an angry roar sounded from the countless sword chi and saber gleams. A silvery figure soared into the sky, bouncing off all the sword chi and saber gleams. In the Wild's God continent, the majority of quasi-legend legends didn't have any saint artifacts. Therefore, their strength was at the level of a true quasi-legend legend. Correspondingly, their qualities were naturally very impressive in all aspects. For example, the Black Fiend's martial path Yuan spirit was close to the silver level, and he was only one step away from cultivating a silver martial path Yuan spirit. Once he had a silver martial path Yuan spirit, he would be a true legend supremacy, and his strength would skyrocket to an extremely high level. Seriously speaking, although Heavenly Lord Rot Devil was also a quasi-legend supremacy, he was far weaker than the Black Fiend in terms of strength. Heavenly Lord Rot Devil relied on supreme martial arts to have the strength of a quasi-legend supremacy. Of course, this was mainly because Heavenly Lord Rot Devil's strength had been greatly depleted. After all, when he was at his peak, he was a true legend supremacy. Quasi-silver martial path Yuan spirit. Yi Chen sighed. It seemed like he couldn't kill the other party. If the other party was the same as Heavenly Lord Rot Devil, he was confident that he could kill him. Heavenly Lord Rot Devil's martial arts were only slightly more powerful, but he had lost too much of his strength. When my sword intent reaches the 9th step, I'll be able to eliminate the hidden danger of my bronze martial path Yuan spirit. I should be able to step into the silver level. Let's go. With a thought, Yi Chen made a prompt decision. His figure shot out, and Lan Yu followed closely behind. Damn it! The Black Fiend's quasi-silver martial path Yuan spirit shone brightly, and the scattered flesh and blood were sucked back, forming an intact body. Of course, his aura was much weaker. Black Fiend, what's wrong? Hu Wujin rushed over from afar. The Black Fiend's face was ashen. Don't mention it. They're just ahead. Let's catch up. The Black Fiend didn't want Hu Wujin to know about his miserable state. At the same time, he was a little worried that Hu Wujin would kill him after dealing with Yi Chen and Lan Yu. This wasn't impossible. With Yi Chen and Lan Yu's speed, the Black Fiend and Hu Wujin wouldn't be able to catch up. 2 hours passed, and the dazzling divine stones lit up again. Over there, the two were overjoyed, and their speed increased again. Finally, the two saw the source of the light. In their line of sight, a tall platform stood on the dark green ground. On the platform, the radiance shone, condensing into a light barrier. Within the light barrier, 3 mystical stones floated. Each stone was like a primordial mountain. They were only the size of a palm, but the feeling they gave off was incomparably heavy. 3 divine stones. Lan Yu couldn't help but blurt out, "Break!" Yi Chen slashed at the light barrier, but it was a pity that the light barrier was incomparably sturdy and the sword chi was bounced off. Chapter 1347. Yi Chen, let's attack together. Lan Yu drew her blue moon saber. Boom, 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 boom. The two joined hands to attack the barrier. Instantly, the barrier trembled violently like a rubber ball, constantly sinking and bulging, while the divine stones inside remained motionless. After an entire 2 hours, a crack finally appeared on the light barrier. Let's work harder. Yichen attacked tirelessly. If they couldn't get the divine stones now, it would be 1,000 times more difficult for them to get them when the others came. More and more cracks appeared on the barrier, making it look like a hollow crystal on the verge of shattering. Bang! A crisp shattering sound resounded as the barrier shattered. Whoosh! 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 The 3 divine stones seemed to have a mind of their own as they flew off in 3 different directions at an astonishing speed. Don't let them get away. Lan Yu's figure flashed as she chased after one of the divine stones. Having comprehended the essence of the word, line, her speed was extremely fast. In just a short moment, she had caught the divine stone. It was strange that the power contained in the divine stone could be said to be terrifying, but it didn't harm anyone. It was as if whoever touched it first would possess it and wouldn't resist. Yi Chen's speed was only a bit slower than Lan Yu's. He soon caught up to one of the divine stones. Now, there was only one left, and it had flown far away. Haha, it's a divine stone. A figure suddenly appeared in the direction the divine stone flew to. It was the divine fire tribe's raging blaze, Hall's hallmaster, Hu Wubian. He grabbed the divine stone and laughed heartily. What dogs hit luck? Lan Yu was indignant. There are still 2 more. Let's go first. Through the netherworld sacred eye, Yi Chen saw Wu Wujin and He Sha, 3 quasi-legendary sovereigns. Even he couldn't guarantee that he could resist them. It was best to leave first. For him, 1 divine stone was enough. As long as he could restore the origin of the heavenly sword, his attack would be more than 100 times stronger. Of course, it would be even better if he had 2 divine stones. Damn it! Wait until I fuse this divine stone into my fire divine halberd. Then your time will come. Hu Wubian knew that he wouldn't be able to catch up to Yi Chen and Lan Yu, so he gave up. Most importantly, he had obtained a divine stone. For now, he could put the matter of hunting down Yi Chen and Lan Yu to the back of his mind. There was nothing more important than his own matters. I'll also leave first. Otherwise, Hu Wujin and He Sha will definitely be jealous when they see that I have divine stones. Hu Wubian pondered for a moment before flying in the direction he came from. 15 minutes later, Hu Wujin and He Sha appeared. Nothing. Hu Wujin and He Sha exchanged a glance. They had clearly sensed that the source of the radiance was here. The black fiend closed his eyes and carefully sensed for a moment. Swish! His eyes opened and a cold light shone in them. Someone came just now. 3 people. One of them is from your divine flame tribe. He should be Hu Wubian. The other 2 are the people we're chasing. They got the God Stone? Hu Wujin's face was dark. He did not doubt the Black Fiend's ability. The Black Fiend was proficient in the profundities of yin and yang, and he knew a yin-yang secret art that could sense the aura left behind by others. Let's not waste any more time. Let's chase after them, and not let them leave the 12th level. Once they left the 12th level, they would be free to fly. Following the aura, the 2 chased in the direction where Yi Chen and Lan Yu flew, raising their speed to the limit. Hu Wujin and the Black Fiend have caught up. Yi Chen was constantly paying attention to the situation behind him. The netherworld sacred, I had given him time to prepare. What should we do? Actually, Lan Yu could take out her courtyard and enter it. With the defensive power of the courtyard's array, not to mention the 2 of them who were only quasi-legend rank sovereigns, even a true legend rank sovereign would be able to hold on for a while. During this time, they could completely fuse the divine stone into the saint artifact and increase its power. At that time, they would have a fighting chance. But there was a problem. She didn't want to expose her courtyard. Once it was exposed, they would definitely guess that she was from the unfalling eagle tribe. She didn't want to return to the tribe so quickly. Their speed is a bit slower than ours. Let's see if we can return to the 11th level. As long as they return to the 11th level, they would be safe. The 12th level would consume too much sword energy. After flying for a while, looks like we won't be able to reach the 11th level. Lan Yu sighed. The 12th level's terrain was actually moving. After flying for a while, they were completely lost in the 12th level. Since we're already here, let's find a place to fuse the divine stone into the saint artifact. Fusing the divine stone into the saint artifact was a very dangerous matter. The slightest carelessness could cause the saint artifact to be destroyed. A supreme artifact could only contain a limited amount of divine stone. The more perfect a supreme artifact was, the more divine stone it could contain. Apart from that, if the method of fusing the divine stone wasn't ingenious and meticulous enough, the saint artifact would also be destroyed. It was like a person who could eat a bowl of rice, but if you asked him to eat a bowl of rice in one go, he would definitely be stuffed to death. Although the 12th level's temperature was high, there were still mountains. A tall mountain appeared in front of the two of them. The two of them discovered something strange. The temperature in the mountain was countless times lower than outside. Furthermore, the mountain rocks were extremely hard. The two of them used all their strength, but they could only leave a mark on the mountain wall. Fortunately, this mountain seemed to have been visited by someone. There was an unfathomable cave on the mountain wall. It must be a legendary rank sovereign. Lan Yu guessed, and Yichen nodded. With their strength, digging an unfathomable cave was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Only legendary rank sovereigns could do it easily, unexpectedly. This 12th level had long been discovered by someone else. It was just that it was kept a secret. As for the divine stone, it would be obtained by those who were fated. It wasn't guaranteed that whoever came first would be able to obtain it. Yichen scanned the cave with his netherworld's sacred eye. Seeing that there was no danger in the cave, the two of them rushed in and moved a huge boulder to block the entrance. If someone wanted to force their way in, they would have to break the boulder first. The more dangerous thing was that if the other party came in, the two of them would have nowhere to go. They could only fight with all their strength. The cave lit up. The two of them meditated on the spot, far away from each other. Taking out the divine stone and the heavenly sword, Yichen took a deep breath and slowly stuck the divine stone on the heavenly sword, establishing a connection between the two. Then, he urged the heavenly sword to absorb the divine stone's power. This process was very tedious. The divine stone contained too much power, and the absorption speed couldn't be too fast. It could only be done bit by bit. Buzz, like dry and cracked land meeting rainwater, the heavenly sword hungrily absorbed the divine stone's power. Yichen vaguely discovered that the damaged source inside the heavenly sword was slowly recovering. It's really effective. Yichen thought. His growth time was too short. He had too many shortcomings. Currently, only the sacred tool could help him close the gap between him and the others. He was at a disadvantage in other aspects. This couldn't be rushed. Chapter 1348. On the other side, the blue moon saber in Lan Yu's hand emitted a sharp aura. Unlike the heavenly sword, the blue moon saber's origin wasn't damaged, and the divine stone was used to increase its power. The slightest mistake might cause the blue moon saber to break. Compared to the blue moon saber, it was much easier to fuse the divine stone into the heavenly sword, mainly because the divine stone could repair the heavenly sword. Strand by strand, The power of the divine stone flowed into the origin of the heavenly sword, causing the rust on the heavenly sword to gradually disappear. The heavenly sword became translucent and sharp, displaying the peerless magnificence that a sacred sword should have. Boom! The cavern trembled. Yi Chun and Lan Yu raised their eyes and looked at the entrance of the cavern. Outside the entrance, Hu Wujin and He Sha were attacking the boulder that blocked the entrance. He Sha, are you sure they're inside? Hu Wujin asked as he attacked the boulder. He Sha replied, they're definitely inside. Damn it, why is this boulder so hard? We can only leave a dent on it with our strength. Hu Wujin said, the boulder in the divine fire cave isn't ordinary. After being refined with high temperature, it's even harder than an ordinary sovereign artifact. However, the boulder's energy is limited, so we can definitely shatter it. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them attacked the boulder again, and gradually cracks appeared on the boulder. It was a sign that it was about to collapse. Just a little more. Hu Wujin circulated his desolate yuan, and a fiery dragon attacked the boulder, while He Sha's yin-yang millstone crushed the boulder like a giant pulverizer. Boom! Finally, the boulder exploded, sending rubble flying everywhere. Let's go in. Hu Wujin charged into the cavern first, followed by He Sha. The two of them weren't worried about any dangers in the cavern. With their strength, they could deal with any dangers. Get out! A blue saber radiance burst forth and filled the entire cave. Lan Yu had already fused the divine stone into the blue moon saber and had unleashed an even stronger attack. Fusing with God's stones seemed difficult, but it was actually not that difficult. As long as the supreme weapon or saint artifact could withstand it, the process could be sped up. As the daughter of the chief of the Unfalling Eagle tribe, Lan Yu's Blue Moon Blade was a top-notch level 5 supreme weapon. Not to mention fusing with 5 god stones. It would not be a problem for it to fuse with 6, 7, or even 8 god stones. In contrast to Lan Yu, Yi Chen used god stones to repair the heaven sword. He needed to be careful not to put too much pressure on the damage source, so the speed was much slower. Clang! When the Blue Moon Blade had only fused with 4 divine stones, Lan Yu had been able to unleash the attack of a quasi-legend sovereign. Now that the Blue Moon Blade's power had risen, Lan Yu's attack had naturally risen along with it. It had already surpassed the range of an ordinary quasi-legend sovereign and was advancing towards a higher level. In an instant, Hu Wujin and Black Fiend were forced to retreat. 5-star Earth Saint artifact. Black Fiend blurted out. They already knew that Yi Chun and Lan Yu had saint artifacts. Without them, the two of them wouldn't be a match for them. Saint artifacts were divided into Earth Saint artifacts and Sky Saint artifacts. There were also smaller grades within the grades. An Earth Saint artifact that had 1 divine stone fused with it was a 1-star Earth Saint artifact, and 2 divine stones fused with it was a 2-star Earth Saint artifact, and so on. A 5-star Earth Saint artifact was an Earth Saint artifact that had 5 divine stones fused with it. It was extraordinarily precious. Its power has increased by quite a bit. Lan Yu giggled. She didn't seem nervous at all when she encountered 2 quasi-legend sovereigns. Unrivaled fire dragon. Hu Wujin coldly snorted. He clasped his hands together and pushed them forward with his palms facing outwards. In an instant, an invincible fire dragon flew out from his palms and pounced towards Lan Yu. One could vaguely see a huge heart within the body of the fire dragon. The heart was violently beating, causing the fire dragon to become even more powerful and full of explosive power. The unrivaled fire dragon wasn't a supreme martial art, but a supreme secret art that contained the power of the heart. He Sha had previously been injured, so when he saw Hu Wujin executing the unrivaled fire dragon, he casually threw out 2 yin-yang millstones. A huge explosion erupted. Lan Yu let out a muffled groan as she took over 10 steps back. With her current strength, she could fight against either Huo Wujin or Heisha, but it was a bit too much for her to fight one against two. After all, her strength wasn't in her own body, but in the blue moon saber. Her foundation was much weaker than the two of them. Lan Yu was pushed back again and again. In this cave, the advantage she had gained from comprehending the Ro character was completely useless. Very quickly, she was pushed to the front of Yi Chun. If she took another step back, Yi Chun would be exposed. Unrivaled fire dragon, yin and yang worlds, an invincible fire dragon, and a palm energy that could separate yin and yang struck Lan Yu's body. PFFF. Lan Yu spurted out a mouthful of blood as she was sent flying. Just when she was about to fly over Yi Chen's head, a strong arm caught her and skillfully placed her on the ground. "Leave the rest to me," Yi Chen said confidently. "You succeeded?" Lan Yu's eyes narrowed when she saw the heavenly sword in Yi Chen's hand. This wasn't a 5-star Earth Saint artifact, but a 7-star Earth Saint artifact. Between Earth Saint artifacts, although the difference of 1 star wasn't huge, it shouldn't be forgotten that apart from power, Earth Saint artifacts also had their own special characteristics. For example, Lan Yu's Blue Moon saber possessed the ability to pierce through armor. If the ability to pierce through armor reached an unimaginable level, it could directly disregard the defense of others. On the other hand, Yi Chen's power of light was an upright power that enemies wouldn't be able to completely defend against. Although the power of light wasn't as absolute as the ability to pierce through armor, it was more comprehensive. With doubts in her mind, Lan Yu retreated behind Yi Chen. With the heavenly sword in hand, Yi Chen slashed out with the Overlord sword form. Boom! The domineering sword aura completely filled up the cave. The sword aura was majestic and indestructible. It was like a straight torrent that tore through everything. Not good. Huo Wujin and Heisha resisted with all their might. Rumble! The cave trembled as Huo Wujin and Heisha flew out of the cave. Is this the true power of the heavenly sword? A piece of divine stone had completely restored the origin of the heavenly sword. Right now, the heavenly sword was at its peak. Not only had its power increased by a lot, but the power of light was also clearer and more vigorous, making the sword aura irresistible. Let's go. Let's go out. Right now, Yi Chen didn't need to be afraid of quasi-legendary supremes. In terms of defense, he could block the attacks of quasi-legendary supremes. In terms of offense, he was probably at the top among quasi-legendary supremes. After flying out of the cave, the two saw Huo Wujin and Heisha with gloomy expressions. 7-star Earth Saint artifact. Who are you guys? Huo Wujin asked. He didn't think that ordinary people could possess a 7-star Earth Saint artifact. It doesn't matter who we are. Take this. With a wave of the heavenly sword, Yi Chen executed the death cut, which had the widest range of attack. Although the death cut wasn't at the completion stage, it already had the might of a completion stage sword move under the amplification of the heavenly sword. As for the completion stage sword moves, the Overlord sword form and illusory sword form, they were of a higher level. Huo Wujin and Heisha were having a hard time resisting. The Saint artifact in Yi Chen's hand was too powerful. If they had a 7-star Earth Saint artifact, they could even challenge legendary supremes. Huo Wujin, Heisha, let me help you guys. Right at this moment, Huo Wubian arrived. The power of the fire god's halberd in his hand skyrocketed as he swept it at Yi Chen. Chapter 1349. The fire divine halberd had fused with a divine stone, officially becoming a saint artifact. Although it was only a 1-star Earth Saint artifact, there was a huge gap between a supreme artifact and a saint artifact. On the contrary, the gap between an Earth Saint artifact was much smaller. With a 1-star Earth Saint artifact, Huowubian's strength had firmly suppressed Huowujin and Heisha. He could be considered an expert among quasi-legend rank sovereigns. Deep green flames curled up and turned into a ferocious Qilin that pounced at Yichun. "Come at me!" Yichun roared and executed the Tyrant sword stance. Boom! The fire Qilin and the sword Qi perished together, and a powerful shockwave swept out in all directions. Powerful, worthy of being a quasi-legend rank sovereign. Yichun was clear that he was relying on the Sky Sword stance to have the strength of a quasi-legend rank sovereign, while Huowubian and the rest were quasi-legend rank sovereigns themselves. If they had the strength, they would naturally be powerful and couldn't be easily dealt with. But I have the illusory sword stance. If one's heart force isn't strong enough, they won't be my opponent. Yichun was very confident in his illusory sword stance. Not every quasi-legend rank sovereign's defense was as strong as his. Therefore, as long as they were affected by the illusion for a moment, he would be able to find a loophole and attack them. Raging Flame River. Seeing that his ultimate move had been neutralized, Huowubian executed an even stronger move. As soon as this move was executed, the surging flames turned into a river and gushed towards Yichun. "It's time to show my true strength." Yichun did not try to avoid it, instead rushing toward the river of fire. "Courting death." Huowubian sneered, but in the next moment his expression froze. Yichun actually ignored the flame river and slashed his way through it. When the surging flames landed on Yichun, they were instantly extinguished. Illusory sword stance. After slashing apart the last layer of the flame river, Yichun appeared before Huowubian and slashed out with his sword. Not good. Huowubian had already experienced the power of the illusory sword stance, but he still couldn't defend against it. If one wanted to defend against the illusory sword stance, their heart force must be strong enough, or they had cultivated a supreme heart force secret art. Puchi. Yichun's celestial sword pierced through Huowubian's shoulder. Originally, Yichun had wanted to stab Huowubian's chest, but he had woken up ahead of time. The fire god halberd and celestial sword clashed, causing celestial sword's attack trajectory to deviate slightly. After the sword pierced through Huowubian's shoulder, Yichun lightly shook the heavenly sword. Like powder, half of Huowubian's body completely disintegrated. This is a 7-star sacred artifact. Huowubian was startled. He swept away Yichun with his halberd to prevent himself from suffering another heavy injury. "The three of you are no match for me now." Yichun retreated several hundred meters and didn't continue attacking. It was too difficult to kill 3 quasi-legendary supremes. Forcing them into a desperate situation was tantamount to forcing them to risk their lives. The 3 of them were silent. What Yichun said was the truth, and they couldn't refute it. Even if they did, they wouldn't be able to display their own strength. Hence, they were feeling very conflicted. "Let's go." Seeing that the 3 of them weren't speaking, Yichun knew that if they stayed here, they would only fly into a rage out of humiliation. His figure flashed, and he flew away with Lan Yu. "We're letting them go just like that." Black Fiend was a little unwilling. "What else can we do? He has a 7-star sacred artifact. Ordinary quasi-legendary supremes would find it hard to touch him. Only legendary supremes can suppress him. But you and I both know that legendary supremes won't easily make a move unless they've won their respect. 7th-ranked tribes all had legendary supremes. Hence, legendary supremes wouldn't make a move for fear of inadvertently provoking other 7th-ranked tribes and causing a war. It was fine for the people below to fight, but the people above had to be careful. There might be other divine stones on the 12th floor. Let's continue searching. Hu Wubian's mood wasn't too bad. He was already satisfied with obtaining a divine stone. Previously, he had chased after Yi Chen because he was afraid that Yi Chen would leak the secret, making it impossible for him to obtain the divine stone on the 12th floor. After recovering the heavenly sword origin, Yi Chen didn't continue to stay in the divine fire cave. Quasi-legendary supremes weren't scary, but legendary supremes were. If he provoked the legendary supremes of the divine fire tribe, he would probably die here. The days returned to normal. Yi Chen and Lan Yu occasionally went out for a stroll and went hunting. The rest of the time, they basically stayed in the Eternal Tribe to practice sword and saber arts. Of course, Yi Chen also began to try to forge a supreme sword. In the center of the wilderness god continent, there was a lonely mountain. The top of the mountain had been flattened, and a golden hall sat on it. In the hall, there were 5 golden chairs, each with a person sitting on it. If a legendary supremes were here, they would definitely recognize that the 5 people in the hall were the chiefs of the 5 rank 8 tribes. They were the Redbud Flower tribes Kong Siwei, the Unfalling Eagle tribes Ing Liexiong, the Yunzhong tribes Yun Piamia, the Battle Pagoda tribes Tai Tan, and the Xinghai tribes Chen Tianding. Same rules. The Wilderness God Tower will decide how long the martial character can be held, the Xinghai tribes Chen Tianding said. Then let's go with the old rules. Tai Tan agreed, but then he said, but the details have to be changed. The tribe that gets first place in the Wilderness God Tower will get 2 portions of time, not 1. The Redbud Flower tribes Kong Siwei frowned. Doesn't that mean that only the top 9 can fight for the tribe's time? That's right. Tai Tan nodded. Tai Tan, it seems that you are very confident in the youths of your tribe. Ing Liexiong sized up Tai Tan with a meaningful look. The Yunzhong tribe's Yun Piaomiao raised her right hand. I agree with Tai Tan. Who's afraid of who? Then let's go with this rule. Ing Liexiong said, Eternal Tribe. To reach the large success stage of the 5 elements sword art is indeed not something that can be done in a day. Yi Chen sighed. The 5 elements sword art was his foundation. Once he reached the large success stage of the 5 elements sword art, he would be able to create sword moves based on the 5 elements sword art. At that time, be it offense or defense, there would be no loopholes. Furthermore, he would be able to condense the essence of the 5 elements sword art and continue to advance towards a higher level, such as creating a supreme sword art. It must be known that even legendary supremes could not create supreme martial arts. Only high-level legendary supremes could create supreme martial arts. When Heavenly Lord Rotten Devil was at his peak, he should be a high-level legendary supremes. There was no progress in the 5 elements sword art. However, during this period of time, Yi Chen did not gain nothing. He had already forged a semi-finished supreme sword. In the process of forging the supreme sword art, Yi Chen was surprised to find that his destruction sword intent and immortal sword intent were slowly improving. Among them, the light sword intent was improving the fastest and had already entered the ranks of the 8th rank. Perhaps when he successfully forged a supreme sword art, he would be able to upgrade the 2 supreme sword intents to the 9th rank and the light sword intent to the peak of the 8th rank. Of course, this was only a guess. A 9th rank supreme sword intent was not that easy to upgrade. Yi Chen, are you interested in going to the Unfalling Eagle tribe with me? Lan Yu came over and asked. Chapter 1350, Unfalling Eagle Tribe. Yi Chen looked at Lan Yu. Lan Yu said, Actually, I am the daughter of the Unfalling Eagle Tribe's leader. My full name is Ing Lan Yu. Why did you invite me to the Unfalling Eagle Tribe? Yi Chen had long guessed that Lan Yu's identity was not simple. She should have come from a large tribe, so he was not surprised at all when she said that she was the daughter of the Unfalling Eagle Tribe's leader. Lan Yu explained, your Tyrant word, and illusion word, as well as my break word, all came from a calligraphy piece left behind by a demigod, and the name of this calligraphy piece is the martial word. The entire calligraphy piece is called the martial word, and the martial word gathers the essence of the entire calligraphy piece. As long as you can completely comprehend the essence of the martial word, you can easily create a supreme martial art. You can even comprehend the will of a demigod through the martial word, and raise your own will to the 9th step. However, the martial word does not belong to anyone, nor does it belong to any great power. It is kept in the hands of the 5 great tribes of the 8th rank. Every 100 years, the 5 great tribes will send young experts to challenge the desolate god tower. According to the results of the challenge, each tribe will hold the martial word for the next 100 years. As an outsider, you originally did not have the opportunity to participate, but as long as you work hard for my unfalling eagle tribe and obtain a good result in the desolate god tower, I might be able to persuade Father to allocate some time for you to comprehend the martial word. Martial word. Yi Chen's eyes flashed. To him, the opportunity to comprehend the martial word was indeed an unimaginable opportunity. This was much more important than obtaining a saint tool. His sword intent and 5 elements sword arts were both at a critical point. Once he was inspired by the martial word, the possibility of a breakthrough was very high. Next, Lan Yu explained the details to Yi Chen. The 5 great tribes would each send 10 young experts under 2,000 years old. Only by entering the top 10 would they be able to obtain a share of the time for the tribe. The desolate god tower had a total of 1,000 floors. The previous time, the first place of the desolate god tower had reached the 655th floor. At that time, Lan Yu's strength was not too high, and she had only reached the 580th floor, which was outside of the top 10. The 5 tribes attach great importance to the duration of holding the word martial. The longer one holds the word martial, the faster the strength of the warriors in the tribe will increase. If there is no warrior in the tribe who can break into the top 10, then they will not have the opportunity to hold the word martial for the next 100 years. This will cause them to become weaker and weaker. They will be left behind by others, and it will be difficult to catch up in the future. Lan Yu said as she waved her fist, "Last time, she was not able to enter the top 10. This time, she had to give it a try. What young experts are there in the 5 tribes? How strong are they?" Yi Chen felt that it was necessary to understand the strength of the young masters of the 5 tribes. Lan Yu said, 100 years ago, the top 3 young experts of the 5 great tribes were all quasi-legend supremes. 100 years have passed, and with the addition of comprehending the word martial, I reckon that each of them has become even more powerful. This year, there might be more than 10 quasi-legend supremes. The top 3 are Battle Bear of the Battle Pagoda tribe, Evil Star of the Xinghai tribe, and Kang Shueli of the Bauhinia tribe. Among them, Evil Star is the same as you from the outside world. It is said that he is an evil spirit from the outside world. Evil spirit race. Evil Star, could it be Supreme Evil Star? Yi Chen had heard of Supreme Evil Star before. He was a rare genius of the evil spirit race. Like him, he had become a supreme in 1,000 years. However, he had disappeared 700 years ago. It turned out that he had gone to the desolate god continent. After hearing so much, you should be willing to follow me to the unfalling eagle tribe, right? Lan Yu asked. Yi Chen nodded. Of course I am. On the same day, the 2 of them set off for the unfalling eagle tribe. The unfalling eagle tribe was located on the largest grassland in the desolate god continent. As far as the eye could see, the world was a vast expanse of green that extended to the end of the horizon. The unfalling eagle tribe was very large, like a city. Looking down from the sky, The entire tribe was shaped like an eagle spreading its wings and soaring into the sky. It was very domineering. The princess is back. Lan Yu's return immediately caused a commotion in the unfalling eagle tribe. Some young experts rushed over. It was too difficult to find a suitable partner in the desolate god continent. Lan Yu was the best in terms of identity, temperament, and strength, not to mention the young experts of the unfalling eagle tribe. Even the young experts of the other large tribes were interested in Lan Yu. Lan Yu, where have you been for so long? You're only a high-level super venerable. What qualifications do you have to speak to Princess Lan Yu? Lan Yu, I've already reached the peak super venerable realm in the past few years. Didn't you say that I could speak to you when I reached the peak super venerable realm? The weakest of these young experts was a low-level supreme, and the strongest was a peak supreme. If they were placed in the outside world, they would definitely be top experts. The various races would have a headache. It seems that you are quite popular. Yi Chen followed beside Lan Yu and said with a smile. Lan Yu said, helplessly, they are all a bunch of flies. So annoying. At first, everyone's attention was on Lan Yu. After not getting a response from Lan Yu, they noticed that Lan Yu had actually brought back a young man. Immediately, their gazes turned unfriendly. Lan Yu, who is he? A young man blocked their path. Yi Chen raised his head and saw that the other party was very handsome. His aura was vigorous and vast. Although it was hard to see his strength from his appearance, Yi Chen had a feeling that the other party should be a quasi-legend supreme. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to threaten him. Ing Tianjia, is it your business who I bring back? Lan Yu said bluntly. Ing Tianjia's expression didn't change, as if he was used to Lan Yu's attitude. However, his gaze towards Yi Chen was even colder. He transmitted, I don't care what relationship you have with Lan Yu. From now on, you better stay far away from her. Otherwise, I have 100 ways to make you wish you were dead. You understand? He had long known that Lan Yu wasn't interested in him. However, in his opinion, Lan Yu wasn't interested in anyone. Therefore, his chances were still high. Now that there was another Yi Chen, his heart was filled with intense anger. You are come to me. At this moment, a thunderous voice sounded. Hearing this voice, everyone shut their mouths and became silent. Yi Chen, come with me to see my father. Lan Yu was prepared to bring along Yi Chen. You come alone. Let him stay. At the same time the thunderous voice sounded, Lan Yu involuntarily flew out, leaving Yi Chen alone in the unfalling Eagle Tribe's plaza. Surrounding him was a group of young experts with unkind expressions. Yi Chen sized up the place where Lan Yu left with a strange expression. The corner of his mouth twitched. Lan Yu's father seemed to want to test him. It seemed that if he didn't work hard, he might be kicked out of the unfalling Eagle Tribe. Chapter 1351. Turn around and leave now, and you'll still have a chance. Otherwise, you'll lose all your face, a peak supreme being behind Ing Tianjia said. You can try. In this world where the strong ruled, one had to fight until the other submitted. You're courting death, Tianjia. I'll teach him a lesson first. You watch from the side. This peak supreme being was called Ing Feihai, one of the 4 heroes of the unfalling Eagle Tribe. The leader of the 4 heroes was Ing Tianjia, and Lan Yu was also one of them. Ing Tianjia nodded slightly, giving his opponent enough space, and said, Move faster. Don't worry, it shouldn't take long. Ing Feihai walked in front of Yi Chen and extended his right hand. A blue spear appeared in his hand. The spearhead was blood blue, and judging from its aura, it was clearly a 3-star Earth Saint weapon. Take this. With the holy spear in hand, Ing Feihai shouted and stabbed at Yi Chen. In an instant, thousands of spear patterns surged out, as if thousands of little eagles were flying, full of freedom and unrestrained feeling. Your spear art isn't weak. Yi Chen was a bit surprised. Even though his opponent's spear art hadn't reached completion, it wasn't far from completion. Before becoming a supreme being, Yi Chen had always had an advantage in martial arts, but after becoming a supreme being, martial arts became his weakness. If it weren't for the word tyrant and illusion, he wouldn't even have a sword art at completion. Sword burial art. Facing the attack of thousands of spear patterns, Yi Chen used the space-time sword burial art. The sword burial art incorporated the essence of the word break. In terms of power, it might be a bit weaker than Tyrant sword style and Illusion sword style, but the powerful space-time sword aura could bury the opponent's time. Yi Chen stabbed out, and the thousands of spear patterns froze. Yi Chen's sword pierced through the spear patterns bit by bit, and finally landed on Ing Feihai's chest. Pooh, blood blossomed. Yi Chen pulled back immediately, not intending to completely injure his opponent. Thump, thump, thump. The space-time sword aura disappeared, and Ing Feihai took a few steps back, as if he was struck by lightning. "You are not my match," Yi Chen said to Ing Feihai. Just as Ing Feihai was about to say something, Ing Tianjie said coldly, "What is there to be smug about with the help of a sacred artifact? If I am not mistaken, the sword in your hand should be a 7-star sacred artifact." 7-star Earth Saint weapon. Everyone was shocked. Not to mention the Sky Saint artifact, there were only a few of them in the entire Wild's God continent. The Earth Saint artifact was what everyone was thinking about. The 7-star Earth Saint artifact was one of the best saint artifacts in the entire Wild's God continent. Normally, only legendary supremes could own one. What a coincidence! I also use a sword. The Heavenly Eagle sword in my hand is a 6-star Earth Saint artifact. Ing Tianjie unsheathed a sword from his waist. The body of the sword was extremely sharp, giving people the sharpness of an eagle. The 4 heroes of the Unfalling Eagle tribe each had an Earth Saint tool, and all of them were 3-star Saint tools. If they wanted to upgrade their Star Saint tools, they could only rely on themselves. To upgrade the Heavenly Eagle sword to a 6-star Earth Saint tool, Ing Tianjie had spent a lot of time and energy. "Make your move." Yi Chen became serious. Eagle Wind Break. Chi. The speed of Ing Tianjie's sword was extremely fast. Although it was unbelievably fast, it gave people a feeling of flying elegantly, as if he was gliding in the wind. Great completion sword art. Yi Chen took a deep breath. It was within Yi Chen's expectation that his opponent would have the chance to comprehend the word martial and upgrade his supreme sword art to the great completion realm. Now, he was looking forward to the word martial even more. It was still the sword burial art. If Ing Tianjie's sword was a flexible sword, then Yi Chen's sword was a sword of stillness. When the 2 extreme swords collided, no one knew what would happen. Dang, 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 dang. The sound of metal clashing filled the entire square. Yi Chen's sword burial art was forcibly broken by Ing Tianjie's sword art. Ing Tianjie's sword art was also a space-time sword art, and it was steadily suppressing Yi Chen. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Chen had used a defensive stance at the critical moment, he wouldn't have been able to defend against his opponent's sword art. Powerful, his time profound should be at 80% completion. Yi Chen was very clear that it wasn't that his sword burial art was inferior to his opponent's sword art, but that his time profound was lower. He was at 70% completion, while his opponent was at 80%. Although the difference of 10% did not seem big when it came to martial arts, the difference would be hundreds or even thousands of times. In other words, his opponent's space-time sword art was hundreds or thousands of times more powerful than Yi Chen's sword burial art. They were not even on the same level. Of course, Yi Chen's Heaven Sword was a 7-star Earth Saint weapon, while his opponent's was a 6-star Earth Saint weapon. Looking at the situation, Yi Chun was naturally at a disadvantage, being suppressed by Ing Tianjia. Tianjia will win for sure. Seeing this, many young experts of the Unfalling Eagle tribe were very confident. The brat you brought back is not weak, but he doesn't seem to be Tianjia's opponent. In the tribe's palace, Ing Liexiong smiled lightly. Lan Yu said, "Father, don't look down on him. He hasn't used his true ultimate skill yet." "Oh, he still has ultimate skills? Just wait and see." Lan Yu was very confident in Yi Chun. Passively taking a beating was not Yi Chen's style. The sword burial art was also not his strongest sword technique. His strongest sword technique was the illusory sword form. For experts with weak heart power, the illusory sword form was their nemesis. Yi Chun didn't think that he could comprehend the heart power realm from the word martial. Even if he could comprehend it, he wouldn't have enough time. The difficulty would be very high. The heaven sword was brandished, and a sword light bubble spread out, instantly covering the entire plaza. Everyone within the range of the illusory sword form was affected by the illusion. What's going on? What happened? The young experts realized that they were alone in the void. They couldn't see anyone else, and the sky was filled with flashing sword lights. Occasionally, all sorts of strange scenes would appear. The illusory sword form would produce different illusions according to each person's personality. Ing Tianjia had a strong personality. The illusion he produced was an incomparably huge sword chi sweeping over. This sword chi seemed to want to split the entire prairie. It was unstoppable. Impossible. It's an illusion. Ing Tianjia was, after all, the #1 expert of the Unfalling Eagle tribe, the leader of the 4 heroes. He instantly retreated from the illusion, and what welcomed him was an ordinary sword light. In an extremely sorry state, Ing Tianjia blocked the sword light. However, in his haste, he did not have the time to gather his strength, and his entire body was sent flying. "Daddy, how was it?" Lan Yu said with a smile. Ing Liexiong nodded. "Not bad. This move uses speed to produce illusions. It can reflect everything in one's mind, including the subconscious. People without strong enough heart power will find it difficult to block this move. All right, I agree to let him replace the Unfalling Eagle tribe in the Desolate God Tower." "You agree?" Lan Yu said excitedly. "Call him over in a while. I have something to discuss with him. It's not that simple." Ing Liexiong was rather interested in Yi Chun, but the test had just begun. With Yi Chen's current strength, he was not on par with the other 3 young experts. It would be difficult for him to even enter the top 5. Everything depended on whether he had potential. If he had enough potential, he still had enough time. Chapter 1352. Again, Ing Tianjia was extremely unconvinced. Yi Chun had not defeated him. He had only made him suffer a little. As long as he was not affected by the illusion, Yi Chun would definitely not be his match. Enough. At this moment, Ing Liexiong spoke. His voice spread to the plaza. Yes, no one dared to disobey the orders of the leader of the Unfalling Eagle tribe, not even Ing Tianjia. Unfalling Eagle tribe's main hall. You are not bad. You are qualified to represent my Unfalling Eagle tribe in the Desolate God Tower. Ing Liexiong sized up Yi Chun and nodded to himself. Yi Chun felt extremely uncomfortable being stared at by the other party. The other party's eyes were like the sharpest scalpel in the world, able to see through all his secrets. Even his soul was under the other party's observation. Silver Martial Dao Yuan spirit, and not just a basic Silver Martial Dao Yuan spirit. The stronger the Martial Dao Yuan spirit, the more observant it was. It could see through all the secrets of others. It was said that if one could cultivate a gold Martial Dao Yuan spirit, they would not be far from becoming a true god. With a thought, they could cause the world to collapse and the opponent's body to disintegrate. That would be my honor. Yi Chen said. Liexiong smiled. Very humble, but humble requires confidence. Lan, you should have told you the details of the desolate god tower. This time, the details have been changed. Only those who reach the top 9 will receive a portion of time. First place will receive 2 portions. 1 portion is 10 years, 2 portions is 20 years. If you can reach the top 9, I can let you comprehend the word martial for a year. If you reach first place, you can comprehend it for 2 years. What do you think? No problem. Yi Chen nodded without the slightest hesitation. If it were someone else, they might think that the time was too little. However, Yi Chen didn't think so. First, he didn't have the chance to participate in the first place. Even if he managed to obtain the amount of time for the unfalling eagle tribe, the others wouldn't be able to give him too much time to comprehend. Second, the tribe was so big, and everyone wanted to comprehend the martial character. If he had more time to comprehend it, the others would naturally have less time to do so. Under such circumstances, 1 or 2 years was already a luxury. It's not over yet. What I just said is without external help. However, with your strength, you can only reach the top 9. There is no hope for the first one, but I have a way for you to increase your strength even faster. The prerequisite is that the time you need to comprehend the word martial must be halved. Reach the top 9, comprehend the word martial for half a year. Reach first, comprehend the word martial for a year. What? Yi Chen frowned. Liexiong explained. My unfalling eagle tribe possesses 13 words left behind by a demigod. I can let you comprehend these words. For example, your time ultimacy is only at the 70% comprehension realm. I have the time word left behind by a demigod. As long as your perception is not low, you can raise your time ultimacy realm before challenging the desolate god tower. Time? Yi Chen's heart stirred. The time ultimacy was extremely difficult to raise. With the time word left behind by a demigod, there was indeed hope of raising the time ultimacy realm. All right. This was a rare opportunity. Yi Chen did not believe that with his current strength, he would be able to reach first place. Being able to borrow external help was naturally a good thing. Are there any other words? There is still the guard word. However, there should not be enough time. In another year, the 100 years will be up. In this year, it would be impressive if you can comprehend a bit of the essence of the time word. Actually, Liexiong did not have much hope for Yi Chen. The main reason was that he did not give Yi Chen much time. He did not expect that only the top 9 would receive a portion of time. The first place would receive 2 portions. Yi Chen, comprehend the time word first. Don't be too impatient. Lan Yu reminded Yi Chen from the side. All right. Yi Chen nodded. A year was a little too short. Be it the time word or the guard word, they were both very important to him. The time word could help him raise his time ultimacy. The guard word could help him perfect his 5 elements defensive sword techniques. If he could comprehend these 2 words, his combat strength would greatly increase. This is the time word. Comprehend it well. Also, I have arranged a courtyard for you. In the future, that will be your residence until you leave. Liexiong tossed a stone to Yi Chen. On it was a time word. Just 1 word could affect time. Yi Chen could clearly see that the time around the stone had stopped flowing. It was like a pool of stagnant water. After Yi Chen left, Liexiong said to Lan Yu, I have given him the chance. Now, it will depend on his comprehension. Lan Yu said, Father, Yi Chen's comprehension is really high. He is much stronger than me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought him back. That is for the best. Right, tell me about what happened along the way. Liexiong and Lan Yu started to talk about daily life. In the courtyard, Yichen did not waste any time and started to comprehend the time word. What a weird word. Yichen found that once his consciousness entered the strange space of the time word, it stopped moving. He couldn't retract it even if he wanted to. He could only stay inside and watch. Time flew. Yichen's time profound slowly improved. Because his consciousness couldn't leave, Yichen continued to comprehend it. In the desolate God continent, if one didn't eat meat for a day, their strength would decrease. After a long time without meat, Yichen was so skinny that he was just a bag of bones. His strength had decreased by 1 or 2%. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. Yichen was so skinny that he didn't even look like a human. Lanyu had been here once. Seeing Yichen like this, she frowned for a long time. Now, she finally understood why her father didn't want her to be in a hurry to comprehend the time word. It turned out that comprehending the time word required a huge price. People with low comprehension couldn't even comprehend it. Otherwise, their consciousness would be stuck in it forever, and they would die of exhaustion. Another month passed. So dangerous. Yichen's consciousness withdrew. The reason his consciousness could withdraw was because his time profound had reached 80% completion. To comprehend the time word, he had to improve his time profound before he could withdraw. Otherwise, his consciousness wouldn't be able to extricate itself. After recuperating for a week and eating a large amount of supreme meat, Yichen finally recovered his strength. With his time profound reaching 80% completion, the power of Yichen's sword burial art and death cut increased greatly. They were equivalent to great accomplishment sword moves. They weren't any weaker than hegemon sword style and illusory sword style. Especially the sword burial art, its power was even above illusory sword style. Illusory sword style used illusions to win, while sword burial art could make the opponent unable to move. Unless the opponent's time profound wasn't lower than Yichen's, and their heart power wasn't weak either. Still not enough. Yichen continued to comprehend the time word. The difference between time profound at 80% completion and time profound at 90% completion was like heaven and earth. 80% of time profound would allow the space-time sword art to have the power of a great accomplishment supreme sword art. 90% would be close to perfection. As for time profound, at 100%, it would definitely surpass perfection supreme sword arts. One had to know that time profound was the strongest in battle. It was a level stronger than the other complementary profounds. It could contend with the most ordinary supreme sword arts. Chapter 1353. I underestimated him. Ing Liexiong had been observing Yichen these days. He was shocked to see Yichen raise his time profound to 80% in just 4 months. He had thought that Yichen would be able to raise his time profound to the peak of 70% in a year. Usually, the peak of 70% time profound would allow his mind to leave the strange space. He was prepared to use some energy to maintain Yichen's vitality. This little girl's eyes are really good. She casually found a peerless genius. Compared to the outsider called Evil Star from the Star Sea tribe, this boy's talent is much higher. I hope he can fight for 2 portions of time for the unfalling Eagle tribe. Maybe I can give him more time to comprehend the word martial. Days passed. The young experts of the 5 tribes were all preparing. Star Sea tribe. Evil Star, you must get first place for the Star Sea tribe this time. On an island surrounded by the sea, the leader of the Star Sea tribe and a young man stood side by side. The young man was very handsome, and there was an evil aura in his eyes. This evil aura was not acquired but innate. Members of the evil spirit race usually had this kind of evil aura. However, it was not as thick as the young man's. Evil Star smiled calmly. Leader, don't worry. I was careless last time. I didn't expect the Battle Tower Tribe's battle bear to be as strong as me. With some effort, I can definitely surpass him. That's for the best. Don't worry. I can make it up to you if there are any consequences. Thank you, leader. Evil Star looked up at the sky. The leader of the Star Sea tribe beside him disappeared without a sound. It's been 300 years. I wonder when I can return to the outside world and the familiar universe. He had disappeared 700 years ago, but he had only been in the Wild's God continent for 300 years. In the past 400 years, he had fallen into a dangerous place and came to the Wild's God continent by chance. When I return to the universe, the evil spirit race will definitely rise. The demons can only be on equal footing with the evil spirit race. Evil Star was very ambitious. He wanted to control the entire evil spirit race and make it one of the strongest races in the universe. He would not be ranked behind the demons and the human race. He clenched his fists tightly, and a terrifying evil shadow appeared above his head, descending from the middle of the clouds. He stood high above, overlooking the common people. On a cliff that was covered in drifting clouds, a young man with boundless charisma stood there with his hands clasped behind his back. He quietly stood there, yet it was as though he was the center of the world, the ruler of the universe. His aura contained a terrifying charm, causing those with lower cultivation bases to be involuntarily attracted to him, wanting to submit to him. His body contained a tyrannical aura, the aura of a king, the aura of a leader, and the aura of a supreme genius. It was extremely hard to describe. As expected of the great demon king bloodline, the essence of the demons. An old man floated over. He was the leader of Yunzhong tribe, Yun Piaomiao. Leader! The young man did not even turn his head. His posture was neither servile nor overbearing. From the looks of it, you should be very confident in the desolate god Tower. Confidence is an illusory thing. I only believe in strength. Yun Piaomiao did not mind the other party's arrogance. He was well aware of how frightening the great Demon King bloodline was. The other party had not even been in the desolate god continent for 100 years, yet he already had the strength of a legend sovereign. This was simply unimaginable. It should be known that the other party was only at the 7th life and death realm when he first arrived. It's good that you have such confidence. However, the Battle Tower tribe's War Bear and the Redbud Flower tribe's Kong Shuili cannot be underestimated. They might also have the strength of a legend sovereign. The most noteworthy one is that young expert from the outside world called Evil Star. He should be a formidable opponent for you. Sovereign Evil Star. I've long wanted to defeat him, but I never had the chance. I'll let him know that there is only one genius in this world, and that's me. Hee. Yun Piaomiao chuckled. In truth, he was still not used to interacting with the great Demon King bloodline. The Battle Tower tribe was filled with towers. A young man who was even more muscular than a bear was training with a metal tower. His body gave off an intense feeling, as if his body was a supreme weapon, indestructible. Every single hair on his body was sharper than any weapon. As long as it was activated, it could easily pierce through anything. This was a pure body training, even purer than Yi Chen's immortal sword body. As for which was better, it was hard to say. Dong! The metal tower was thrown to the ground, and the muscular young man jumped up and slapped the top of the metal tower. Kacha! The metal tower sank a little, and with another slap, the metal tower continued to sink. After a few hundred slaps, only the top of the metal tower was left above the ground. 99 missions have been completed for today. Only one left. The muscular young man muttered to himself. In the Redbud Flower tribe, women were respected. In this place, the experts were mostly women. Men were few and far between. Moreover, as vassals, the ones in charge were all women. The redbud flower tribe was surrounded by countless flowers. The entire redbud flower tribe seemed to be growing in the midst of countless flowers, inseparable from them. On the southern side, a woman was currently plucking flowers. The strange thing was that the flowers she plucked were not real flowers, but rather illusory images of flowers. 1, 2, 3. Very soon, the flowers in her hands became a bunch, filled with a myriad of colors, and looked somewhat illusory. A female attendant walked over, and when she saw the flowers in the woman's hands, she was given a fright. This was because what she saw was not a bunch of flowers, but rather a bunch of sinister-looking snakes. "Princess, the leader is asking for you." "Okay, I'll be right there." The woman carried the flowers and followed behind the maid. Soon, the two of them arrived at the magnificent hall of the redbud flower tribe. In the main seat of the hall, a charming woman glanced at the flowers in the woman's hands. She couldn't help but smile. "Shweli, seems like your heart force has reached another level." The woman casually tossed the flowers into the air. The illusions of the flowers instantly imprinted themselves on the walls on both sides of the hall, becoming vivid and lifelike murals. The word heart left behind by the demigod realm is extremely profound, second only to the word martial. Recently, my comprehension of the word heart has reached a new level. That's for the best. Last time, my violet gold flower tribe held the word martial for 30 years. This time, we'll fight for 40 years. In these 40 years, I'll give you 10 years so that your supreme martial arts can reach the perfection realm, and your martial can reach the 9th level. The higher one's comprehension of the profound of time, the harder it was to comprehend. This didn't mean that the profound of time was stronger than the profound of strength. The main reason was that the profound of time couldn't be separated from the profound of space, and the profound of space couldn't be separated from the profound of time. As the level of the profound of time increased, the power of time and space would become more and more terrifying. After another 6 months, Yichen finally raised his comprehension of the profound of time to 85%. Leave some time for the word guard. After his comprehension of the profound of time reached 80%, it was much easier to withdraw his consciousness. Yichen didn't intend to continue comprehending the word time. In the next 2 months, it would be hard for him to make any progress. He might as well use the time to comprehend the word guard and try to raise the power of the 5 elements defensive sword art to the grand completion realm. This is the word guard. For you, Ing Liexiong didn't refuse Yi Chen's request. On the contrary, he admired it. Most people would go crazy when they saw the word guard. How could they be as calm as Yi Chen? He left the rest of the time for the word guard. This was the best way to increase his strength. After obtaining the word guard, Yi Chen immediately entered the strange space. He didn't have much time left. He didn't dare to be certain that he could completely comprehend the essence of the word guard in 2 months. That was because it was even more profound than the words tyrant, break, and illusion. But as long as he could comprehend 20 to 30% of it, it should be enough for it to become a grand completion supreme defensive sword art. A grand completion supreme defensive sword art was twice as important as a grand completion supreme offensive sword art. If the attack was high and the defense was weak, then others could find your flaws and defeat you. But if your defense was also high, then even if others found your flaws, it would be very difficult to defeat you. Offense was used to defeat others, while defense was used to protect oneself. Yi Chen's advantage was that he had the immortal sword body. With the immortal sword body and the guard, even ordinary legendary supremes wouldn't be able to do anything to Yi Chen. Chapter 1354. In the center of the wilderness god continent, there was an ancient pagoda. The pagoda was very high, reaching all the way to the clouds. It was a place that even legendary supremes could not reach. On the eaves of every floor of the pagoda, there were 4 bells. The bells did not move at all, and even when the wind blew, it did not move. On the signboard on the first floor of the pagoda, there were 2 words, Wilderness God. On this day, dozens of people from each of the 5 tribes flew towards the Wilderness God Pagoda. 10 of them were the young experts of the tribes. Among the people of the Unfalling Eagle tribe, Lan Yu whispered to Yi Qin, how much progress have you made in comprehending the word guard in 2 months? She was very clear about how terrifying Battle Bear, Kong Shuili, and Evil Star were. 100 years ago, the 3 of them were no weaker than Ing Tianjia. After 100 years, she really did not know what realm the 3 of them had reached. Perhaps they were already at the legendary supremes level. I have roughly comprehended 30 to 40% of its essence. Don't worry, my extreme prosperity decline has already reached the large success stage. With my defense, I still have a chance. In a short while, the group arrived beside the Wilderness God Pagoda. The Wilderness God Pagoda released a faint pressure that made everyone not dare to make any noise. The people of the Star Sea tribe, Battle Pagoda tribe, Redbud Flower tribe, and Yunzhong tribe arrived slightly later than the people of the Unfalling Eagle tribe. The leaders of the 5 tribes did not look around and did not exchange glances with each other. The young experts sized each other up. After all, they were the ones to enter the Wilderness God Pagoda, so they had to see if there were any new faces. Who is that black-robed young man from Yunzhong tribe? Why haven't I seen him before? He should be a rising genius from Yunzhong tribe. He looks extraordinary. I actually feel subservient to him. How is this possible? Some of the young experts were puzzled and did not dare to look at him again. It seemed that if they looked at him again, their fighting spirit would vanish. In the Star Sea tribe, Evil Star frowned slightly. The black-robed young man gave him quite a bit of pressure. Furthermore, he felt that he was very familiar, but he was sure that he had never seen him before. Who is it? That damned black-robed man. How could Evil Star not know that the black robe looked ordinary, but it was able to shield him from observation? Zhang Xiong and Kong Shuili were also sizing up the black-robed youth. Zhang Xiong's eyes burned like torches as he tried to penetrate the black robe. However, no matter how hard he tried, his gaze lingered outside the black robe. What kind of black robe is this? It can actually block my heaven-battling Dharma eyes. It shouldn't be a sage artifact. The Desolate God Tower does not allow sage artifacts to be used. The Desolate God Tower paid particular attention to absolute fairness. Hence, sage artifacts could not be used. Only cardinal treasure weapons could be used. Kong Shuili closed her eyes. If someone with supreme heart force were here, they would definitely discover that a heart's eye had appeared in the void. This heart's eye was currently observing the black-robed young man. Heart's eye. The black-robed young man's heart stirred. When one's heart force reached an extremely high level, the heart's eye would be born. The heart's eye was more powerful than any other eye. It could observe down to the smallest detail and would not be affected in any way. The black-robed young man had the bloodline of the great demon king, but he believed that his heart force realm was inferior to Kong Shuili's. Of course, although his heart force realm was inferior, he could still interfere. In the next moment, the black robe fluttered without any wind. A distorted heart force appeared on it, causing the heart's eye to be unable to see anything unless Kong Shuili stubbornly wanted to see through it. However, it was clear that Kong Shuili had given up. Since the other party did not want others to know his identity, He definitely had a way to prevent others from observing him. Oh, at this moment, the black-robed young man's expression changed slightly. A pair of eyes had seen through his black robe. Following the source of the gaze, the black-robed young man saw Yi Chen of the unfalling Eagle tribe. The two's gazes met. Yi Chen's netherworld sacred eye contained the will of hell. It could see through all secrets. Demonic energy, extremely pure demonic energy. Could it be the bloodline of the legendary great Demon King? Yi Chen had never seen such pure demonic energy. Compared to the other party, the heavenly demon sovereign was like a firefly compared to the sun and moon. It was not even worth mentioning. Even the dark witch or dark goddess could not compare to such pure demonic energy. Yi Chen could not think of any other possibility. The only explanation was the bloodline of the great Demon King. Yi Chen, the black-robed young man, knew Yi Chen. It was also thanks to Yi Chen that he came to the Wild's God continent. The outside world was different from the Wild's God continent. It was very difficult to become a supreme in the outside world, but it was much easier in the Wild's God continent. However, for the great Demon King bloodline, it was the same everywhere. The only difference was that there was Yi Chen in the outside world. Yi Chen became a supreme first and was invincible among the young experts in the world. As for the black-robed young man, he was born too late. The first opportunity was seized by Yi Chen. It was difficult for him to suppress Yi Chen in the outside world. As a great Demon King bloodline, he could not allow others to suppress him. Therefore, he was sent to the Wild's God continent by the demons through a special method. He wanted to establish his own mountain on the Wild's God continent and then return to the universe in an invincible manner to completely suppress Yi Chen. But what would come would come. The two met on the Wild's God continent. Since everyone is here, let's begin. Chen Tianding, the leader of the Yunzhong tribe, said. Okay. The leaders of the 4 tribes nodded. The 10 of you, do your best. Do not have any distracting thoughts. Ing Liexiong instructed Yi Chen's group. Yes, go. Each tribe sent 10 young experts. A total of 50 young experts entered the first level of the Wild's God Tower. The Wild's God Tower had its own universe. The 50 young experts entered, but after entering, they were not together. This was a unique space. Yi Chen looked ahead and saw a lump of flesh squirming. Soon, the flesh turned into a member of the desolate race. He held a large saber and charged at Yi Chen. The sword in Yi Chen's hand was not the sky sword. In the Wild's God Tower, one could not use a sage artifact. He could only use a supremacy weapon. This sword was given to him by Ing Liexiong, the Heavenly Star Sword. It was a grade 5 supremacy sword. Yi Chen killed his opponent in one strike. The opponents on the first level of the Wild's God Tower were very weak. Yi Chen estimated that they were roughly equivalent to the weakest ordinary supremacy. Any genius supremacy could instantly kill him. The second level, the third level, with every level, the opponent's strength would increase. Soon, Yi Chen reached the 400th level. Ding-ling-ling. Outside, the bell rang crazily. Every time the bell rang, it meant that someone had passed that level. To the 50 young experts, the first few hundred levels were not difficult at all. It was just a matter of who was faster and who was slower. Finally, one person was eliminated. It was a young expert from the Battle Pagoda tribe. When this young expert saw that he was the first to be eliminated, his face turned ashen. The blow was too great. He knew that his strength was not much, but to be the first to be eliminated was too embarrassing. The Battle Pagoda tribe's leader snorted coldly and ignored him. Chapter 1355. After the 500th floor, more and more people were eliminated. After half a day, a total of 24 people had been eliminated. 3 from the Redbud Flower tribe, 5 from the Battle Pagoda tribe, 6 from the Yunzhong tribe, 4 from the Star Sea tribe, and 6 from the Unfalling Eagle tribe. In terms of overall strength, the Redbud Flower tribe was clearly superior. At this moment, Yi Chun had already reached the 600th floor. He was one of the fastest. From the 600th floor onwards, the Desolate Spirit already had the strength of a quasi-legend sovereign. It was no longer something that could be easily dealt with. Fortunately, the Desolate Spirit in the Desolate God Tower only needed to deal a certain amount of damage to pass. There was no need to completely annihilate the opponent. Of course, there was no chance of completely annihilating the Desolate Spirit. After parrying the Desolate Spirit's attack, Yi Chun thrust the Heavenly Star sword forward. The sword beam pierced through the Desolate Spirit's forehead. When fighting against a true quasi-legend sovereign, this strike would definitely not be able to take the opponent's life. It would even be difficult to injure the opponent. One would need to use a supreme sword technique. However, against a Desolate Spirit, there was no need to be so particular. The 601st floor, the 620th floor, the 675th floor. After passing through floor after floor, Yi Chun successfully surpassed the previous Desolate God Tower's highest score of the 655th floor. However, this result was nothing. Now, even Lan Yu had surpassed the previous Desolate God Tower's highest score. 100 years had passed, and everyone had made great progress. It would be strange if they stagnated. Among them, the black-robed youth was the fastest. He had already reached the 685th floor, followed by Kang Xueli, who had reached the 682nd floor. Evil Star had reached the 680th floor. War Xiong was slightly lower than Yi Chun at the 672nd floor. As for the others, they were not as lucky. If they were not eliminated, they were in a deadlock. They could not defeat the Desolate Spirit in a short period of time, but they were unwilling to be eliminated. The crystal tablet at the entrance of the first floor of the Desolate God Tower displayed a row of images. The first was the black-robed youth's image. Behind the image was the number 685, indicating that he had passed the 685th floor. The second was Kang Xueli. There were a total of 50 people's images. Yi Chun was ranked 4th, and the last person had only reached the 425th floor. He was the first young expert from the Battle Pagoda tribe to be eliminated. Of the 50 images, 15 were colored, and the rest were gray. Colored meant that they were still trying, and gray meant that they had quit. Titan, looks like it will be very difficult for your Battle Pagoda tribe's battle bear to get first place this time. Chun Tianding, the leader of the Star Sea tribe, looked at Titan with a smile. War Pagoda was ranked 5th. Titan coldly snorted, "That's not necessarily true. War Bear's offense and defense are balanced. His speed in the tower might not be the fastest, but he is definitely the steadiest. Watch." Images. After 2 hours, there were only 9 images left. These 9 images were the top 9. The Unfalling Eagle tribe's leader, Ing Liexiong, had an ugly expression on his face. Ing Tianjia had actually been eliminated and did not enter the top 9. In the previous Desolate God Tower, he had made it to 5th place, earning some time for the Unfalling Eagle tribe. Lan Yu was eliminated along with Ing Tianjia. Although Lan Yu's strength was not weak, she was still too inexperienced. She was unable to make it into the top 9. If not for Yi Chun standing in front of them, the Unfalling Eagle tribe would have lost a lot of face. Ing Tianjia's face alternated between green and white. He did not even dare to look at Ing Liexiong. This time, he had suffered a huge blow. It was a bigger blow than losing to Yi Chun. Losing to Yi Chun was a personal honor, but Not making it into the top 9 was the tribe's honor. Leader, I will definitely work hard next time. Ing Tianjia braced himself and said, Don't say any more. Ing Liexiong waved his hand. He was a bit lucky. Luckily, you had brought Yichen back. Otherwise, the Unfalling Eagle tribe would have been completely annihilated. They would not even be able to fight for a single time. The leader of Yunzhong tribe, Yun Piaomiao, smiled and said to Ing Liexiong, Your Unfalling Eagle tribe is quite lucky. There is actually one more person in the top 9. Ing Liexiong sneered, Don't be happy too early. As long as he can make it to first place, the Unfalling Eagle tribe will still get 2 timeshares. 2 timeshares was equivalent to 20 years. It was an average. It was neither a profit nor a loss. If he can make it to first place, I will lose 3 divine stones to you. How about that? Yun Piaomiao made a bet. Ing Liexiong said without hesitation, Remember to keep your word. Don't worry. With so many people here, of course I will keep my word. But what if he doesn't make it to first place? At most, I will give you 3 divine stones. It's a deal. The 2 made the bet and then ignored each other, quietly watching the changes in the rankings. 685, 686, 687, 690, 695, 700. The black-robed youngster, who was ranked first, rushed to the 700th floor in one breath. One had to know that the 700th floor and above corresponded to the strength of the legendary supremes. Moreover, looking at the black-robed youngster's speed, it was very average. It seemed like he didn't encounter any obstacles. This was completely different from passing 1 floor in half a day. So powerful. He actually made it to the 700th floor. Could it be that he can fight against the legendary supremes? Although the young experts of Yunzhong tribe had seen the black-robed youngster before, they weren't too familiar with him. Moreover, they had been defeated by him before. At this moment, they realized that the black-robed youngster's strength was much stronger than theirs. He had never fought against them seriously before. Naturally, he can fight against the legendary supremes if he made it to the 700th floor. However, he should just be an ordinary legendary supremes. Let's see how many floors he can reach. Yun Lai, who used to be the top young expert of Yunzhong tribe, said. Yun Piaomiao looked at Ing Liexiong proudly. The bloodline of the great demon king was so terrifying. There was no doubt that he would be ranked first. Ing Liexiong's expression changed slightly as a legendary supremes. He could tell that this wasn't the black-robed youngster's limit. He looked down. Kong Xueli, who was ranked second, had made it to the 695 floor. Evil Star had made it to the 690 floor. Yichen had made it to the 688 floor. It wasn't too bad. Father, don't worry. Yichen's physical defense is very strong. Lan Yu reminded Ing Liexiong. Yes. Ing Liexiong nodded slightly. Although a high defense didn't mean that he was fast, he could at least resist. As for the black-robed youngster, his attacks must be very strong. Soon, Kong Xueli had also made it to the 700th floor. Kong Siwei, the leader of the Redbud Flower tribe, smiled. Being ranked first now didn't mean that she would be ranked first in the future. She was very confident in Xueli. Unknowingly, there were only 5 people left in the desolate God Tower. The other 4 had been eliminated. Everyone was paying attention to their rankings and the floors they had passed. Chapter 1356. Following that, Evil Star also reached the 700th floor. This meant that 3 out of the 5 had the strength of a legendary supremacy. It was unknown if Yi Chun and Warbear could reach the 700th floor. Everyone in the Unfalling Eagle tribe held their breaths. Whether Yi Chen could reach the first place was very important to them. If he could not, they would only get a portion of time, which was 10 years. It was too little. Of course, this could not be blamed on Yi Chen. The 3 people before him were too abnormal. Everyone in the Battle Pagoda tribe had grave expressions. They did not expect the competition to be so intense. 695, 696, 697, 698. Lan Yu felt that she had stopped breathing. She stared at Yi Chen's number of floors. 699. 700. Yeah. Lan Yu shouted. Ing Liexiong let out a sigh of relief. There was a huge difference between reaching the 700th floor and not reaching the 700th floor. Reaching the 700th floor meant that Yi Chen also had the power of a legend rank supreme warrior, and there would be more competition after that. Humph. Yun Piaomiao, the leader of the Yunzhong tribe, snorted coldly. He thought to himself, I have underestimated this kid. Outsiders really cannot be underestimated. After that, War Bear also reached the 700th floor. Tyrant, the leader of the Battle Pagoda tribe, did not have any expression on his face. He already knew that War Bear had the strength of a legendary supremacy. Reaching the 700th floor was expected, so there was no need to make a fuss about it. In the blink of an eye, the 5 had been fighting in the desolate God Tower for 3 days and 3 nights. The closer one's strength was, the harder it was to defeat the other. This was because they were in the desolate God Tower. If they were in the outside world, if 2 opponents of similar strength wanted to completely defeat the other, they might not be able to determine the victor even after several days and nights. At the moment, the black-robed youth was still in first place. He had reached the 718th floor. Kong Shuili was second, 715th floor. Evil Star was third, 712th floor. Yi Chen was fourth, 710th floor. War Bear was fifth, 706th floor. The gap between the 5 had shrunk a little. The slowest and fastest were only separated by 12 floors. Another 2 days passed, and none of the 5 were eliminated. The black-robed youngster cleared 725 levels, Kong Shuili 723, Evil Star 721, Yi Chen 720, and War Bear 718. The gap between the 2 had shrunk even further. The main reason was that the desolate spirit would grow stronger the further it went, and the longer it would take to defeat its opponent. On the 721st floor, Yi Chen brandished the heavenly star sword in his hand. He did his best to search for the desolate spirit's weak points. At this stage, he had no choice but to bring out his full strength. After fighting for 5 days and 5 nights, his mind, chi, and spirit were all focused. He had already fought to the point of forgetting himself. Dang, dang, dang. Sparks flew everywhere. Not only was Desolate Spirit's offense and defense powerful, but its combat techniques were also flawless. If one wanted to find an opening, one would have to take the initiative to force it to reveal one. Got it. After exchanging several thousand blows, Yi Chen finally found a small opening and pierced his sword through Huang Ling's throat. The 722nd floor. Daddy, Yi Chen passed another floor. Lan Yu said excitedly to Ing Liexiong. Ing Liexiong sighed. A year ago, Yi Chen's strength was far inferior to his current strength. Who would have thought that in just a year he would improve so much? If he comprehended the word martial, how strong would he be? Ing Liexiong didn't even dare to think about it. How could this be? Ing Tianjie was dumbfounded. Before, he was not convinced of Yi Chen's strength, but at this moment, he no longer had any intention or fighting spirit to find trouble with Yi Chen. 5 heroes contending for supremacy, but only one can look down on the others. This really makes one's blood boil. The leader of the Star Sea tribe, Chen Tianding, sighed. the 723rd floor, the 724th floor. Yichen steadily advanced. A day later, he reached the 727th floor. But while he was improving, the others weren't slow either. The black-robed youth was the first to pass the 730th floor. Kang Xueli reached the 728th floor. Xie Xing and Yi Chun were both at the 727th floor. War Bear was gradually pulled away from him. He was now at the 723rd floor. This wasn't to say that War Bear was weak. It was mainly because he was the type to attack head-on. It was difficult to defeat him, but it was also difficult for him to defeat others. I'm almost at my limit. Xie Xing did not know how the others were doing, but he was almost at his limit. Evil reincarnation. An evil phantom image appeared behind him. As the phantom image entered his body, Xie Xing's combat strength immediately skyrocketed. This was a terrifying mystic technique that dealt 1,000 damage to the enemy and 800 damage to oneself. The 730th floor, the 731st floor, the 732nd floor. Xie Xing reached the 735th floor in one go. He officially surpassed the black-robed youth and became first. Unfortunately, the side effects of using evil reincarnation came. With a moment of carelessness, Xie Xing was eliminated from the Desolate God Tower. When he walked out of the Desolate God Tower, Xie Xing specially glanced at the crystal stone monument. He frowned. He was indeed first, but the other four were still inside. Well done. The leader of the Star Sea tribe, Chun Tianding, said to Xie Xing. Xie Xing did not say a word. His eyes stared intently at the black-robed youth's number of floors. He was now at the 733rd floor, only 2 floors away from his first place. Don't worry. They are basically at their limits. You have at least a 50% chance of obtaining first place. Chun Tianding was more worried about the black-robed youth. He hid his strength very well. He wanted to ask the leader of the Yunzhong tribe, Yun Piaomiao, but the black-robed youth did not say anything. Just as Chun Tianding had expected, the black-robed youngster had been stuck on the 733rd floor for a long time. It was obvious that he had reached a critical point. Kang Xueli and Yi Chun were also at the critical point. On the other hand, the War Bear was climbing up step by step. In terms of offense and defense, no one could compete with him. The second to be eliminated was Kang Xueli. She was very strong. She had forcefully made it to the 734th floor. Clearly, she had used all her strength to temporarily surpass the black-robed youth. When she came out, her expression was ugly. However, she quickly regained her composure. Since she could not obtain first place, there was no longer any meaning to her ranking. Fortunately, the Redbud Flower tribe still led the way. 3 people made it into the top 9, earning 3 portions of the time. It was obvious that they had profited. The third to be eliminated was War Bear, which was out of everyone's expectations. They all thought that the third to be eliminated would be Yi Chun. War Bear's offense and defense were strong. He was very resilient. War Bear was eliminated one day after Kang Xueli. He had passed 1 floor, less than Kang Xueli, reaching the 733rd floor. Unlucky! War Bear shook his head, feeling very depressed. Ring, ring, ring. A bell rang out. The black-robed young man had reached the 734th level. He had spent too much time on the 733rd level. Although no one could see what was going on inside, they could guess that he must have experienced a bitter battle before he finally made it through. Now, the black-robed youth was only 1 floor away from Xie Xing's floor. As for Yi Chun, he was still ranked 5th. War Bear had used his trump card at the last moment and surpassed him. His current number of floors was the 732th floor. Chapter 1357. In order to pass the 732th level, Yi Chun had used all his skills. He had basically been defending for half a day before launching a counterattack. It could be said that comprehending the word guard and the immortal sword body accounted for 90% of the credit for Yi Chun reaching the 732th level. As for his attacks, although his time profound had reached 85% completion, his sword burial art was much stronger than Tyrant sword form and illusory sword form, and his death cleave was slightly stronger than Tyrant sword form and illusory sword form. The desolate spirit on this level was too monstrous. Its attacks were much stronger than Yi Chen's. Yi Chen could only slowly turn the situation around and find an opportunity to counterattack. Yi Chen didn't know how many levels the others had reached, but he knew that the great Demon King's bloodline was definitely above his. This was an intuition without any reason. The great Demon King's bloodline was the legendary bloodline of the demons. Their bloodline contained limitless potential that would never be exhausted. Once the great Demon King's bloodline appeared, no matter how amazing a genius was, they would be overshadowed. Since ancient times, it wasn't that there weren't any geniuses that could compete with Yi Chun, but there were almost none that could surpass the great Demon King's bloodline. Some people said that the great Demon King's bloodline was the pinnacle of bloodlines in the world. They appeared to accept the worship and fear of the world, continue to persevere. Whether it was for himself or for the future of the human race, Yi Chun felt that he couldn't give up now. Once he gave up, it would be difficult to compete with the great Demon King's bloodline, or even surpass it. Dang, 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 dang. The desolate spirit on the 733th level was suppressing Yi Chun. Yi Chun wanted to counterattack several times, but he was suppressed by the desolate spirit. There was no chance for him to counterattack. Every time he tried his best to defend, it made Yi Chen's mind tense. He was very clear that as long as he made a mistake, the desolate spirit would find an opportunity to eliminate him. I can't hold on any longer. Although Yi Chen gritted his teeth and persevered, he had reached his limit. Pwah! Yi Chen's defense finally broke as the desolate spirit cleaved off Yi Chen's left arm. Blood splattered all over Yi Chen's face. In the blink of an eye, the desolate spirit's second strike came at Yi Chen's head. This strike was unavoidable for Yi Chen. In the extreme danger, Yi Chen's expression changed. He seemed to have returned to the strange space where he saw a human figure continuously performing defensive sword arts before entering the desolate god tower. Due to the short time, he only had 2 months to comprehend it. Therefore, he had only managed to comprehend 30 to 40% of the essence. However, right now, some of the essence of the word defend had appeared in his mind out of nowhere. It was imprinted in the deepest part of his soul like a slow-motion video. So you can defend like this. Yi Chun was deep in thought. Time seemed to have slowed down, and Yi Chun subconsciously rotated his right arm. Dang, the heavenly star sword blocked Huang Ling's saber, and he borrowed the force of Huang Ling's saber, causing Huang Ling's saber to strike him instead. True defense was not a single-minded defense. Defense also contained offense. It was just like how yin and yang did not grow alone. Defense was at its peak, while offense was at its peak. When offense reached the pinnacle, it also contained defense. It was the same principle. With his understanding of the word defend, it became much easier for Yi Chun to deal with the desolate spirit. Most of the power that the desolate spirit exerted was diverted away by Yi Chun causing a backlash on the desolate spirit. Puff! A saber light flashed. Yi Chun was fine, but Huang Ling's head flew up. Level 733 passed. Level 734. The black-robed youth was covered in blood. After all, he was still too young. Although he had limitless potential, He faced the same predicament as Yi Chen, which was that he did not have enough time. If he had another 100 years, not to mention level 734, he was confident that he could even pass level 800. This is also my chance. The Great Demon King bloodline is an invincible bloodline. As long as there is enough pressure, I will definitely be able to make a breakthrough. Time to break through. The black-robed youth forgot everything as he punched out crazily. Every punch brought with it a dazzling black brilliance, like a black meteor flashing across the pitch-black starry sky. His punches became faster and more tyrannical. Finally, the black-robed youth's aura soared. Break. When his aura soared to the limit, the black-robed youth's fist force increased to an unimaginable level. When he punched out, space trembled. Huang Ling was sent flying, and a huge crater appeared in his chest. Level 734 passed. Following that, the black-robed youth passed level 735. His result tied with Evil Star. How is this possible? Their speed suddenly increased. Outside the desolate god tower, everyone was dumbfounded. Originally, they thought that the two had reached their limits. Who knew that Yi Chen's speed would increase first, and then the black-robed youth's speed would increase as well? They broke through. Ing Liexiong spat out a turbid breath. These two youths were too stunning. Compared to them, Ing Tianjie was like comparing a firefly to the sun and moon. Are these the people from the outside world? Titan, the leader of the Battle Pagoda tribe, frowned. The number of supremes in the outside world was countless times less than the desolate god continent, but there were some terrifying peerless geniuses like the black-robed youth, Yi Chen, and Evil Star. Damn it! Who is he? Evil Star could not guess the black-robed youth's identity. Time passed quickly, and soon the black-robed youngster reached the 736th step, officially surpassing Evil Star. Behind him, Yi Chen also reached the 735th step. This is too easy. Yi Chen borrowed the opponent's strength to fight. Even if the opponent's attack was stronger than his, less than 30% of the attack was effective. The remaining 70% was all transferred by Yi Chen to the opponent. Level 736, level 737, level 740. This was the first time Yi Chen felt that defense could be so powerful and domineering. It was simply invincible, no matter how strong the opponent's attack was. Unless it was too much stronger, it could be transferred back. Even if it couldn't be transferred back, it could still easily dissipate half of the force. If I can comprehend the entire essence of the word defend, it should be even easier. Yi Chen estimated that he had roughly comprehended 70% to 80% of the essence of the word defend. If Yi Chen had made a breakthrough in his defense, then the black-robed youth had made a breakthrough in his offense. His extreme offense allowed him to be unstoppable. However, it also proved that one could not last long. No matter how strong one's offense was, if one could not defeat the opponent in an instant, then it would be time to test one's defense. Clearly, the black-robed youth's defense was not as good as Yi Chen's. He had just used his offense to cover up this weakness. Puqi, the black-robed youth, was split into two by the saber strike. His result was the 745th level. As he walked out of the desolate god tower, his heart skipped a beat. Yi Chen had not come out yet, and the projection was still colored. He had only cleared level 743. The desolate spirit saber technique in the next two levels is very domineering. Let's see how you clear them. Thinking of how terrifying the 744 and 745 levels were, the black-robed youth calmed down. Chapter 1358. Just as the black-robed young man had said, the desolate spirit on the 744th level was extremely monstrous. Its blade art was unbelievably tyrannical. Every time it slashed out, there would be a thunderous explosion. 5-colored lightning flashed on the treasured blade, like 5 different colored lightning dragons converging together, bursting out with a blade energy that could destroy all life. Dang! As soon as they clashed, Yi-Chen immediately felt that something was wrong. The opponent's blade art was too exquisite and overbearing. His own sword stance was at its peak, and then declined. No, it should be called the defensive sword stance. Although the defensive sword stance was much stronger than ordinary great success supreme sword arts, it had not reached the level of a perfect supreme martial art. Moreover, the Desolate Spirit's blade art was not far from perfection. In terms of maturity, it was no weaker than the defensive sword stance. Yi-Chen had no way to borrow strength to counter it. Sword burial art. Switching from defense to offense, Yi-Chen stabbed towards the oncoming Desolate Spirit. Thousands of petals fluttered in the air, and the Desolate Spirit's movements became slower and slower. Finally, it froze in the void. But just as Yi-Chen was about to stab it, the Desolate Spirit's body trembled and slid away like a fish, avoiding the sword. The Desolate Spirit on this level had incredible heart force. It could be immune to 90% of the power of space and time. The power of the heart surpassed everything. As long as the heart was strong enough, there was really nothing that could restrain it. In the end, Yi-Chen relied on the defensive sword stance to defeat the Desolate Spirit. After all, the Desolate Spirit's attacks could not break the defensive sword stance. Yi-Chen could use the defensive sword stance to block when the Desolate Spirit attacked, and then wait for an opportunity to counterattack. And when the Desolate Spirit faced Yi-Chen's attacks, it could only block or dodge again and again. There was bound to be a flaw. The 745th level. This level of Desolate Spirit was equivalent to an enhanced version of the previous level. The blade technique seemed to have surpassed Yi-Chen's defensive sword form. The penetration of the Thunderblade force was extremely strong. Fortunately, Yi-Chen's immortal sword body was not weak either. Even if the defensive sword form could not offset all the blade force, the immortal sword body could still barely withstand it. Outside the desolate god tower, the black-robed youth's expression turned gloomy. He was just one level away, and Yi-Chen's results would be the same as his. Originally, he did not think much of Yi-Chen, thinking that it was only natural for him to surpass him. However, now, he could faintly feel that Yi-Chen would be his greatest opponent in this life, a formidable opponent. After 12 hours, Yi-Chen passed the 745th floor. After spending a day, Yi-Chen passed the 746th floor. When he reached the 747th floor, Yi-Chen's defensive sword stance collapsed. It could not be defended at all. The Desolate Spirit's blade technique had reached the level of a perfected supreme blade technique. With just one strike, Yi-Chen's defensive sword stance was broken. With the second strike, Yi-Chen was sent flying. With the third strike, Yi-Chen was cleaved in half. It was a clean and efficient move. Finally, Yi-Chen reached the 746th floor, one level higher than the black-robed youth. "We won!" Lan Yu cried out in excitement. "We really won!" Ying Liexiong was also very happy. It was not easy for him to obtain first place. At least, he did not embarrass the Unfalling Eagle tribe. He decided to give all the 3 divine stones from the bet, with Yun Miao Miao, to Yi-Chen. After all, they had benefited greatly from Yi-Chen. The time to comprehend the Wu character was also given to Yi-Chen. Originally, it was 1 year, but now it was 2 years. No more. He had to comprehend the Wu character. Lan Yu also had to comprehend the Wu character, and some of the elders of the Unfalling Eagle tribe also had to comprehend the Wu character. Yi-Chen obtaining first place was out of everyone's expectations. The leaders of the other 4 tribes were a little indignant. Yun Miao Miao, when will you give me my 3 divine stones? Ing Liexiong said. Yun Miao Miao's heart was filled with hatred. He originally thought that the great Demon King bloodline would definitely be able to get first place, but who knew that there would be a time when the bloodline could not compete with others? 3 divine stones was not a small number. Even if it was him, he would have to spend a lot of effort and time to obtain it. But as the leader of a rank 8 tribe, he still wanted to save face. I only have 2 divine stones here. The remaining one, I'll give it to you in the future. As he spoke, Yun Miao Miao took out 2 divine stones from his storage ring and threw them to Ing Liexiong. Haha, no rush. I, Ing Liexiong, am not a stingy person. The remaining one, you can give it to me in 1 year. Ing Liexiong stated the time limit of 1 year. Otherwise, who knew how long the other party would drag it out for? Ing Liexiong, you really hid yourself well. You managed to find an outside genius to help you without making a sound. The leader of Star Ocean Tribe, Chun Tianding, looked at Yi Chun with interest and said to Ing Liexiong, Luck, luck. Ing Liexiong laughed. Let's go. The Battle Tower Tribe's Tai Tan turned around and left with a dark face. This time, the Battle Tower Tribe only had 1 person in the top 9, which was the tribe with the least amount of time. Brother, let's spar when we have time. The Battle Bear did not really care about this result, so he sent a message to Yi Chun before leaving. Evil Star looked at the young man in black robes and then at Yi Chun, his brows furrowed. He did not know where these 2 came from, but he had a feeling that they would have countless conflicts in the future. Evil Star Supreme, have dominated the world for so many years. I will not give up easily. For the first time, Evil Star felt that he had not worked hard enough before. If these 2 had appeared earlier, perhaps his power would have been even higher, because only with competition would he have the will to fight. Interesting, but this is what makes it challenging. With the bloodline of the great Demon King, the black-robed young man did not have any weaknesses. It was the same for his temperament. Losing to Yi Chun did not make him feel any negative emotions. This only stimulated his potential. Since ancient times, there had been many astounding geniuses. The bloodline of the great Demon King could not gain the upper hand from the beginning, but the final victor was undoubtedly the bloodline of the great Demon King. Continue working hard. The stronger you are, the stronger I will be. The black-robed young man was like a black bolt of lightning, disappearing on the spot. After the people from the 4 major tribes left, the people from the Unsetting Eagle tribe also began their journey back to the Unsetting Eagle tribe. On the crystal tablet at the entrance of the first level of the Wilderness God Tower, the 50 images gradually disappeared. The top 3 flickered. According to the rules, the first tribe would be the first to obtain the word Wu. Previously, Yunzhong tribe was the last to obtain the word Wu. Therefore, the next day, Yunzhong tribe's leader, Yun Piaomiao, sent the word Wu over. Yi Chun was not in a hurry to comprehend the word Wu. He planned to first comprehend the word time and guard. According to the literal meaning of the word Wu, it contained the ultimate profoundness of martial arts. Without sufficient preparation, it would be very strenuous to comprehend it. 2 years might be a waste of time. After spending an entire year, Yi Chun finally comprehended the time ultimacy to the 90% realm. However, in the following months, it was difficult for him to progress further. It turned out that after the time ultimacy reached the 90% realm, he needed to raise his martial Dao Yuan soul to the silver rank if he wanted to continue comprehending it. The power of space and time, which was formed by the combination of the time ultimacy and space ultimacy, was the strongest power. It was not easy to control it. With the time ultimacy at the 90% realm, Yi Chen's sword burial art had finally reached perfection. It was a truly perfected supreme sword move. With one strike, 3,000 flower petals danced. Chapter 1359. After passing the word to Ing Liexiong, Yi Chen began to comprehend the word defend. Yi Chen had already comprehended 70 to 80% of the word's essence, only lacking the last 20 to 30%. As long as he comprehended this 20 to 30%, he would be able to reach the level of a perfect, supreme defensive sword technique. In the strange space of the word defend, the silhouette displayed the defensive sword technique again and again. Every time he displayed the defensive sword technique, Yi Chen would gain some insights. Defense is just a goal. The process does not need to be blindly defensive. One can borrow strength to fight strength. One can retreat to advance. One can advance to retreat. One can meet force with force. One can change hardness to softness. One can use softness to overcome hardness. The process is ever-changing, but the result is the same, which is to block the enemy's attack. Leaving the strange space of the word defend, Yi Chen took out the heavenly star sword and began to practice. In the past, when Yi Chen used the sword technique, the 5-colored sword light would form a huge ball of light to protect Yi Chen. Now, when Yi Chen used the sword technique, the sword light would change from visible to invisible, from colored to colorless, but once it entered the range of the sword technique, it would be out of control. The sword energy would surge, making it hard for people to tell what was real and what was fake. Instead, it was 10 to 100 times stronger than the huge ball of light formed by the 5-colored sword light. On this day, Ing Liexiong arrived nearby. Excited to see his prey, Ing Liexiong punched at Yi Chen. "Be careful!" Ing Liexiong was a top expert among the legendary supremes. His fist energy was vast, even if it was just a casual attack. It would far surpass the desolate spirit on the 747th floor of the desolate god tower. Before the fist energy arrived, Yi Chen's sword technique had already fluctuated, like a tsunami crashing over, wanting to destroy all of his defenses. Retreat to advance, use softness to overcome hardness, turn hardness to softness, meet force with force, advance to retreat, borrow strength to fight strength. Almost subconsciously, Yi Chen took a series of measures. First, he avoided the sharpness of the fist power, avoiding the most powerful attacking point of the fist power. Then, he softened his sword power, using softness to defeat the toughness. When the fist power weakened a bit, his sword power suddenly became more aggressive. He took the posture of advancing as if he was retreating. Finally, he used the power of the fist power to counterattack, which dissolved most of the fist power. Although the remaining part of the fist power could not be dissolved, the damage it brought was reduced by hundreds of times. All right, this defensive sword stance of yours is almost at perfection, right? Ing Liexiong praised. He had only used 1/10,000th of his strength in that punch. It should be known that he was different from Yi Chen. Yi Chen's battle prowess had only reached the legendary supreme level, while he had reached the legendary supreme level in all aspects. In every aspect, he was far superior to Yi Chen. Therefore, even if it was just 1/10,000th of his strength, not everyone would be able to withstand it. Just a little more. Yi Chen let out a breath and looked at Ing Liexiong. There's no rush. Cultivating martial arts isn't something that can be done in a day. Sometimes you need to gain enlightenment. Yes, the leader is right. How could Yi Chen not understand? Right now, his defensive sword stance was infinitely close to perfection, but it was just lacking a little bit. Yi Chen had a feeling that if he wanted to reach perfection, he had to grasp the principle of returning to the origin. It was like a whirlpool in the deep sea. It didn't matter if it was a glacier or a tsunami, as long as the whirlpool was big enough, it would be able to swallow everything and dissolve everything. When are you preparing to comprehend the word? Wu? Lan Yu has already comprehended it, for almost a year. When the year is up, we will decide on the next person to comprehend it. Ing Lai Xiong asked. Yi Chen thought for a while and said, then it's my turn. Who knows, I might be able to comprehend the essence of the word defend. All right. Ing Lai Xiong nodded. Very quickly, Lan Yu came out of seclusion. On the first day, she came to find Yi Chen and wanted to spar with him. Yi Chen, you need to be careful. This time, comprehending the word Wu has allowed my blade techniques to improve by leaps and bounds. All of them have reached perfection. Just bring it on. Yi Chen smiled. Revolving blade wheel. Lan, you used a powerful blade technique right from the start. The spiraling blade light swept around crazily. Compared to the past, revolving blade wheel's charging time was shorter and the explosion was fiercer. Break. Using Overlord sword stance, Yi Chen blocked it with his sword. Clang, clang, clang. Overlord sword stance was also a great perfection sword technique, and it was evenly matched with revolving blade wheel. When the blade and sword clashed, sparks flew everywhere. Overlord blade chop. Void-breaking blade. Illusionary moon blade. Lan Yu's ultimate moves were frequent. Every move was a great success supreme saber move, and it wasn't an ordinary great success supreme saber move. Unfortunately, against Yi Chen, none of these techniques were effective. Taste the blade technique I created based on the word Wu, blue age. Lan Yu's whole body leapt up and gently slashed down with her blade. All of a sudden, a crystal-shattering sound was heard, and blue crystal fragments were everywhere. Yi Chen's sword attack could not completely destroy the crystals, and could only make them more and more fragmented, which was hard to defend against. Amazing! How could Yi Chen not see that Lan Yu's blade technique was close to perfection? If he used sword burial art, Yi Chen would definitely be able to break it, but he wanted to try defensive sword stance. When defensive sword stance was used, the sword light was formless and colorless, but Lan Yu could clearly feel a whirlpool forming where Yi Chen was. Her blade energy disappeared without a trace. Of course, blue age was close to perfection. Although it couldn't break Yi Chen's defensive sword stance, it could make Yi Chen too busy to counterattack. You're really abnormal. You've comprehended the word defend to this level in such a short time. Lan Yu descended from the sky and said speechlessly. Yi Chen said, your blue age is not bad. It has the meaning of endless. Lan Yu mainly cultivated the yin and yang profound. Yin and yang coexisted, and blue age displayed the essence of the yin and yang profound to the extreme. But it's not perfection yet. Lan Yu sighed and took out a huge stone from her storage ring, handing it over to Yi Chen. This is the word Wu. Comprehend it well. In the courtyard, a huge stone towered there, with a huge word written on it, Wu. This word seemed like an emperor. It was only a word, but it gave Yi Chen a feeling of inferiority. It was as if this word had transformed into an invincible martial artist. Even if it was motionless, it still gave off an intense feeling of intimidation, not daring to have the slightest blasphemous thought. The word Wu, left behind by a demigod, contains at least half of the demigod's martial arts essence, his lifetime of comprehension. Yi Chen could feel the boundless essence of martial arts from the word Wu. Just a little bit would be enough for him to digest for a long time. It would be impossible for him to digest it completely unless he could become a legendary sovereign, and a peak one at that. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to comprehend this word, Wu. I'll take it slow. I'll cultivate the 5 elements sword arts to greater completion, first, then to perfection. Yi Chen calmed his mind and entered the strange space of the word Wu. Chapter 1360. The path of martial arts was vast and boundless. No one dared to say that they had comprehended all the mysteries of martial arts. This was because martial arts were just empty words. There were only stronger and no strongest. Even true gods who were omnipotent had to use martial arts to fight. And the martial arts of true gods were naturally divine-level martial arts. It was a type of martial arts that had already gained spirituality and was no longer limited by form. For example, the three realms killing fist of the supremacy of the three realms had turned into a tangible killing intent. This was still very far from divine-level martial arts, as far as the heavens and the earth, but at least it was already on this path. In the strange space with the word martial, Yichen clearly felt the vastness of martial arts for the first time. In a short period of time, the silhouette had already performed thousands of sword arts. Every sword art was a supreme sword art, and all of them had reached perfection. One should know that human strength was limited. It was impossible for one person to create so many sword arts because there was no use for them. These sword arts were all automatically derived from the martial arts essence of demigods. They were not created by demigods. After seeing so many perfect supreme sword arts, if Yichen did not comprehend them, then he would really be stupid. Obviously, Yichen was not stupid. Otherwise, he would not have become the supremacy of 1,000 years. What a domineering sword art! Among the thousands of perfect supreme sword arts performed by the silhouette, there were sword arts with the four profound meanings of earth, water, fire, and wind as the foundation. This sword art was boundlessly domineering. With a swing of the sword, it was as if the world was going to be destroyed. With the profound meaning of yin and yang as the foundation, the sword art was smooth and smooth. It was like a flying immortal from the heavens. It was a stroke of genius, and there was no trajectory to it at all. With the profound meaning of light and darkness as the foundation, the sword art was profound and unpredictable. It wandered between light and darkness, and it could take lives. With the profound meaning of 5 elements as the foundation, the sword art was endless and boundless. With the profound meaning of time and space as the foundation, the sword art was difficult to distinguish between real and fake. Even time and space were mixed up. With the profound meaning of life and death as the foundation, one sword could kill one person. It was extremely dangerous. The thousands of sword arts were like a river. Yichen was swimming in the river, trying his best to absorb all the essence he could to strengthen his foundation. Unknowingly, 3 months had passed. Yichen's 5-element sword art had reached the great completion realm. After the 5-element sword art reached the great completion realm, Yichen created sword moves based on the 5 elements profound. However, this was not enough. Perfection was Yichen's lowest goal. Above supreme martial arts were supreme martial arts, which were martial arts that only legendary supremes could control. The reason why it was called supreme martial arts was that, in addition to the basic profound meaning, a supreme martial art also added the profound meaning of power. Before a supreme martial art reached perfection, although the profound meaning of power could be added, it couldn't be perfectly fused. It was like putting a cup of water and some pebbles in a cup. Although they were together, they couldn't be considered as one. What a supreme martial art needed to do was to fuse the fundamental profound and the profound meaning of power together to display a power that could contend against the heavenly Tao or even surpass it. Of course, to achieve this, one must first cultivate a supreme martial art to perfection. 6 months later, the 5-element sword art finally reached perfection. The perfection of the 5-element sword art contained a great power, completely activating the power of the 5 elements profound. In the past, although Yichen's metal, wood, water, fire, and earth profounds had reached perfection, it was individual perfection and couldn't be considered as a whole. Now, Yi Chen's 5 elements profound had reached perfection, and the 5 profounds had already fused into one. I wonder if I can fuse the 5 elements profound and the strength profound together to create a supreme martial art. A thought flashed through Yi Chen's mind as he began to try. After a long time, Yi Chen shook his head. Just like the time profound after 90% completion, if one wanted to create or cultivate a supreme martial art, their Yuan spirit had to be strong enough. Not to mention reaching the silver Yuan spirit level. It had to be at least a quasi-silver Yuan spirit. Success is due to the black wind stream. Failure is also due to the black wind stream. Understanding the importance of the Yuan spirit, Yi Chen smiled bitterly. Back then, he was greedy for speed and disregarded the consequences. He studied the black smoke in the black wind stream on his own. The black smoke was the aura left behind by the imprisoned demonic sovereigns. The aura was mixed with resentment, curses, and some evil power, which caused Yi Chen's Yuan spirit to be impure. Although it was improving rapidly, it stopped after reaching the bronze Yuan spirit level. What was more serious was that the evil power was corroding Yi Chen's Yuan spirit, trying to replace it. Of course, Yi Chen didn't regret it. If he didn't study the black smoke in the black wind stream, his Yuan spirit might have just reached the bronze level, and his strength would at most be at the medium super sovereign level. He wouldn't have had those opportunities. There were many things that couldn't be explained clearly. There was no such thing as regret. Yi Chen just felt a little emotional. Only when my sword intent reaches the 9th level will I be able to destroy the evil power in the Yuan spirit. Yi Chen knew that this was the only path he could take, and it was an extremely difficult one. After all, most of the legendary sovereigns' martial wills were at the 8th level. As for ordinary martial wills, they were completely excluded. After becoming a sovereign, their martial will would automatically transform into an elemental martial will. Moreover, most people had already comprehended an elemental martial will before becoming a sovereign. Although ordinary martial wills could improve quickly, they weren't enough to deal with an elemental martial will. In Yi Chen's Yuan spirit, the evil power contained countless evil wills. How could ordinary sword intent destroy it? As this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Chen started to capture the will contained in the word martial. This demigod's martial will should be the immortal martial will. As time passed, Yi Chen gradually captured the fluctuations of the martial will. This fluctuation of martial will was extremely obscure, hidden in the depths of the essence of the martial art. If he wanted to completely understand it, he would have to completely comprehend the essence of the word martial. Obviously, Yi Chen couldn't do it. He could only sense the fluctuations and existence of this martial will to see if it could enlighten him. Immortal, vast, everlasting, indestructible. It was hard to imagine how powerful a demigod was. Just a single fluctuation of martial will was enough to make Yi Chen feel a sense of awe and reverence. The paragons of the 3 realms might have become demigods in the end, but the feeling they gave Yi Chen was far inferior to this demigod. As time passed, Yi Chen's immortal sword will continue to improve. Peak of the 8th level. Peak of the 8th level. At the peak of the 8th level, the immortal sword will couldn't improve any further unless Yi Chen could sense the fluctuations of martial will more deeply. If I were a paragon legend, my immortal sword will would have reached the 9th level. Yi Chen sighed. The higher one's cultivation level was the more things they could obtain from the word martial. Although he had the strength of a paragon legend, he still wasn't a paragon legend. 2 years was too short for a paragon. It felt like a blink of an eye. In the end, Yi Chen still couldn't break through to the 9th level. Next, Yi Chen still had something to do. He had to integrate the 3 divine stones Ing Liexiong gave him into the Heaven Sword. If he succeeded, The Heaven Sword would become a 1-star Heavenly Saint weapon. The difference between a Heavenly Saint weapon and an Earth Saint weapon was not small. It was equivalent to the difference between a Paragon weapon and an Earth Saint weapon. Chapter 1361. A 9-star Earth Saint artifact seems to have reached its limit. In the courtyard, Yi Chun raised the Heavenly Sword high up. Surging sword chi radiated outwards. Space-time trembled, and light circulated. The entire Heavenly Sword was like the center of a storm blooming with boundless power. The integration of the first Divine Stone was rather smooth, but the integration of the second Divine Stone nearly failed. This made Yi Chun not dare to integrate the third Divine Stone. After all, a 9-star Earth Saint artifact was already very terrifying once the integration failed. Even if the Heavenly Sword didn't explode, its origin would be damaged. The remaining Divine Stone, Yi Chun prepared to integrate it into the Supreme Armor. A normal Supreme Armor could no longer defend against a Peak Supremacy's attack. Even a Grade 5 Supreme Armor would find it hard to defend against a legendary Supremacy. It would be easily pierced and torn apart, unable to reduce the damage. If there was a Supreme Armor, it could at least reduce the damage. This was also the reason why Yi Chun could almost kill a quasi-legend Supremacy in the Divine Fire Cave. It was because the other party's Supreme Armor was too weak and Yi Chun's Heavenly Sword was too sharp. If the other party's Supreme Armor wasn't broken by the Heavenly Sword, then it could reduce a portion of the damage that Yi Chun inflicted on him. The armor on Yi Chun's body had already been damaged in the desolate God Tower. The current one was a gift from Ing Liexiong. It was called the Black Eagle Battle Armor, a 4th grade Supreme Armor. A Supreme Armor was 10 times more precious than a Supreme Weapon. Ing Liexiong could gift a 5th grade Supreme Weapon to Yi Chun. As for a 5th grade Supreme Armor, even the unfalling Eagle tribe didn't have many of them. Therefore, it was impossible for him to gift it to Yi Chun. After all, the higher the grade of a Supreme Weapon, the more Divine Stones it would take. For Yi Chun, a Grade 4 Supreme Armor was enough. He could integrate at least 3 Divine Stones, so one was naturally not a problem. Without much effort, Yi Chun integrated the last Divine Stone into the Heavenly Sword armor. In an instant, the Heavenly Sword armor shone brightly, emitting an indestructible aura. Yi Chun estimated that the Grade 1 Earth Saint armor was at least 10,000 times harder than the Grade 4 Supreme Armor. A normal legendary Supremacy might not be able to pierce through the Heavenly Sword armor even with a low-star Earth Saint artifact, unless it was a high-star Earth Saint artifact. As long as it wasn't pierced, the Heavenly Sword armor could help Yi Chun reduce the majority of the damage. Rumble! On this day, the entire unfalling Eagle tribe suddenly shook. The Starry Sky Bear Dog King, who was brought by Yi Chun to the unfalling Eagle tribe, suddenly stood up. Its first stood up, and its eyes were filled with ferocity and fear. Berserk beasts were different from martial artists. If a berserk beast wanted to become stronger, it could only devour the flesh and blood of other life forms. The stronger the life form, the greater the benefits it would bring to them. In order to nurture the Starry Sky Bear Dog King, Yi Chun would occasionally go out to hunt some berserk beasts that were stronger than the Starry Sky Bear Dog King, and used their flesh and blood to feed the Starry Sky Bear Dog King. Right now, the Starry Sky Bear Dog King's strength had already reached the level of a high-class Supremacy. Enemy attack. Yi Chun guessed. Roar, roar. The Starry Sky Bear Dog King walked over and growled at Yi Chun. You're saying that there's a powerful berserk beast invading the unfalling Eagle tribe's array? Yi Chun asked in surprise. As the owner of the Starry Sky Bear Dog King, Yi Chun could understand the other party's growl. There's actually a berserk beast invading a rank 8 tribe. I wonder what's going on. Yi Chun brought the starry sky bear dog king, and flew towards the place where the tremors were the strongest. The entire unfalling eagle tribe was in an uproar because of the tremors. Everyone was panicking. However, at this moment, a thunderous voice rang out. "It's a berserk beast. Everyone, don't be nervous." It was the leader of the unfalling eagle tribe, Lieshong. Crackle! Lightning flashed, and Lieshong instantly arrived outside the unfalling eagle tribe. In his line of sight, a huge dark golden berserk beast that looked like a pangolin was attacking the array. Its pair of golden eyes were filled with ferocity and coldness. Damn it, it's a legendary berserk beast, a gold-eating beast. Berserk beasts were also divided into ranks. A legendary berserk beast was naturally a berserk beast that had the strength of a legendary sovereign. For example, the starry sky bear dog king was a super berserk beast, and one day it could also become a legendary berserk beast. There were many legendary berserk beasts in the wilderness god continent, but most of them were on the weaker side. Only the 8 legendary berserk beasts were the most troublesome, and among them, the gold-eating beasts could be ranked in the top 3. As the name suggested, gold-eating beasts loved to devour metal. They could bite through any kind of metal, including sovereign-grade metals. As they had devoured countless sovereign-grade metals and absorbed their essence, their bodies were countless times harder than that of a sovereign-grade metal. No one below the demigod realm could hurt them. They couldn't even leave a mark on their bodies. In the entire wilderness god continent, the only things that could threaten the gold-eating beasts were the 5 sky saint artifacts. Among them, the Redbud Flower Tribe's Sky Saint artifact, the Redbud battle armor, could only be used to protect themselves. Lieshong frowned. This was not the first time he had encountered gold-eating beasts. As the scourge of the wilderness god continent, the leaders of the 5 rank 8 tribes had once united to hunt down gold-eating beasts. What was funny was that the invincible Sky Saint artifact could only slightly injure gold-eating beasts. In order to prevent them from taking revenge, the leaders of the 5 tribes had to work together to cast a seal and seal gold-eating beasts. They didn't expect that gold-eating beasts would break out of the seal today. Are we going to start with the unfalling eagle tribe? Lieshong opened his right hand, and a huge hammer appeared in his hand. The hammer had 8 petals, and a yellow light shot up into the sky, mixed with golden lightning. Sky Saint artifact, sky hammer. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The gold-eating beast's roar was very sharp, similar to a sound wave attack. Because of this sound, the ground within a radius of dozens of miles cracked inch by inch. The sharp sound even passed through the power of the formation and was transmitted to the inside of the unfalling eagle tribe, causing many people to bleed from their orifices and fall unconscious. Don't be presumptuous. Lieshong swung his hammer at gold-eating beasts. Bang! The yellow light exploded, and gold-eating beasts retreated dozens of steps. The sky hammer was a Sky Saint artifact. After all, even something as powerful as gold-eating beasts would be forced back. The furious gold-eating beast stomped on the ground with its hind legs, causing the ground to bulge and explode. In the next moment, gold-eating beast's speed burst to the limit and clawed at Lieshong. The claw light was extremely bright, causing the world outside of the claw light to darken. In the world, there was only this claw light. Open heaven and earth. Lieshong shouted and swung his hammer. The space-time in front of him twisted to the limit, and the wind, water, and fire became chaotic, turning into chaos and spreading out. The greatest sound was devoid of sound. At this moment, all sound disappeared. Only the bubbles of primal chaos were exploding and spreading. Within the protective range of the unfalling eagle tribe's array, Yichen sucked in a breath of cold air. Supreme martial skill combined with a heavenly saint artifact was actually this powerful. This was the Huangshan continent. If it were in the outer universe, unfalling eagle Liexiong's supreme martial skill might really be able to turn a vast expanse of space into primal chaos. Roar, roar, roar. The starry sky bear dog king kept growling. It wanted to become a legendary beast, as powerful as gold-eating beasts, and look down on the world of beasts. Chapter 1362. The man and the beast fought for hundreds of rounds. Neither of them could do anything to the other. Liexiong's advantage lay in his powerful attack, and his weapon was the sky explosion hammer, a heavenly saint weapon. The gold-eating beast's advantage lay in its powerful defense, and was not afraid of any attacks. After the battle, the grassland within a radius of 1,000 miles was destroyed. Some places sank hundreds of meters deep. Some places were piled up into mountains, and some places were riddled with holes. To be able to cause such a huge commotion on the Huangshan continent, it was definitely inhuman. The fact that the Huangshan continent was so sturdy was enough to prove how terrifying a true god was. To deal with experts below the true god level, a true god might only need to set up one rule. Damn it! Liexiong faced the gold-eating beast alone. He was under a lot of pressure. He could only hope that the leaders of the other 4 tribes would come as soon as possible. Time passed slowly. An hour had passed. Liexiong was sweating profusely, and his muscles were sore. On the other hand, the gold-eating beast was getting stronger and stronger. Liexiong, I'm here. In the distance, a voice as loud as a bell wave could be heard. It was a figure that was even more majestic than a bear. He held a gigantic axe in his hand, and with a swing of the axe, an axe light flew out. As it flew, the axe light expanded thousands of times. In the end, it was like an axe that could split the heavens, and it chopped down on the gold-eating beast. The leader of the Battle Pagoda tribe, Tyrant, was holding the heavenly saint weapon, the heavenly battle axe. Apocalyptic thunder punishment. Almost at the same time that the axe light flew out, a lightning bolt as thick as a water bucket fell from the sky, bombarding the gold-eating beast's body. These lightning bolts weren't just ordinary lightning bolts. They were made up of lightning runes. Each lightning rune contained an enormous amount of lightning power. With billions of lightning runes gathered together, they could tear apart the world and judge all living things. It was the leader of the Yunzhong tribe, Yun Piaomiao. He held the heavenly saint weapon, the thunder punishment spear, star-shattering. At the same time, a sea of stars spread out and covered the gold-eating beast. Then, the sea of stars spun and exploded. It was as if a large part of the starry sky was being destroyed. How can I not use my star sea spear to deal with the gold-eating beast? The leader of the Star Ocean tribe, Chun Tianding, rushed over with the quintessential saint weapon, the Star Ocean spear. The 4 legendary supremes and the 4 heavenly saint tools immediately suppressed the gold-eating beast. However, it was obvious that the gold-eating beast was not a fish on the chopping board that could be slaughtered by anyone. The repeated setbacks had stimulated the gold-eating beast's true ferocity. A terrifying tyrannical aura filled the air, and even the space-time was in a state of chaos. Obviously, the gold-eating beast's tyrannical aura had affected and changed space-time. Compared to the gold-eating beast, the beasts that Yichen had seen before were simply obedient babies. Too cruel. Yichen sighed. When one's savagery reached a certain level, even one's aura could kill someone. Zhang Xian turned his head to look at Heaven Splitter. Due to the fact that he could tame it, the starry sky bear dog king had lost some of its wildness and ferocity. Even if it were to become an existence on par with the gold-devouring beast one day, it probably wouldn't be as savage as the starry sky bear dog king. Wu, Crack, let out a low growl. It was indeed frightened by the cruelty of the gold-eating beast, and its legs were trembling. It couldn't be blamed for this. In the beast world, the strong preyed on the weak. Inferior beasts would always be suppressed by superior beasts. If the superior beast was extremely cruel and cruel, it would suppress the inferior even more. It was already not easy for Crack to stand still. If it were any other super beast, they would have already laid down and buried their heads in the ground. A sharp hissing sound filled the entire plains. The unfalling eagle tribe was so silent that even a pin drop could be heard. The desolate race's greatest natural enemy was the fierce beasts. The terrifying fierce beast in front of them was a nightmare for them. Even the 4 tribe leaders combined could not subdue it. If it were anyone else, they would have been easily torn to shreds. An even sharper sound was heard. It was like a sharp knife that sliced through the plains. The gold-eating beast's figure turned blurry as layers of dark golden shadows dazzled everyone's eyes. In the next moment, the gold-eating beast charged at Inglieshiong. Although fierce beasts generally had low intelligence, they could still tell who was strong and who was weak. In the previous battle, Inglieshiong had been greatly drained. The gold-eating beast's combat power erupted, prepared to deal a heavy blow to him. The gold-eating beast opened its mouth wide as a brutal aura enveloped Inglieshiong. Facing this extremely brutal aura, Inglieshiong's body paused unnaturally. Just as the gold-eating beast was about to swallow Inglieshiong, a purple beam of light flew over and blocked the gold-eating beast. Through the netherworld's sacred eye, Yichen could clearly see that the beam of light was enveloping a graceful figure. It was the Redbud Flower Tribe's leader, Kong Siwei. She had spread her arms out, blocking the gold-eating beast at the critical moment. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere, and the gold-eating beast staggered back. As for Kong Siwei, she was like a cannonball blown away, creating a huge crater on the plains. But soon, Kong Siwei flew out. With the protection of the Redbud Flower battle armor, it would be difficult for the gold-eating beast to hurt her. To a certain extent, her defense was stronger than the gold-eating beast's. Of course, her overall combat power was definitely not as strong as the gold-eating beast. Among the 5 heavenly saint weapons, although the Redbud Flower battle armor could not threaten the gold-eating beast, it was the most important. Without Kong Siwei blocking the gold-eating beast, the other 4 would be in danger. After all, they could not suppress the gold-eating beast to the point where it could not move. Join hands and cast the seal. Star Sea Tribe's leader, Chun Tianding, said, "Yes." Inglieshiong nodded seriously. If Kong Siwei had not helped him, he would have definitely been injured. The gold-eating beast was not only strong in combat power, but also in endurance. If they continued to fight, the gold-eating beast would become stronger and crazier, and they would slowly become weaker. Slow down. I think casting the seal is useless. It won't be long before it breaks out of the seal again. Kong Siwei objected. Then what should we do? Titan asked, "Why don't we tear the space-time and send it into the Desolate God's secret territory, just like how our ancestors sent the other 2 legendary beasts into the Desolate God's secret territory?" Desolate God, secret territory. The 4 were stunned. The Desolate God's secret territory was the most mysterious place in the Desolate God continent, and it was also the most dangerous place. Those who entered had never come out. Although they knew where the Desolate God's secret territory was, no one dared to go in. As Kong Siwei had said, sending the gold-eating beast into the Desolate God's secret territory was indeed the best way. No matter how strong the gold-eating beast was, once it entered, it would not be able to come out. However, tearing the space-time was not an easy task. Our heavenly saint weapons can be activated to the limit and tear the space-time slightly. I think with the 5 heavenly saint weapons combined, we should be able to tear a hole big enough to send the gold-eating beast into the Desolate God's secret territory. Kong Siwei said. Chapter 1363. In that case, let's give it a try. If it doesn't work, We'll seal it again. Ing Liexiong looked at the grassland and frowned. If the gold-eating beast continued to wreak havoc, the unfalling eagle tribe would definitely have to migrate. They had to deal with the gold-eating beast as soon as possible. The plan had been decided, but to carry it out, they still had to put in some effort. The gold-eating beast would definitely not enter the space-time crack obediently. The battle continued, and the grassland was ruined beyond recognition. With the protection of the formation, Yi Chen did not have to worry about the aftermath. His eyes stared at the 5 tribe leaders without blinking. Sometimes they would look at Ing Liexiong, Kang Siwei, Tai Tan, Yun Miao Miao, and Chen Tianding. These 5 people not only had Sky Saint weapons, but their strength was also extraordinary. The martial arts they used were all supreme martial arts. Not to mention facing the supreme martial arts, just looking at them made Yi Chen's heart tremble. Perhaps in terms of profoundness, supreme martial arts might not be much more profound than supreme martial arts, but after integrating the power ultimacy, supreme martial arts had the power to destroy the world that supreme martial arts did not have. Power ultimacy. Power. What is power? Great power? Not necessarily. The power of everything's operation is too shallow. Watching the battle between the 5 legendary supremes and the gold-eating beast, Yi Chen seemed to see the shadow of power, vague yet real. Yi Chen's power ultimacy had already reached more than 90% and was close to completion. It was very difficult to complete the power ultimacy, mainly because Yi Chen was not a supremes in physique refinement, so he could not directly feel the deepest essence of the power ultimacy. It was very difficult for a supremes in physique refinement to cultivate a supreme martial art to completion. Power should be a kind of violence. The so-called violence is not violence in a narrow sense, but violence in a broad sense. Overwhelming 10 people is just one kind of violence. Unknowingly, Yi Chen's power ultimacy had grown to the completion realm and was only one step away from completion. After raising the power ultimacy to completion realm, Yi Chen's aura changed subtly. Every action and gaze gave people a sense of oppression. Roar. Heaven Splitter was very sensitive. He instantly sensed Yi Chen's strange behavior. He ran over and rubbed his head against Yi Chen's shoulder. Berserk beasts were born with the innate ability to use the profound of power. The profound of power had already been integrated into their bloodline. In terms of exerting the profound of power, Yi Chen wasn't even a match for Heaven Splitter. This was because Heaven Splitter could already use the profound of power to perfection. Of course, Heaven Splitter himself didn't know any great principles. Using the profound of power to perfection was just an instinct. Therefore, when Yi Chen's profound of power improved, Heaven Splitter regarded Yi Chen as his master even more. Is this the essence of power? Yi Chen could feel the profound power contained in Sky Splitter's bloodline. In the past, he couldn't see it. No wonder this savage beast gave off such a strong pressure. The battle between the leaders of the 5 tribes and the gold-eating beast had reached its climax. It had to be said that Kang Siwei was very useful with her holding off the gold-eating beast. The other 4 could safely suppress it. Do it! An illusory redbud armor appeared outside of Kang Siwei's body. It not only gave her an indestructible defense, but it also increased her power to the same level as the gold-eating beast. With the help of her heart power explosion, Kang Siwei locked the tail of the gold-eating beast, making it unable to move. Open heaven and earth. Cut the sky and crack the earth. Crush the stars. Destroy the world thunder punishment. The leaders of the 4 tribes increased their desolation origin to the limit and threw it at a point in front of the gold-eating beast. The 4 supreme martial arts were extremely horrifying individually. When they were gathered at one point, their power reached the critical point of the Huangshan continent. The space-time suddenly shattered, and a thick space-time crack appeared. The inside of the space-time crack was chaotic, with colorful lights surging. It might have been a moment or a year, but the space-time crack became clear. A strange environment appeared in the space-time crack. The aura in the strange environment was primitive and wild, and it was 100 times stronger than the wild aura in the Huangshan continent. The leaders of the 4 tribes all knew the location of the Huangshan secret territory, so they didn't choose the location of the space-time crack blindly. The moment the space-time crack appeared, a horrifying suction was produced. Under this suction, large pieces of grassland were sucked in. Each piece was 100 miles wide, covering the sky. The gold-eating beast struggled with all its might. There was a trace of fear in its eyes. This fear didn't come from the space-time crack, but from the strange environment on the other side of the space-time crack. There was something there that terrified it. The space-time has been torn apart. Yichun was also terrified. The space-time of the Wilds continent had been strengthened to an unimaginable level by the origami. It could be imagined how powerful the heavenly saint artifacts and supreme martial arts were to be able to tear apart the space-time. However, the role of the legendary supremes couldn't be ignored. If it was Yi Chun who used the heavenly saint artifacts and supreme martial arts, the power would definitely be many times weaker than any one of them. Among the 5 people present, every one of their martial primordial spirits was at the silver level, and they weren't at the silver primary level. They were at least at the silver intermediate level or advanced level. Finally, the gold-eating beast was sucked in, along with a large piece of grassland. Kang Siwei and the others relied on the heavenly saint artifacts to resist the suction, but they were still locked in place and couldn't move. Once they moved, their center of gravity would deviate, and they would definitely be sucked in. At that time, it would be too late to cry. Through the space-time crack, the 5 people saw the scene on the other side. Suddenly, the environment on the other side changed into another place. There was a 2-headed fierce beast with dark gray skin. It had a dragon head and a snake head. This 2-headed fierce beast posed a far greater threat to the 5 people than the gold-eating beast. Could it be the legendary fierce beast, the Gemini Tyrannosaurus? Look, another fierce beast has appeared. It looks like the legendary fierce beast, Tifula. The environment changed again, and the 5 people saw another fierce beast. It looked like a baboon, and its eyes were blood red. It squatted there, and its eyes were cold, as if it could see through space-time. The gold-eating beast was one of the top 3 legendary fierce beasts in the Wilderness God continent. However, in the legends of the Wilderness God continent, there were many more terrifying legendary fierce beasts than the gold-eating beast. However, they had never appeared, so the wilderness race gradually forgot about them. If there was a ranking of the legendary fierce beasts that had appeared in history, the gold-eating beast might not even be in the top 20. In the space-time crack, the gold-eating beast's body trembled. In the world of fierce beasts, the weak were prey to the strong. It was even crueler than the civilizations of different races. Be it the Gemini Tyrannosaurus or Tifula, they only brought it fear, just like how Sky Splitter was afraid of it. It could feel that the environment inside was completely different from the outside. The fierce beasts that could survive inside were definitely 100 times more brutal than it was. The brutal ones were afraid of encountering even more brutal ones. Chapter 1364. Finally, the gold-eating beast was sucked to the other side, and the space-time crack was repairing itself. The gap was getting smaller and smaller, and finally there was only a thin crack left, and it was about to close. Boom! The space-time suddenly shook violently, and the leaders of the 5 tribes took a few steps back. Kang Siwei was the closest to the shaking point, so she sat down on her, but Her full chest was heaving up and down, and her face was full of shock. "What is that?" Kang Siwei opened her rosy mouth. The space-time crack that was about to close was suddenly opened up by a giant claw. The claw was dark blue, and it was covered in scales. A brutal aura came through the claw, and it made everyone feel like they had returned to the ancient times, where ferocious beasts roamed freely. They felt like they were floating, and there was no sense of security at all. "Attack it! Don't let it come over!" Kang Siwei screamed. She remembered a legend of the ferocious beast world. In the desolate god's secret territory, there was a demigod ferocious beast. Just from the size of the claw, the beast that opened the space-time crack was at least the size of a small mountain. It should be known that in the desolate god continent, the rules were very strict. The bigger a ferocious beast could maintain, the stronger it was. For example, the super ferocious beast, Sky Splitter, was only the height of a human, while the gold-eating beast was dozens of meters long. Other than that, it was impossible for a legendary ferocious beast to open a space-time crack with just one claw. Only a demigod ferocious beast could do that. "Yes, attack it." The leaders of the other 4 tribes came to their senses. The desolate god's secret territory was very special. Tearing through space-time to enter was relatively easy, but tearing through space-time to come out was as difficult as reaching the sky. This demigod ferocious beast could not come out by itself, so when it saw the space-time crack, it took the chance to attack, trying to escape from the desolate god's secret territory. This concerned the safety of the entire continent, as well as their own, so the 5 of them attacked the dark blue claw, trying to force it back. Roar! Vaguely, the 5 of them, including Yi Chun and Sky Splitter, heard a terrifying roar. When Sky Splitter heard this roar, he immediately lay down. The difference between him and a demigod ferocious beast was too big. Just one roar was not something he could withstand. Luckily, the other party did not come with its real body, or else it would be even worse. Compared to the universe, this place is more like a mythical era. Yi Chun had already been shocked many times today, and the appearance of the dark blue claw had made him shiver even more. However, the universe doesn't seem to be that simple. Hell, the Milky Way, and other unknown places. In addition to the Black Wind Stream, where countless demons are imprisoned, there might even be demigod-level demons alive. It seems that the universe seems to be bound by an even stronger game rule. As he grew stronger, Yi Chen's view of things changed. In the past, he thought that Sky Demon Sovereign and True Martial Sovereign were the strongest in the universe. They were at least at the top level. Now, it seemed that he had been looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. The real experts had probably retreated behind the scenes. Perhaps because of the rules of the game, they couldn't force their way out. Or perhaps they were like the dark blue giant claw beast, trapped in some place and unable to escape. With the lifespan of a demigod, how could they not know where they were? The 9-turn star was so safe because of the power of a demigod. Only by becoming stronger will I be able to obtain more information. Yi Chun would never stop growing stronger, and now there was another factor. Don't be disheartened. Let's grow together. Sky Splitter was huge. It could reach Yi Chen's waist even if it lay there. Yi Chen reached out and touched Sky Splitter's head. It was furry and very comfortable. Boom, boom, boom. The space-time trembled more and more violently. Although the dark blue giant claw could ignore the combined attacks of the 5 tribe leaders, it still had to bear the power of the space-time fissure. It could not fight back and could only passively take the hits. With every hit, the space-time fissure would close a little. Once the space-time fissure was completely closed, the dark blue giant claw would definitely be cut off. Even demigods could not resist the rules set by the desolate god. Otherwise, there would not be so many legendary beasts trapped in the desolate god's secret realm. Seeing that the space-time fissure was about to close, the dark blue giant claw was squeezed out of shape. However, right at this moment, a terrifying power surged out from the dark blue giant claw. This power was not just any beast's power, but a higher-level power. How could the 5 tribe leaders not know that this was divine power? Divine power was different from pure energy. Divine power was a fusion of one's own cultivation, domain, will, and even heart power. In short, except for martial arts, basically everything had been fused into it. This was a power that surpassed nature and could not be restrained at all. Not all demigods could cultivate divine power. Normally, only powerful demigods could do so, and new demigods had not even crossed the threshold. Of course, there was definitely a difference between the divine power of a demigod-level beast and the divine power of a true god. From the fact that this demigod-level beast was trapped in the desolate god's secret realm, it could be seen how huge the gap between a demigod and a true god was. A single rule could completely restrict you, and you could not resist it. Kacha! The space-time fissure that was about to close suddenly collapsed. The dark blue giant claw stretched out, revealing an abnormally strong dark blue arm. Crack! Suddenly, a black lightning flashed, and the demigod-level beast's arm turned into dust. The space-time fissure instantly closed up. Luckily, the rules of the desolate god continent are very sensitive to divine power, or else we would have been killed in an instant. Kang Siwei still had lingering fears. The other 4 tribe leaders nodded. There had been too many demigods in the history of the desolate god continent, but very soon these demigods would disappear from everyone's sight. Therefore, many people of the desolate race believed that other than entering the desolate god tower, as long as they could become demigods, they could leave the desolate god continent. This was also the goal that they had been working hard for. After solving the problem of the gold-eating beast, the 5 of them were a lot more relaxed. As for the demigod-level beast, they did not care about it at all. No matter how strong the demigod-level beast was, it could only stay in the desolate god mystic realm. It had nothing to do with them. Ing Liexiong, that outsider young man in your tribe, should have understood the word martial, right? How is his strength? Yun Piaomiao looked at Yi Chun, who was protected by the array, and asked curiously. Ing Liexiong did not hide it. His sword skills have reached perfection. Perfection? That's really fast. No wonder he was the best in this year's tower. Yun Piaomiao was stunned for a moment before she smiled and said, "But tell him to be careful. The martial Dao primordial spirit of the youngsters in my tribe is already in a state of advancement. Once it reaches the silver martial Dao primordial spirit, he will become a legendary sovereign in name only." What is his identity? In truth, Ing Liexiong was very curious. "I can't say." Yun Piaomiao shook her head. "So mysterious," Ing Liexiong muttered. Ing Liexiong muttered. The relationship between the leaders of the 5 great tribes was very subtle. They were both opponents and friends, depending on the situation. "Yun Piaomiao, look at how proud you are. My tribe's evil star became a legendary supremacy a week ago." Chen Tianding threw a bomb. "What? So fast?" Ing Liexiong and the rest looked at Chen Tianding. Chen Tianding smiled. Actually, he could have condensed the silver yuan soul a long time ago. It's just that he has cultivated a martial yuan soul secret technique. This secret technique requires sufficient accumulation to allow him to break through. Otherwise, there will be repercussions. Kang Siwei and Tai Tan looked at each other. Among the 5 tribes, only their 2 tribes did not have outsider geniuses. These outsider geniuses were too terrifying. Although Kang Xueli and Zhang Tao were also absolute geniuses, they were obviously weaker than the three of them. 10 years later, Evil Star will visit Yunzhong tribe. Tell the mysterious kid in your tribe to prepare. Chen Tianding continued. 10 years. It seems like Evil Star is quite confident. Yun Pioniao smiled. If Evil Star went to challenge the bloodline of the great Demon King now, the bloodline would definitely not be his match. The mention of 10 years later was definitely to give the bloodline a chance. The space outside the black windstream was pitch black and deep, as usual. Black air currents surged out from the cracks in the space, polluting the heavenly Tao law and causing the space to creak. Hiss! A very clear sound rang out. If anyone was here, they would definitely be dumbfounded. The space-time at the entrance of the black windstream was like a piece of adhesive tape being torn apart layer by an invisible force. After dozens of layers were torn apart, a giant transparent lock appeared. The giant lock had yin-yang patterns, 5 elements patterns, and space-time patterns. It was obvious that this was a sealing lock. Gotcha! The seal lock opened automatically. At the same time, the seals of the countless caves inside the black windstream opened one after another. It seemed like the giant lock outside was the core of the seal of the entire black windstream. The seal is gone. A faint voice came from one of the caves. Then, a figure covered in black smoke came out. The seal is gone. Haha, I'm finally free. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 plumes of black smoke shot out from the caves in the canyon walls. The auras that leaked out from the black smoke were all paragons. Of course, most of the caves were completely silent. Clearly, the wretch devils in those caves had long since fallen. Only these wretch devils could survive. In the caves deep in the canyon, a few voices were talking. It's been so long. To think that we've been imprisoned for more than 1,000,000 years. I wonder what the situation outside is like. Humph, after we get out, I'll definitely destroy a few planets of the human race with life. I haven't been locked up for so many years for nothing. I advise you not to be rash. We'll talk after we get out. Who cares? I don't believe that there's anything out there that can fight against us. As the few of them were talking, there was a sudden fluctuation in the depths of the cave. Then, endless black smoke surged out, eventually turning into a faint golden human figure. A terrifying pressure radiated out. Congratulations on your release, Lord, the few voices hurriedly said. Chapter 1365. I, Demon St. Gallo, have finally seen the light of day again. The faint golden figure gradually became clearer. It was an evil demon with 2 heads and 4 arms. Because his physical body had been destroyed by the seal, he was now in the state of martial path Yuan Shun, and his martial path Yuan Shun was a gold martial path Yuan Shun. One had to know that once the martial path Yuan Shun reached the gold level, he would be a real demigod. In fact, the evil demons that survived in the black windstream were all in the state of martial path Yuan Shun. Their physical bodies had been sealed for countless years and had long been destroyed. 1 demigod evil demon and 5 legendary paragon evil demons walked out of the cave. Welcome back, Lord. In the valley, hundreds of paragon evil demons greeted respectfully. Some of them came from the demons, some from the evil spirit race, some from the Yiksha race, and some from the Green Man race. But no matter which race they came from, they had to greet the demigod respectfully when they met him. If the legendary paragon was the pinnacle of the paragons, then the demigod had long surpassed the paragon level and was a higher life form. Let's conquer the human alliance together. Demon St. Gallo said coldly. After being imprisoned by the human demigod for countless years, Demon St. Gallo had been holding back his anger. Every time he woke up from his deep sleep, He swore that he would conquer the human alliance and turn everyone in the human alliance into his slaves so that they would never be able to rise again. Although the Mora death prison of the demons had also been opened, and there would definitely be a human demigod in there, he was confident in his own strength. One had to know that he had hidden his strength back then. Roar. The Paragon evil demons roared in unison. After being imprisoned for countless years, it was time to vent, or they would go crazy. Demon Domain, Mora Death Prison. The seal opened automatically, and the Paragon evil demons flew out. The last one was a demigod, a human demigod. His body was shining with a faint golden light. Every once in a while, the universe will be thrown into chaos. But who would know that this is just a game to nurture experts? The human demigod had a scholarly temperament. When he opened and closed his eyes, the sun and moon were dim, deep, and unfathomable. On this day, the universe was in complete chaos. Under the leadership of two demigods, the Human Race Alliance and the Demons Alliance engaged in an astonishing battle. In this battle, a total of 36 Supremes perished. Most of them were Supremes who had just escaped from the Black Windstream and the Mora Death Prison. They had been sealed for too long, and like Empyrean rotting demon, their strength was far from their peak. The most shocking thing was the battle between the two demigods. Although demigods were suppressed by the will of the universe, they were still not something a legendary supremacy could compare to. The battle between Demon Saint Galois and the human demigod had caused a huge black hole to appear in the universe. It should be known that although a super supremacy could also create a black hole, it was only a small one. The black hole created by two demigods was enough to devour everything and destroy the laws of heaven. Nothing could exist within a radius of 1 light year. The battle ended as quickly as it came. Both sides laid down their banners and laid down their drums, quietly waiting for the next decisive battle. The Wilderness God Continent. 10 years passed in a flash. In the mountains 10,000 miles away from Yunzhong, Luo, Evil Star, and the black-robed young man each stood on a mountain. Who exactly are you? Supreme Evil Star's aura was thousands of times stronger than 10 years ago. His surging essence, chi, and spirit were comparable to the sun in the sky. It was dazzling and pure, emitting a faint silver light. This was a sign that his martial Yuan soul had advanced to the silver level. Since you want to know so much, there's no harm in telling you. The black-robed young man pulled down the hat that was covering his face. His long black hair fluttered in the wind like ink. His pupils were pitch black to the extreme, like two black holes. At the same time, a terrifying demonic aura erupted, causing the world to darken. Demonic power. It's demons. Evil Star narrowed his eyes and carefully sized up the other party. Suddenly, his pupils dilated. Great Demon King bloodline. That's right. The black-robed young man grinned. Submit to me, Evil Star. You should know what my appearance means. The black-robed young man looked straight at Evil Star. A complicated expression flashed across Evil Star's face. Then he laughed. It's easy to make me submit. Defeat me. Otherwise, so what if you have the great Demon King bloodline? Don't worry. It's not difficult to defeat you. The black-robed young man was indifferent. Evil Star snorted. Just like the legends. The great Demon King bloodline is really arrogant. However, your martial Dao Yuan Shen has just advanced to the silver level, while I have 10 years of accumulation. If this is where your confidence lies, then let's begin. The black-robed young man stood with his hands behind his back. The aura on his body was as deep as the sea. With him as the center, the sky and earth darkened and became deeper and deeper. It was so deep that Evil Star could not see the black-robed young man's position clearly. It was as if he was in the sky, but it was also as if he was right in front of him. Evil Star's heart trembled, and his battle intent exploded. "Take my demonic divine fist." His entire person turned into a ray of gray flowing light. Evil Star punched toward the deepest part of the sky and earth. The terrifying fist force covered the sky and earth, and it was unscrupulous. With one hand behind his back, the black-robed young man extended his right hand and clenched his fist. Boom! He punched out, and a dazzling light shone. Space-time trembled, and Evil Star flew backward. What a light, dark fist! Evil Star's figure flashed, and he pounced toward the black-robed young man again. The pervasive fist force filled the sky and earth, and it was as if there were countless evil stars attacking. In contrast, the black-robed young man's expression was relaxed. His surroundings were pitch black, but his fist force was incomparably dazzling. This was the uniqueness of the light and darkness ultimacy. After 1,000 moves, the black-robed young man suddenly met Evil Star. The darkness of the sky and earth gradually merged into his body, and his right fist became brighter and brighter, even brighter than the sun in the sky. It was extremely blinding. Pong! The fist struck out, and a dazzling light flashed past. Evil Star spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. This fist was too fast, so fast that Evil Star had no time to react. Is this the bloodline of the great demon king? Evil Star was at a loss for a moment. He felt that he was already strong enough, and no matter what aspect, he was not inferior to the shocking geniuses of ancient times. However, facing the bloodline of the great demon king, he was still defeated in a mess, and this was under the condition that the other party was not serious. It should be known that more than 10 years ago, judging from the results of the Tower Challenge, the other party was only slightly stronger than him. More than 10 years had passed, and the other party had actually widened the gap. What was even more terrifying was that the other party's martial path, Yuan Shun, was actually stronger than his. Hadn't he just broken through? Do you still want to fight? The black-robed young man asked calmly. Forget it, I'm not your match. I'm willing to submit to you. However, if there comes a day when your improvement slows down, don't blame me for leaving you. Evil Star took a deep breath and said with a complicated expression. The black-robed young man smiled and said, Sure, as long as you have the ability, you can take everything back from me at any time. Chapter 1366. After comprehending the word martial, Yichen summarized the 5 elements sword art and the space-time sword art. The 5 elemental sword art still had 3 styles. The first style was the hegemon sword style, the second was the illusory sword style, and the third was the defensive sword style. The space-time sword art had 2 styles. The first style was the chaos style, which incorporated the essence of the death cleave. When the sword was unleashed, space-time would become chaotic. The second style was the burial sword style. Just like the chaos style, the burial sword style incorporated the essence of the burial sword art. However, the changes were greater. It was quite different from the original burial sword art. Among the 5 great sword techniques, the defensive sword technique was the most profound. It was a technique that could be used to attack while defending, and it was good at dealing with opponents who were stronger than the user. The burial sword technique was the most frightening. Not only could this technique destroy the opponent's time, but its killing power was also increased by a lot. Although the original burial sword technique could freeze the opponent, it was much weaker in terms of power. It was only by combining the essence of the word break that it had some killing power. Although the power ultimacy has not been perfected, I should be able to do it by incorporating it into the simplest and most direct hegemon sword art. Among the 5 sword moves, the hegemon sword art was undoubtedly the most compatible with the power ultimacy. The others were a little more complicated. 5 elements ultimacy, power ultimacy. Yi Chen's method was simple. He would change one ultimacy after every move. The first move was the 5 elements ultimacy. The second was the power ultimacy. The third was the power ultimacy. And the fourth was the power ultimacy. The cycle continued. The move that contained the 5 elements ultimacy was more mysterious and extraordinary. The move that contained the power ultimacy didn't focus on technique. It had a sense of freedom and bravery. The difference in philosophy also made it very difficult to fuse 2 ultimacies. One had to find the same point and then fuse them. Yi Chen, I have bad news for you. The 2 from the Cloud Tribe and the Starseed Tribe have become legendary supremes. Lan, you brought a piece of news that day. Oh, so fast? Putting away the star sword, Yi Chen raised his eyebrows. I can't believe it either. Do you want me to ask your father to teach you some ways to break through the martial Dao Yuan spirit? Lan Yu's intuition told her that the entanglement between the 3 of them was very big. She didn't want to see Yi Chen fall behind. This problem can only be solved by myself. Yi Chen shook his head. All right, if there's anything you need help with, just let me know. Thanks a lot. After Lan Yu left, Yi Chen smiled bitterly. Yi Chen was not surprised that Evil Star had broken through to the legendary Supreme stage. Evil Star's age was more than double his, and he had accumulated enough. However, the breakthrough of the great Demon King's bloodline had indeed exceeded Yi Chen's expectations. It seemed like the legends were true. The great Demon King's bloodline had unlimited potential. In terms of accumulation, it would not take a long time to achieve it. In terms of talent and potential, the great Demon King bloodline is indeed invincible, but in terms of comprehension ability, I'll have to fight to know. Yi Chen felt a surge of pride in his heart. It was only interesting to defeat such an opponent. Yunzhong landed in a luxurious courtyard. The black-robed young man and Evil Star sat in the pavilion, drinking tea and eating meat. Great Demon King bloodline, I still don't know your name. Evil Star put down the meat in his hand and asked. The black-robed young man said slowly, the great Demon King bloodline is determined by the heavens. There's no need for a name. You can call me the First Demon Lord. The First Demon Lord. Evil Star raised his eyebrows. The highest authority of the demons was the Sky Demon Lord, and the great Demon King bloodline was called the First Demon Lord. It was obvious that he wanted to replace the Sky Demon Lord. Of course, this was understandable. When the great Demon King bloodline appeared, everyone had to give way, including the Sky Demon Lord. Who's that person from the unfalling Eagle tribe? I feel like you should know him. Evil Star asked again. He's a rare genius of the human race. His name is Yi Chen. In terms of talent, you can't compare to him. He's no more than 800 years old. In the previous war between the Demons Alliance and the Human Race Alliance, because of him, the Demons Alliance lost. Oh, it seems like you came to the Wilderness God continent because of him. Evil Star looked at the First Demon Lord meaningfully. He can barely be called a strong opponent of mine. Avoiding him is the best choice. You can't be thinking that the great Demon King bloodline is the strongest right from the start, right? The First Demon Lord didn't care about his guess. He didn't need the process, but the result. No matter what, there aren't many people who can make the great Demon King's bloodline avoid him. Fine, I'll help you test him. Let's see how much progress he has made after comprehending the word. Marshal! Evil Star stood up. The First Demon Lord raised his teacup and took a sip. Then I'll have to trouble you. He also wanted to know how much progress Yi Chen had made. When it came to one strong opponent, one naturally had to know oneself as well as the enemy. It was indeed much easier to fuse the power ultimacy with the hegemon sword style. If the previous hegemon sword style was a perfect supreme sword move, the current hegemon sword style barely had the power of a supreme sword move. It could be considered a quasi-supreme sword move. Supreme martial arts are the perfect fusion of technique and power. It's not enough to have technique without power, and it's not enough to have power without technique either. The current hegemon sword style is the true hegemon sword style. On the grassland, a sword mark that was dozens of meters deep spread out. At the beginning of the sword mark, Yi Chun stood there. As the days passed, Yi Chun started to fuse the second style. This style was the first style of the space-time sword technique, chaos style. As for the fusion of illusory sword style, defensive sword style, and burial sword style, the difficulty was too high. Yi Chun planned to go from low to high, step by step. Defensive sword style was the last. In terms of profoundness, this style was the first, and the difficulty of fusing it was even higher than the most terrifying burial sword style. Halfway through the fusion of the chaos style, an uninvited guest came. Evil Star wanted to challenge him. Yi Chun, there's no need to be in such a hurry to accept the challenge. He's a legendary supremacy. It's unfair to you. Lan Yu said. Yi Chun smiled and said, "It's fine. I also want to know what level I've reached. Even if the other party is a legendary supremacy, he might not be able to defeat me." From the results of the previous tower challenge, in terms of martial arts progress, he was one of the best. Only the great Demon King bloodline could compare to him. Moreover, he had comprehended the word martial first, so there was no reason for him to not accept the challenge. The battle between Yi Chun and Evil Star caused a commotion in the unfalling Eagle tribe. Everyone wanted to see who was stronger after a dozen years. "Leader, things aren't looking good this time." In the unfalling Eagle tribe, an elder sized up Evil Star and shook his head slightly. The other party had already become a legendary supremacy. His foundation was many times stronger than Yi Chen's. Ing Lai Xiong said, "How would we know if we haven't fought? I think since he dares to accept the challenge, he must have some confidence." "I'm afraid it's too mysterious." The elders of the unfalling Eagle tribe didn't think highly of Yi Chun. They were both geniuses, but there was a huge gap in their realms. It could be said that the difference was like the distance between heaven and earth. Seeing that Yi Chen's martial Dao Yuan Shun hadn't broken through, Evil Star was a little disappointed. Fortunately, he already knew that Yi Chen's sword art had reached the perfection level. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be interested. "Yi Chun, don't blame me for not giving you time. I just want to let you know how terrifying the great Demon King bloodline is," Evil Star said as he slowly let out a breath. In the same amount of time, the great Demon King bloodline improved faster than everyone else. Sometimes unfairness was also a kind of fairness. Chapter 1367. It doesn't matter whether it's fair or not. To me, it doesn't matter. This world was unfair to begin with. Forcing it was just a display of cowardice. True experts never cared about fairness. They only cared about the results. Good. It seems like you're very open-minded. Evil Star was a little surprised. He was a legendary paragon, but the other party still dared to say that. It seemed like he had a lot of confidence. The two of them were fighting 3,000 kilometers away from the unfalling Eagle tribe. That place was full of potholes, and there was not a single piece of good land in a radius of 1,000 kilometers. It was the place where the 5 tribe leaders had fought the gold-eating beasts. Because this was the wilderness god continent, it was not so easy to fill up the potholes. Thus, Eagle Liexiong had moved the tribe 3,000 kilometers away. High up in the sky, Evil Star and Yi Chun stood in the air, several kilometers away from each other. A few hundred kilometers away from them, A large number of spectators surrounded them. Evil Star's body shone with a brilliant silver light. This was the light emitted by his martial Dao Yuan Shen. The silver light fused with the evil power, turning into a gray light full of evil qi. Whoosh! The gray light flashed, and Evil Star instantly appeared in the sky above Yi Chun. His fist flashed down. The first form of the extreme evil divine fist, Evil Fist 10 flashes. The Evil Fist 10 flashes trajectory was erratic, and it was unscrupulous. It was already very impressive for an ordinary legendary paragon to be able to block 6 or 7 flashes. Dang, 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 10 consecutive crisp sounds rang out. Evil Star's Evil Fist 10 flashes was blocked by Yi Chun. He had used the most exquisite defensive sword form. Evil Star, if you think you can defeat me without going all out, then you're gravely mistaken. The perfect defensive sword form did not have any blind spots or weak spots. No matter how strong the enemy's attack was, unless it exceeded the limits of the defensive sword form, it would be impossible to break through the defense. Don't be too confident. Take another heavenly Evil Fist. Time and space twisted slightly, and Evil Star's figure disappeared. Only the distorted fist force descended from the sky, as if it was a fist from beyond the heavens. Straight chop, vertical chop, diagonal chop, flick chop. Yi Chen's defensive sword art was both offensive and defensive at the same time, allowing him to defend from any angle as he sliced apart wave after wave of fist power. In the end, these fist power all combined into a mess and broke down on its own. It turned out that Yi Chun had used the power to push some of the fist power away and hit the other fist power like dominoes, creating a chain reaction. What a profound defensive sword technique. The elders of the Unfalling Eagle tribe praised him in their hearts. They were all supreme martial arts of perfection, but there were still differences in their strengths. The key lay in the individual's creativity. Obviously, Yi Chen's defensive sword style had reached a very high realm. Up in the sky, Evil Star frowned. He had somewhat underestimated the power of a consummate supreme sword technique. And even more so, he had underestimated Yi Chen's defensive sword technique. Even though he had already become a legendary sovereign, his martial arts were still at the realm of consummate supreme fist technique. Moreover, he had made a breakthrough in the past 10 years. More than 10 years ago, he only had one fist technique that was a consummate supreme fist technique. Seems like I have to be serious. This time, Evil Star came not only to completely defeat Yi Chun. Of course, that was the most important thing. Secondly, he wanted to find out what was so special about this peerless genius Yi Chun. Why did the first demon lord say that he was not as good as him? If any genius heard this, they would be somewhat unconvinced. Boom. The void trembled slightly. Evil Star was like a gray sun, exploding with the power of a legendary sovereign. It was still Evil Fist 10 flashes, but this time it was more than 10 times faster than before. It was like a flash. Only the first demon lord's fist speed was faster than his. In addition to speed, the destructive power of Evil Fist 10 flashes had also increased by more than 10 times. The fist energy of the first flash was dissipated by Yi Chun, and it shot into the potholed ground. Instantly, the ground shook, and dust filled the air. A pitch-black hole appeared. Second flash. Third flash. Ninth flash. There was actually no gap between each flash. It was just that the flow of time was slightly different. The extreme Evil Fist contained the profound of space and time. When it came to the ninth flash, Yi Chun felt the strain that he hadn't felt for a long time. This flash used the acceleration of time and the vibration of space to create a space-time vibration wave. The space-time vibration wave wrapped around the fist energy, making it difficult for Yi Chun to use it to counterattack. In the end, He could only rely on his understanding of the profound of space and time to disintegrate the space-time vibration wave and forcefully split the fist energy. 10th flash. This flash was extremely fast, and Yi Chen's defensive sword style had already canceled out the opponent's 9th flash. It would be difficult for him to make a comeback in a short time. Moreover, the defensive sword style might not be able to block the 10th flash. That's your limit. Evil Star coldly stared at Yi Chen. Chaos. Facing the so-called desperate situation, Yi Chen's expression didn't change. All of a sudden, a sword aura that could confuse one's soul and make one's senses scatter burst out. Yi Chen's figure seemed to have turned into thousands of pieces, dodging the evil fist's 10 flashes and 10 flashes. When the 10th flash disappeared, Yi Chen's figure pieced together again, forming a whole body. How is this possible? Evil Star's pupils dilated, as if he had seen something unbelievable. The profound of space and time is indeed the most difficult and obscure, and also the most bizarre complementary profound. Ing Liexiong revealed a smile. The profound of space was fine, but the profound of time depended on one's talent. Those who didn't have enough talent, even if they were given all the resources, they wouldn't be able to comprehend the profound of time to a high level. It's my turn to attack. Using the defensive sword form, Yi Chen more or less knew the limits of Evil Star's power. Overall, he, who had a perfect supreme sword art, was slightly weaker than his opponent, who had advanced to the legendary supreme level. Of course, this was under the premise that Hegemon sword form and chaos form were not perfect supreme sword arts. Raising the heavenly sword, Yi Chen suddenly waved it. A strange scene happened. Yi Chen's arm, together with the heavenly sword, seemed to have been cut into countless pieces by space and time. Countless sword lights shot out at Evil Star, splitting again along the way and intertwining with each other. It was as if one part of space and time was inserted into another, intertwining and complicated. The whole world became a kaleidoscope, and it was a three-dimensional kaleidoscope. Chaos form. Not good. Evil Star's body flickered as he pushed his demonic divine fist to the highest level. Relying on his study of the profound of space and time, he blocked the intertwining sword lights one after another. Even so, his comprehension of the profound of space and time was not as profound as Yi Chen's. Some impossible loopholes were dug out and magnified. Then, sparks appeared on his body. Those sparks were caused by the friction between the sword lights and the divine armor. Fortunately, his divine armor was a 2-star Earth divine artifact. Otherwise, the sword lights would have been enough to injure him. Uffed. Evil Star spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Yi Chen in disbelief. Yi Chen's realm was not as high as his, but he was able to defeat him. This is his first time comprehending the word martial, but I have comprehended it 3 times. He surpassed me 3 times in just one time. For a moment, Evil Star felt a little sad. It seemed that he was destined to be the foil of the first demon lord and his opponent. Chapter 1368. It had been a year since the battle with Evil Star, and Yi Chen finally managed to integrate the profound of power into his chaotic form. Previously, during the battle with Evil Star, he had only integrated half of the profound of power into the chaotic form. Next, Yi Chen tried to integrate the illusory sword form and the profound of power. The illusory sword form was a little different from other sword techniques. This form had a higher requirement on one's heart force. With a strong heart force, the sword speed of the illusory sword form could surpass the heavenly Tao. Then, it integrated the essence of the word illusion, which could cause the enemy to hallucinate. Hence, Yi Chen estimated that the fusion with the profound of power wouldn't be smooth. After all, illusion and power weren't compatible. Sure enough, after 2 years, Yi Chen's illusory sword form and the profound of power stagnated after only 1/3 of the fusion. The further he went, the greater the resistance was, as if there was an invisible hand obstructing the fusion. I better integrate the sword burial form first. After persisting for another 3 months, Yi Chen had no choice but to give up. The process of integrating the sword burial form was much smoother. For the past 2 years, its fusion speed was slower than the illusory sword form, but at least it had never stopped progressing. After spending 7 years, the sword burial form had successfully integrated the profound of power. Usually, other than integrating the sword techniques, Yi Chen would often bring Sky Splitter out to hunt. The current Sky Splitter was already a pinnacle super berserk beast. Yi Chen realized that if a berserk beast wanted to evolve, devouring a berserk beast of the same level was useless. Or rather, it had to devour a berserk beast that was stronger than itself. In order for Sky Splitter to become a pinnacle super berserk beast, it had devoured a total of 9 pinnacle super berserk beasts, growing from 5 meters to 3 meters. Yi Chen's goal was to make Sky Splitter a legendary berserk beast. Only then would it be able to help him and fight alongside him. Otherwise, it would be like Dream-Eating Wolf, gradually becoming useless. It could be said that the path of a berserk beast's growth was the path of slaughter. No wonder it was called a berserk beast. Of course, every dire beast had its own growth limit. Fortunately, Heaven Splitter hadn't reached that limit yet. The prairie where the Unfalling Eagle tribe was located was filled with ferocious beasts. Some flew in the sky, some swam in the water, and some burrowed underground. There were all kinds of ferocious beasts. However, it was a bit difficult to find a quasi-legend ferocious beast. After all, quasi-legend ferocious beasts were already considered powerful ferocious beasts on the Wild's God continent, and they were rarely seen. Roar! Heaven Splitter's ears twitched. He suddenly lowered his head and rubbed his head against Yi Chen's shoulder. Yi Chen looked at Sky Splitter. You said that there's a legendary beast far away. On the Wilderness God continent, the beast's sense of smell and hearing were extremely powerful. Their perception was much stronger than that of Supreme's. For example, Heaven Splitter could rely on its sense of smell to smell something thousands of miles away. Of course, this smell had to have been smelled before. Their hearing was even more powerful. They could hear the roars of beasts tens of thousands of miles away. Heaven Splitter nodded vigorously. Let's go, lead the way. A legendary beast was more useful than 10 quasi-legend ferocious beasts. After devouring it, Heaven Splitter would definitely become a quasi-legend ferocious beast. The growth and evolution of ferocious beasts were somewhat similar. They would devour the essence of others to make up for their own shortcomings. After chasing for 7 days and 7 nights, Yi Chen and Heaven Splitter finally caught up with the legendary beast. This legendary beast was shaped like a rhinoceros. Its shoulder height was 6 to 7 meters, and it was more than 10 meters long. Its body was covered in yellow stripes. Its tail was longer than its body, curling around its waist. It was estimated to be dozens of meters long. Yi Chen had seen the ferocious beast catalog of the Wilderness God continent. He knew that this rhinoceros was called a plenilune beast. It was only a beginner legendary beast, much weaker than a peak legendary beast like the Gold Eater. Fortunately, it was a beginner legendary beast. If it was a mid-level legendary beast, Yi Chen would have to think twice. Roar. The plenilune beast's roar was very eerie. It didn't match its domineering appearance at all. It gave people a creepy feeling. Heaven Splitter's hair stood on end. Thud, 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 thud. The plenilune beast turned into a cloud of dust and charged at Yi Chen and Heaven Splitter. The horn on its forehead was glowing. Scatter! Yi Chen shouted and dodged the plenilune beast's attack. Heaven Splitter was a little embarrassed. The plenilune beast seemed to be very unhappy that Heaven Splitter dared to provoke it. Its 10-meter-long tail was like a whip, lashing at Heaven Splitter's body. Heaven Splitter was sent flying. A deep wound appeared on its body, almost splitting it into two. Fortunately, most of the Plenaloon beast's attention was on Yi-chun, and its tail only took care of Heaven Splitter. Otherwise, Heaven Splitter would have died without a doubt. Yi-chun was a little annoyed that he had suffered a loss right from the start. He originally didn't plan to dodge, but the horn on the Plenaloon beast's forehead gave him a trace of threat. According to the beast catalog, the Plenaloon beast's horn had the power of a mid-level legendary beast. He absolutely couldn't let it hit him. Heaven Splitter, stay away. Not daring to be careless, Yi-chun told Heaven Splitter to stay away from the battlefield. Woo, woo, woo. Heaven Splitter had lost his temper and quickly ran away, staggering a little. Pulling out the Heaven Sword, Yi-chun's aura locked onto the Plenaloon beast. Although the Plenaloon beast was a low-level legendary beast, it couldn't be underestimated. Firstly, the defense of its skin was very high, not any weaker than a mid-level legendary beast. Secondly, its horn attack was very powerful. It didn't need to come into direct contact with the enemy. As long as one was hit by its horn, it would be a disaster. Ta, 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 ta. The Plenaloon beast never knew how to retreat. With its 4 hooves, it crazily charged at Yi-chun. Its speed was getting faster and faster, almost turning into a ray of light. Let's see how strong your ultimate attack is. Raising the Heaven Sword high, Yi-chun performed the Tyrant sword style. Rumble! Rays of light exploded, and a transparent shockwave spread out, causing the ground to cave in. At the center of the shockwave, the Plenaloon beast lost its balance, and its huge body was sent flying. Of course, Yi-chun didn't have it easy either. His feet slid on the ground, causing the soil to roll up. What a powerful attack! Yi-chun's palm was a little numb. Facing the Plenaloon beast's strongest attack was indeed a little strenuous and unrewarding. Swish! Relying on his amazing control, Yi-chun forcefully reversed his retreat, and with a flash, he appeared beside the Plenaloon beast. Die! Ashes scattered, and Yi-chun's sword stabbed into the Plenaloon beast's abdomen. The Plenaloon beast was good at everything, except for its lack of agility. This was its biggest weakness, and also the most fatal one. Of course, when facing Yi-chun's sword burial style, there wasn't much of a difference whether it was agile or not, unless the opponent's bloodline contained space-time profound. Puchi, sword chi shot out, and the Plenaloon beast's body was pierced by the sword chi. Then, with the piercing point as the center, the Plenaloon beast's body began to distort and collapse, turning into pieces of flesh. The sword burial style, which was infused with power profound, was terrifyingly powerful. It was the top of the 5 major sword moves. Putting the Heaven Sword back into its scabbard, Yi-chun gently landed on the ground and began to call Sky Splitter over. The moment a berserk beast died, its flesh and blood essence would be lost, and it must be devoured as soon as possible. Otherwise, it wouldn't be of much use. After all, berserk beasts were different from humans. Humans only needed to rely on the other party's flesh and blood to fill their stomachs. Chapter 1369. Roar. Heaven Splitter dashed over, picking up a piece of meat and gnawing on it. After a few bites, Heaven Splitter shook his head and tossed it away. The meat essence inside had already been absorbed. Brain, bone marrow, internal organs, muscles, every part of the full moon beast's body contained the essence of a legendary beast, especially the horn and tail, which contained the most powerful essence. After all, the full moon beast relied on these two to fight. As Sky Splitter crazily devoured the essence of the full moon beast's flesh and blood, Yi-chun also picked up a few pieces of meat and started to grill them. Soon, the smell of meat spread out, making one's mouth water. It's already evolving. While eating, Yi-Chen watched Sky Splitter's evolution. Sky Splitter's evolution was very fast. Its body first swelled to 6 to 7 meters tall, and then it began to shrink. When it shrank to 4 meters, it stopped. At this time, its fur was longer, its eyes sharper, and its claws and teeth shone brighter. Its body stood still, but it gave off an oppressive feeling as if it would pounce and bite at any time. Quasi-legendary beast. At this moment, Sky Splitter officially became a quasi-legendary beast. Obviously, this wasn't its limit. According to the records, the ancestor of the starry sky bear cat was a sacred beast, a demigod-level beast, with the ancestor's bloodline. The king of the starry sky bear cat would definitely reach the legendary level. As for whether it was a high-grade legendary beast or a pinnacle legendary beast, no one knew. It all depended on the purity of the ancestor's bloodline in Sky Splitter. Of course, although Sky Splitter only needed to devour the meat of stronger beasts to continue growing, the prerequisite was that it had a strong enough master. According to the previous rules, Sky Splitter needed to devour 10 beginner legendary beasts to become a beginner legendary beast, or 1 intermediate legendary beast. With Yi-Chen's current strength, if he encountered intermediate legendary beasts, he wouldn't stand a chance. Some of the more powerful ones were even stronger than Yi-Chen. Moreover, whether it could grow depended on the probability. The probability was high at the beginning, but it might not be as high at the later stages. The universe was peaceful. Ever since the Supremes of the Black Wind Stream and Mora Death Prison were released, the atmosphere in the universe became increasingly tense. This kind of pressure was like the undercurrent in the depths of the ocean. It wasn't visible on the surface, but once it erupted, it would engulf the entire world, and no one could escape. 9 Revolutions, Star. The current ruler of the 9 Revolutions, Star, had changed from Supreme Martial Saint to the human demigod, White Pole Sword Saint. Is there still no news of Yi-Chen? White Pole Sword Saint was very interested in Yi-Chen. No, Zhenwu Supreme looked helpless. Yi-Chen had been away for decades, and there had been no news of him. No one knew where he had gone. Although it was normal for a Supreme to wander for decades, centuries, or even millennia, Yi-Chen was a peerless genius of the human clan. If he had been away for a long time, people would inevitably worry about his safety. There's no rush. Let him drift for a while longer. White Pole Sword Saint smiled. Suddenly, as if sensing something, the White Pole Sword Sage turned his head to look at the void. His eyes ignored the distance of space and soon saw a white-haired young man in the black tortoise galaxy undergoing the venerable tribulation. It was Duguju, who was going through the supreme tribulation. On the 30th year after Yi-Chen's disappearance, he finally became a Supreme. Good disciple, you've finally become a Supreme. Duguju's master, Yin and Yang Blade Emperor, sensed Duguju's breakthrough and couldn't help but smile. As an 8th layer life and death heavenly emperor, he was able to teach a Supreme. This was enough to leave his name in the annals of history. The next year, another young man broke through to the Supreme realm. However, this young man was not from Human Race Alliance, but the Dark Goddess of Demons. God bless Empress, Yi-Chen's former opponent. God bless Empress. No, it should be God bless Supreme. It wasn't easy for her to become a Supreme, mainly because Yi-Chen had left a huge shadow in her heart. If not for this shadow, she would have become a Supreme long ago. Dark Goddess, this bloodline is rare. I just happen to be lacking a partner. Giant Demon Venerable was a legendary Supreme who had come out of the Black Wind Stream. In the past decade, beautiful female emperors of various races had gathered in his palace. There were demons, evil spirit race, Yaksha race, and even humans, barbarian race, and spirit race. However, what he wanted the most was a female Supreme. Dark Witch Six-Winged Supreme was his most desired target. Unfortunately, Six-Winged Supreme was a Supreme after all. Although her strength was not as good as his, she had the protection of Sky Demon Venerable. For this reason, he had fought a great battle with Sky Demon Venerable. However, Sky Demon Venerable had the demonic sacred armor and bloodthirsty spear, so he was not his opponent. This time, Sky Demon Venerable wouldn't stop him, right? Across the boundless space-time, Giant Demon Venerable extended his hand toward God Bless Supreme. Bang! A bloodthirsty light flickered, and Giant Demon Venerable retracted his right hand, revealing a bloody scar on his palm. Sky Demon Venerable, you're courting death. Giant Demon Venerable flew into a rage out of humiliation. The other party had stopped him again and again. Did he really think he was a pushover? If it wasn't for the fact that his strength had yet to recover, he would have taken him down long ago. Giant Demon Venerable, if you want a female supreme, you can go capture those from other races. You better not have any ideas about my own race. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Sky Demon Venerable's voice traveled across space-time. Giant Demon Venerable said eerily, "You can protect her for a while, but you can't protect her forever." "I can't protect her forever, but someone can. If you don't care about your life, you can try." Sky Demon Venerable threw out a sentence. "Oh, who is it?" "Demon Saint Garo. He has already officially gone into seclusion. No one knows when he will wake up again, and he won't care about these small things. Of course, it's not Lord Demon Saint. There's no harm in telling you. The great Demon King's bloodline has long been born. The Dark Witch and Dark Goddess will both be his partners. Therefore, you better put away your thoughts in case the great Demon King's bloodline returns and kills you." Great Demon King's bloodline. The words Great Demon King's bloodline were like a curse that shocked Giant Demon Venerable. Since ancient times, as long as the Great Demon King's bloodline was born, the Dark Witch and Dark Goddess would always be his partners. No one dared to snatch them away. The other races might not know much about the Great Demon King's bloodline, but the Demon Venerables definitely knew. "Humph, don't lie to me. Why haven't I heard about this? Of course I won't tell you this directly, but I have already told Lord Demon Saint. Humph, you win. I want to see what the Great Demon King's bloodline can do. I hope it won't disappoint me." The Giant Demon Venerable was a high-level legendary supreme at his peak. He was still a little unconvinced by the bloodline of the Great Demon King. In the entire universe, only Demon Sage Garo and Sword Sage White Pole could make him completely convinced and not dare to provoke them. "Female Supreme, since I can't touch my own race, I will capture those from other races." Giant Demon Venerable had an idea. He had plenty of time, and he would succeed eventually. Chapter 1370. 33 years after Yi Chen's disappearance, Sword Saint Bai Ji went into seclusion. He needed to recover to his peak and form his own body. Demigods losing their bodies didn't seem to affect them much, but it would limit their future development. 35 years after Yi Chen's disappearance, Yan Qingxian became a supreme. In just a few years, there were 3 more thousand-year supremes in the universe. They were Duguju, Supreme God Bless, and Yan Qingxian. All 3 became supremes within 1,000 years. Becoming a supreme was a good thing, but it also brought a lot of trouble to Yan Qingxian. Among the supremes in the universe, more than 90% of them were men. There were very few women, which also led to female supremes being very popular. After all, everyone hoped that their partner would be a female supremes. That way, they could grow old together and live until the end of time. Therefore, on the surface and in the dark, there were many supremes looking for Yan Qingxian, hoping that she could become their partner. Among them was a legendary supremes. Yan Qingxian rejected them all. Even if she wanted a partner, she wouldn't find these people. Many of them were hundreds of times older than her. From some secret information, it was known that Yan Qingxian was Yi Chen's confidant and good friend. Therefore, the majority of the Supremes restrained themselves and wouldn't do anything forceful. Only Supreme Skyhook, who had come out of Morrow Death Prison, didn't care who Yi Chun was. He had taken a liking to Yan Qingxian. This kind of beautiful woman was rarely seen in the world, and it was even rarer for her to cultivate to the Supremes. If Six-Winged Supreme and God Bless Supreme were said to be outstanding bloodlines, then Yan Qingxian was said to be the best of all women. There was another reason why Supreme Skyhook wanted Yan Qingxian as his partner. He didn't have any children. In fact, many Supremes would try to have children before they became Supremes. Once they became Supremes, their other half had to be Supremes as well. For example, if Yi Chun wanted children, then Su Jing and Murong Qingcheng had to become Supremes. Otherwise, they couldn't get pregnant. Supreme Skyhook didn't know how long he could live. Therefore, before he died, he needed to raise a Supremes. It would be best if the Supremes were his children. Yan Qingxian, who looked cute and pretty, naturally became a hot commodity in the old man's eyes. Fortunately, Supreme True Marshal stopped Supreme Skyhook at the most crucial moment. A peerless genius like Yi Chun had walked through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He was usually gentle, but once someone angered him, they would have to suffer his wrath. If Yi Chun came back and found out that Supreme Skyhook forced Yan Qingxian to become his partner, he would undoubtedly fall out with Supreme Skyhook. Yi Chun might not be Supreme Skyhook's match in the beginning, but given enough time, Yi Chun would eventually surpass Supreme Skyhook. Whether it was Yi Chun suffering a loss or Yi Chun suppressing Supreme Skyhook, it was not something Supreme True Marshal wanted to see. The human race alliance had to maintain internal harmony. Supreme True Marshal used his divine artifact armor and the True Marshal divine truncheon to force Supreme Skyhook to retreat a few times and warn him several times. Damn it, I'm a legendary supremacy. How noble! How dare you stop me? As a legendary supremacy, Supreme Skyhook was very proud. He had been a peerless genius in the past. If he hadn't been imprisoned in the Morrow Death Prison, he might have even become a demigod. I'll go into seclusion to recover my power. When I come out, no one can stop me. Supreme Skyhook decided to go into seclusion. He had gathered enough resources to recover his power. On the 200th year of Yi Chen's disappearance, Emperor Jiu successfully broke through and became a sovereign. He had crossed the threshold of 1,000 years sovereign to become a sovereign. This also represented his frightening potential. However, his brilliance had always been overshadowed by Yi Chun. As for Dugu Ju and Yan Qingxian becoming sovereigns within 1,000 years, it was actually out of many people's expectations. However, many things were uncertain. Becoming a sovereign also depended on one's temperament, and not just one's talent and comprehension. Audiobook, who had become a supremacy, was called one of the top 10 supremacies. As for Emperor Peerless, it was too exaggerated. So far, the human race had 3 youths who had become supremacies. They were all supremacies. Of course, other races also had youths who had become supremacies. There were 2 demons. One of them was a supreme God Bless, while the other one was older. He was over 2,000 years old. One from the evil spirit race, one from the Yiksha race, 2 from the barbarian race, 2 from the giant race. Originally, there should have been more than 2 demons. It was the same for the evil spirit race and the Yiksha race. There should have been more than one supremacy. Unfortunately, their top geniuses had all died in the Shura World arena. The one who killed them was Yi Chun. Yi Chun had stepped on their bodies to become a supremacy, Apart from the new supremacy of the demons, the number of supremacies in the universe had increased from 1 to 11. If Supremacy Evil Star and Yi Chun, who had been missing for many years, were added to the total number of supremacies. If Yi Chun was the sun, then they were the stars, blooming with their own light. However, few people knew that there was another sun blooming with dazzling light. Yi Chun was the white sun, and the other party was the black sun, the bloodline of the great demon king. There are so many supremacies appearing all of a sudden. Are they trying to make the universe even more chaotic? Some supremacies were secretly discussing. There were simply too many supremacies. In the past, it was already not bad to have one appear in an era. This time, there were more than 10 of them. The supremacies are the trump cards. I'm afraid there will be more young supremacies in the future. Yes, that's for sure. The supremacies are just the first batch. Our potential has been exhausted. It's up to these young supremacies to perform. Wilderness God Continent. In the past 200 years, Yi Chun had already fused the defensive sword stance with the power ultimacy. He had even successfully fused the most difficult illusory sword stance with the power ultimacy. During this period, the challenge of the Wilderness God Tower was carried out again. This time, Yi Chun was still first in the tower. The defensive sword stance fused with the power ultimacy was too powerful. He might not be able to defeat the first demon venerable with the great demon king bloodline in a one-on-one fight, but he was undoubtedly the strongest in the tower. With the defensive sword stance, he reached the 788th level, while the first demon venerable reached the 787th level. They were still one level apart. As for the third place, there was a huge gap between the two. It was unknown when it started, but the two had already surpassed the others. However, among the top 5, only Yi Chun was not a legendary supremacy. Even Kong Xueli and War Bear had become legendary supremacies. It was shocking to have such strength without becoming a legendary supremacy. However, there were also many limitations. After becoming a legendary supremacy, one could continue to develop. But before becoming a legendary supremacy, one's foundation was too weak. There was also a lack of accumulation. It was not obvious at the moment, but as time passed, it would become more and more obvious. Chapter 1371. Could it be that if my sword intent cannot be improved, my martial yuan soul cannot be developed? This was the second time Yi Chun was trying to comprehend the word martial. Unfortunately, although his two sword intents had improved, there seemed to be no end to the peak of the 8th order. He couldn't see the barrier to the 9th order no matter what. On the other hand, his radiant sword intent was gradually catching up, reaching the late stage of the 8th order. It was only 2 levels lower than the Immortal sword intent and Destruction sword intent. I'll see next time. If my sword intent still cannot be improved, I can forget about it. It was impossible for Yi Chun to waste the opportunity to comprehend the word martial on his sword intent. Ever since the 5 sword moves fused with the power profoundness, his improvement was minimal. With so much time, he could create other sword arts such as the Yin-Yang sword art or the earth, water, fire, and wind sword arts. One should not think that creating new sword arts was useless. At the legendary supremacy realm, if one wanted to go further and become a demigod, one had to have a deep understanding of martial arts. Otherwise, there was no way to improve one's martial yuan soul. The reason why there was the word martial in front of the martial yuan soul was because the martial yuan soul was not only the condensation of essence, energy, and spirit, it was also the foundation of one's martial Tao. Soon, it was the 3rd time he attempted the Desolate God Tower. On the 788th level, Yi Chun and Desolate Spirit were entangled. The blade art of this level of Desolate Spirit was boundlessly tyrannical, and was even more subtle in the feminine aspect. However, Yi Chen's sword art had also reached the pinnacle. It should be known that 100 years ago, his 5 sword styles had already been infused with the profound of power at the great completion realm. After 100 years, although their might hadn't increased much, be it in terms of power exertion or technique, they had all reached the realm of practice makes perfect, and practice makes perfect. Without a trace of smoke or fire, Yi Chen deflected Desolate Spirit's saber strike after strike, gradually turning his advantage into victory. Finally, he slashed his opponent's throat, defeating him. The 789th level, the 790th level, the 791st level. Finally, Yi Chen reached his limit. He stopped at the 792nd level. Exhaling, Yi Chen walked out of the desolate god tower. Yi Chen, don't be discouraged. Try harder next time. Lan Yu comforted Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled. It's fine. It's within my expectations. On the crystal steel, the first demon venerable with the great demon king bloodline was not him. He had already reached the 795th level, and there was no sign of him stopping. The 3rd place was still Evil Star, with a score of 770. The 4th place was Kong Xueli with 755, and the 5th place was War Bear with 750. In terms of results, the first Demon Venerable and Yi Chen were on the same level. Evil Star was on his own level, while Kong Xueli and Battle Bear were on the same level. However, it seemed that the first Demon Venerable was exerting his strength and had the tendency to occupy a level by himself. As for Evil Star, he was temporarily unable to surpass Yi Chen. The Great Demon King bloodline is too sick. The bloodline of the Great Demon King had long been exposed. Warbear said to Kong Xueli. Kong Xueli nodded. He is constantly improving at a high speed. I really don't know where his limits are. How can there be such a terrifying bloodline in this world? At the beginning, everyone was skeptical about the Great Demon King bloodline. However, after knowing the first Demon Venerable's age, they were all speechless. The crucial point was that not only was the first Demon Venerable's bloodline invincible, his perception was also extremely terrifying. He simply had no flaws. Perhaps his only flaw was that he was too perfect. The 796th level, the 797th level, the 800th level. When the first Devil Venerable reached the 800th level, the leaders of the 5 tribes glanced at each other in dismay. The 800th level was another level. Every 100th level was a bottleneck, and the Desolate Spirit would become much more monstrous. Finally, the first Demon Venerable stopped at the 802nd level. After walking out of the desolate god tower, the first Demon Venerable ignored everyone else. He looked at Yi Chen and said, I've surpassed you. Congratulations. Yi Chen was neither sad nor happy. The first Demon Venerable said with a smile that didn't look like a smile, after being surpassed by me, you will no longer have the possibility of surpassing me. While you are improving, I am also improving. Furthermore, the extent of my improvement is even greater. How would you know if you don't try? All right, I will wait and see. However, in my heart, I don't wish for you to be surpassed by me so quickly. That would be too boring. The first Demon Venerable laughed and left. In Lai Xiong's side, the competition between these two geniuses had shocked them to their core. It was too exaggerated. Fortunately, Lan Yu had finally made it to the top 9, earning a portion of time for the Unfalling Eagle tribe. Including Yi Chen's portion, it was still 2 portions. As expected, my sword intent didn't break through to the 9th level. In the courtyard, Yi Chen exited from the strange space with the word Marshal. He frowned and then relaxed. The peak of the 8th level was called the limit, and it seemed to be not far from the 9th level. However, only by truly trying would one know that the distance between the peak of the 8th level and the 9th level was still a long way. The limit was just a path with no end. Without special opportunities or great enlightenment, one might not be able to reach the end of the path in his entire life. The only consolation was that his sword intent had also reached the peak of the 8th level. With the 3 peak of the 8th level sword spirits gathered in his ocean of soul, Yi Chen's body had a slight change. His entire ocean of soul was like a glowing ball of light, transparent and translucent. It was hard for him to have any distracting thoughts. Any distracting thoughts that might affect the growth of his sword art could no longer exist. Other than that, the 3 great sword spirits resonated with each other, increasing his speed of improvement drastically. There was no end to the peak of the 8th level, but the further one went, the more powerful it was. For example, one had just reached the peak of the 8th level, while the other had been there for a long time. Naturally, the latter's sword intent would be stronger. On the grassland, the sword wind was howling. From time to time, the sword light would flash, leaving sword marks one after another on the grassland. A silhouette pierced through the sword wind and landed on the ground. It was none other than Yi Chen. 10 years have passed, and the power of my sword intent has increased by 10 times. The same peak of the 8th level, but the difference is too big. To be honest, Yi Chen was also very surprised, but then he understood. The peak of the 8th level should be a process of accumulation. Without enough accumulation, one would not be able to reach the 9th level, but with enough accumulation, one would be able to reach the 9th level naturally. According to the legends, the peak of the 9th level sword intent contained a trace of the sword god's power. This was not without reason. If the peak of the 8th level was this big, then the 9th level would be unimaginably terrifying. Of course, not to mention the peak of the 9th level, not many people could reach the 9th level. Among the legendary supremes, there were only a few who could reach the 9th level with their martial intent. Those who could reach the 9th level were all at the peak of the legendary supremes.